Did he really? Long Chengda, deputy captain of the team, turned around and looked at Guoyu. How about it? Should we challenge him to a duel or not? Of course. Guoyu's twitching face was filled with cruelty. This was much more than humiliating the opponent and venting the anger. More importantly, this was about his own reputation. To hang around with other orb patrollers, the most important things were reputation and achievements. If an orb patroller was a well-acknowledged, strong person with a reputable past, other people wouldn't dare to challenge them easily. Many teams would invite them to explore the occult orbs together. Even if the team fell out for various reasons or they simply wanted to leave, it would be very easy for them to find a new team. Despite the fact that he was only in the beginning level of the building foundation stage, he had been training in the occult orbs for enough years to grasp many brutal secret skills. He used to be a celebrity among the orb patrollers. They all knew that he was a hardcore fighter and not someone easy to deal with. As it turned out, a girl in her 20s beat him to the ground in just 3 minutes, and he had to stay in the most advanced med bay for more than half a month before his full recovery. His body recovered, but his reputation did not. He became the biggest joke for all the orb patrollers. Other than anything else, everybody considered him to be a docile sheep which could do nothing when it was bullied. Many impatient orb patrollers had started challenging him. How much time would he have to waste on these people? Therefore, right now, Guiyu's top priority was to restore his reputation as a tough man. Liao was his best choice for this purpose. Since the occult children spent most of their time in the occult orbs or Imperial Star City, they did not know much about what was going on in the outside world. However, they did read news or browse through the Nexus once in a while, and they knew that 2 people of the younger generation in the Grand Desolate War Institution were quite famous, Liao and Ding Lingdang. More importantly, this vulture Liao seemed even more well-known than Ding Lingdang in the outside world. Guiyu was not a fool. Now that Ding Lingdang had advanced into the middle level of the building foundation stage, he would be no match for her for a long time. Of course, he didn't dare to challenge her easily right now. As for Vulture Liao, despite his fame, he had just entered the building foundation stage 2 months ago, which meant he was totally a green hand for building foundation stage cultivators. Naturally, Guiyu could beat him up without any trouble, since the guy was equally renowned as Ding Lingdang, teaching him a good lesson equal to slapping Ding Lingdang in the face, didn't it? Fascinated by the idea, he grinned hideously and said, "All right, let me duel with the guy in the arena tomorrow, so that I can tell this vulture Liao in person the difference between occult orbs fellowship and the outside world." "Guiyu, are you sure?" Long Chengda said suspiciously, "I've read news and some posts from online forums. Vulture Liao is also one of the youngest building foundation stage cultivators in the Federation. He is even more popular than Ding Lingdang in the outside world. Don't fall into the same ditch again." The last few words were uttered in a very low voice, so that they were the only 2 who could hear them. Guiyu's face changed. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. "Deputy Captain, rest assured. I've studied the file of this vulture Liao. He is a hybrid-type cultivator. His first career is as a refiner. His major in college is also refining. Most of his popularity comes from the magical equipment he crafted. In combat, the guy is a big fan of tricks and traps. He is a good exo, but his personal strength is not that impressive. Besides, he just entered the building foundation stage 1 month ago. I mean, after such a short time, how strong can he be? I've been in the building foundation stage for 4 years. Even Ding Lingdang has been in the building foundation stage for 2 years. In terms of popularity, he is much more popular than Ding Lingdang. In terms of strength, he is far from Ding Lingdang's level. Now that the delicious meat has been fed to my mouth, how can I not enjoy it? I don't believe that everyone in the Grand Desolate War Institution is as crazy as Inferno which Ding Lingdang. That would be nuts." The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. His voice grew louder and louder. Several orb patrollers nearby heard his declaration. This was a fairly large training room with a lot of advanced training facilities from the occult orbs, which was why many star teams liked to train in this place. Hearing the conversation of these 2 people, many orb patrollers gathered around. Another newcomer from the Grand Desolate War Institution has joined Occult Orbs Fellowship? He is even more famous than Inferno which Ding Ling Dang in the outside world? It's time to enjoy a good show. At the same time, in a shabby, low-level training in the west of Imperial Star City. Who? Standing below a squat rack, with a 30-ton barbell which had been made by the high-density rocks in the occult orbs on his back, Liao crouched and exerted his strength. His thigh expanded immediately. Veins bulged under his jade-like skin like furious dragons jumping out of the sea. 2 ripples of air spread out from his feet. He stood straight again and took a long breath. The reading on the light beam nearby was 99 foot. The gravity here was 5 times the standard gravity of the Heaven's origin sector. In front of Liao stood 10 training machines that looked like 10 cannons. With the electric arcs dancing and rune arrays triggered, clusters of twisted air were fired from them and dashed at Liao. These were air cannons, which could absorb the air into their bores through electromagnetic forces and rune arrays before condensing it into 1,000th of its original volume and firing it out at a speed close to that of sound. At a short distance, it amounted to the full-strength strike of a refinement stage cultivator. Once it hit anything, the cannonballs of air would disperse automatically without any trace, which made the machine a very clean and convenient training facility. Normally, cultivators would use air cannons to train their dodging ability. But here, Liao had lined 10 air cannons, aimed them at himself and set the firing speed to the highest, which was 1 shot per second. Every second, 10 air cannonballs would hit body heavily. Yet, he didn't even bother to activate his spiritual shield. He was merely withstanding the attacks with his flesh which had been built up by the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique. In such a way, he was training his ability of resistance. Yet, he was not entirely satisfied. He was used to Ding Lingdong's heavy punches. Attacks in the level of the refinement stage were nothing but scratches for him. Under the bombardment of the 10 air cannons, Liao went on with the dull strength training. Soon, his sweat gathered into a sparkling pond near his feet, which was then blown away when he exerted his strength, turning into mysterious mist circling him. Suddenly, beep! Team Lingering Wind had texted him back, inviting him to take a simple test in the arena tomorrow where Guo Yu would duel with him. Nothing would cross the line. It would be all about friend-making. Liao smiled and tossed his mini crystal processor away. He resumed his tedious training by smashing a training machine. Seemed that Byran was right. Team Lingering Wind was indeed up to no good. They were planning to fool him over and teach him a good lesson. However, it was also a good opportunity for him. Although the mainframe crystal processor of Imperial Star City had told him that many teams were recruiting new members, Liao couldn't help but notice that they were mostly tailenders in the rank of stars. Even if he were to join such second-tier teams, they would never dare to explore the more dangerous occult orbs anyway. Liao's target was a stronger team that ranked among the top 50, or even better, the top 30. It was not easy to join such teams. A team was always made of 4 to 6 members, which meant that there were no higher than 600 people calculating all the top 100 teams. In comparison, there were almost 1,500 orb patrollers in the entire Imperial Star City. The remaining 1,000 or so orb patrollers were benchwarmers. They had to gain reputation by dedicating their best performance in order to prove their value to the star teams and be recruited by them. For newcomers, it was even more difficult to attract the attention of the star teams, because their time was limited by the daily consumption of contribution points. Although Liao was sort of a celebrity in the outside world, people in Imperial Star City did not care much about the fame and achievements in his past. They believed more in what they saw with their own eyes. Therefore, although Guo Yu's invitation was ill-intended, Liao still said yes to it. Guo Yu wanted to gain reputation, and so did Liao. In order to impress the best teams of Imperial Star City with a grandeur presentation within the shortest time possible, Guo Yu will be my perfect stepping stone. Besides, how dare you ambush my woman from behind? Ding Lingdang was lenient and merciful enough to let you stay in the ICU for only half a month after beating and burning you. But don't presume that you'll get away so easily when you are snatched by the vulture. The following morning, in the No. 17 arena in the east of Imperial Star City, as the most popular training facilities among orb patrollers, There were dozens of arenas in Imperial Star City. The one of the largest scale was even an entire occult orb which had been modified after being full developed. Although orb patrollers could also participate in 100% lifelike simulated combat in the Great Illusionary Land, they often preferred to enjoy the feeling of hitting and being hit in the real world. Duels in the arenas were all conducted according to the standard of real-life combat. Everyone would carry real weapons. Their safety would be ensured by the judge ball floating in the air. The judge ball was a kind of ancillary magical equipment in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. It had dozens of crystal cameras on its shell, as well as a crystal processor with amazingly high computational ability inside its body. During a duel, it would float in the air and monitor the progress of the duel. When its crystal processor calculated that the battle was getting out of control and there was a 99% likelihood that either party would die, a spiritual shield would immediately appear and block the fatal attack. As for the attacks that were not fatal, the judge ball would simply ignore them. As a result, although few had been killed in an arena, it was not unusual for somebody to get terribly wounded. Such extremity and excitement were also what orb patrollers liked most. After all, the medical facilities in Imperial Star City were far more advanced than those of the outside world. Even the most severe injuries could be cured within 1 month after lying in a med bay. When Liao walked into the number 17 arena, a lot of people had already gathered in the place. Not just the members of Team Lingering Wind. Many people from other star teams and many on the waiting list had also crowded into the arena. Most of them knew a thing or two about his accomplishments in the outside world, which seemed to be even impressive than Ding Lingdong's. Therefore, they couldn't hold back their curiosity and came to watch his duel with Guoyu. Is he Vulture Liao? He seems rather plain, but I'm told he's quite something in the outside world. He is a brutal man as famous as Ding Lingdang in the younger generation of the Grand Desolate War Institution. He is indeed quite popular, but his popularity is mostly based on refining. He once developed a piece of magical equipment named Demon Beast Detector, which has become a bestseller. He also participated in the project Mystic Skeleton. It is said that he is an excellent exo, but I doubt his own strength. After all, he's only just past 20s and entered the building foundation stage only 2 months ago. Talented as he may be, he is still too young and inexperienced to be a match for Guoyu. Then why did he agree to duel with Guoyu? Hehe. I'm guessing that it is because he is new to this place and he doesn't have the slightest idea how deep the water here is. Even though he has been forewarned, such a guy must have enjoyed a peaceful growth the whole time without suffering any major failure. He has no idea how tough Occult Orb's fellowship is. I'm afraid that he considers the duel to be a chance for him to rise to fame. Fixed on by the curious eyes of many orb patrollers, Liao walked toward the members of Team Lingering Wind neither too fast nor too slowly. Mr. Liao, you're here. I picked this arena in your favor. There are all kinds of magical equipment debris and weapon scraps inside. The arena will provide standard mustard suits. No personal magical equipment is allowed. 10 free of harm minutes will be granted for both parties to prepare items that they deem to be of use. Such a place is best for a talented refiner like yourself. Guoyu grinned happily. We'll stop when we need to. This is all about friend-making. Many star teams are paying close attention to the duel. With a marvelous performance, you'll definitely become one of the most desired newcomers in Imperial Star City. Liao had studied the number 17 arena carefully last night. It was a medium-sized arena whose name was Burning Tank. The place was a simulation of a post-war battleground which was scattered with fragments of magical equipment and dead bodies of demon beasts. The most distinctive part of this arena was that 9 burning crystal tanks were placed loosely on the battleground which were likely to explode at any time. They were the biggest variables of the arena. Ostensibly speaking, Guoyu had indeed picked a battleground in his favor, where his advantages in maintenance and modification could be best made use of. However, after studying multiple combat videos of Guoyu's, Liao discovered that he was actually a jack-of-all-trades who was adept at many different kinds of weapons and familiar with both guns and melee armaments. Burning Tank was a battleground where his specialties could be best carried out, too. Liao nodded his head and smiled. Cool. Let's start. At the same time, in the Star Shuttle launch base on the ground. Boom! Crack! In the sky, dark clouds were rolling, and gold arcs were dancing. A giant swirl formed, which constricted violently and spat out a round Star Shuttle. The Star Shuttle rushed downward on the track rapidly, until it was blocked in the end after breaking through dozens of spiritual nets. The Star Shuttle was originally made of colorful crystals. But right now, there was nothing but blackness on its shell where white smoke was popping up. It seemed to have just been picked up from magma. Crack! Crack! In an ear-splitting shriek, the shell of the round shuttle opened slowly, unveiling an oval cabin door. Star Shuttle number 23 has been recovered successfully. Team Blue Bronze is back. Dozens of workers and doctors hurried to the Star Shuttle carrying medical-magical equipment. From the oval door, a girl no taller than 1.5 meters whose hair was in the color of emerald crawled out swiftly, followed by a hideous-looking yet extremely tall, muscular man. The third team member and the fourth held each other up while they were getting out, both of whom were carrying a lot of guns and heavy magical equipment. The fifth team member was wearing a crimson mustard suit. Her messy short hair seemed to have been gnawed by dogs. Yet, her eyes were sparkling, and there was unfulfillment in her face. She immediately attracted everyone's attention when she appeared. Ding Ling Dang, Queen of Fire. Why is her scent so much more intimidating than the day when she left? It's been only several days, yet her cultivation seems to have improved significantly. She looks like a tyrannosaur which is growing at an exponential speed. How terrifying! Listening to people discussing themselves, the ugly muscled man turned around and smiled at Ding Lingdang. Lingdang, your surprisingly fast growth has scared everyone. I wonder why Team Blue Bronze was so fortunate as to be joined by such a genius like yourself. Perhaps the soul of our deceased captain is indeed watching over us from the heavens. In this trip to the occult orbs, Yanzi might have been killed without your excellent performance. Ding Lingdang smiled and said, the honor is mine to join Team Blue Bronze. Everyone wouldn't be entering the occult orbs so frequently in the first place if I weren't here. Of course, I had to do my best. Thankfully, the trophies of this trip are quite satisfactory. The 9 fire Ganodermas that I devoured are mostly digested now. The remaining fire Ganodermas can be exchanged for contribution points. They should be enough for the rank of Team Blue Bronze to ascend more than 10. The ugly man nodded his head. The cooperation of our team is almost perfect now. The most important thing next is to recruit a new member to make us a full team again. Only a full team has a chance to squeeze into the top 10 in the rank of stars, so that we'll be able to explore the place in half a year. However, we can't be too prudent in the selection of the new teammate. I would rather keep the team in the size of 5 than recruit a useless crap that will be a burden for the team. Thankfully, you are a superstar right now. There are many people who are willing to join Team Blue Bronze. Let's sort out their resumes when we're back to Imperial Star City. The doctors examined them and found no anomaly in their bodies. Considering that they'd also brought back a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, this was an extraordinarily fruitful trip to the occult orbs. Talking and laughing, the 5 of them walked out of the launch base. Yet, a conversation between 2 workers caught their attention. What? A newcomer from the Grand Desolate War Institution is dueling with Guayu. Ding Lingdang suddenly stopped. Small snakes of fire were flowing around her body. There was anger in her eyes, as she rubbed her fists and said, Guayu doesn't know what he is doing. What's the meaning of this? Finding a random guy from the Grand Desolate War Institution to vent his anger on because he can't find me? The ugly, tall, muscled man, who was the incumbent captain of the team named Hong Tong, replied, Guayu suffered a tremendous failure because of you. Of course, he needs to make up for it. Otherwise, he would never be able to hang around with other orb patrollers anymore. Since you were not present, and he would be no match for you even if you were, it was apparently a good idea to challenge another newcomer from the Grand Desolate War Institution to a duel. Of all dates, Guayu picked the day when we returned from the occult orbs to duel with the new guy of the Grand Desolate War Institution. It's obvious that he is trying to humiliate us. Let's go there and check it out. The female teammate who had emerald hair sniffed. Her name was Yen Yangtian. She was the scout in Team Blue Bronze. According to the two workers, the newcomer dueling with Guo Yu is a famous guy in the Grand Desolate War Institution in the recent years who is known as Vulture Liao. Lingdang, you must know this guy from school. What do you think of him? Captain Hong Tong asked. Ding Lingdong's face was immediately brimming with bewilderment. Her reaction was almost identical to that of Liao when he first heard of Inferno, which Ding Lingdang. Then, she beamed with great pleasure, which spread out from the corner of her mouth like the ripple of a lake that had just unfrozen in the spring. All her four teammates were greatly shocked. The staff and doctors nearby were completely dumbfounded. 2. Ding Lingdang, Queen of Fire, had always been a human-shaped tyrannosaur in their minds, a maniac in martial arts and a psycho in training. But why was she smiling so charmingly? She wasn't possessed by anything, was she? In the number 17 arena, Burning Tank was less than 300 meters in both length and width. Considering the sight, speed, and damage of cultivators, it was one of the smallest rings of all. Within a breath, they would be able to run a lap inside of it. Liao and Guoyu stood at two ends of the battleground, which had been enclosed by electromagnetic rails and defense rune arrays. For the audience, they could watch the 3D live stream of the match through the head-worn light beam projector. In the battleground of Burning Tank, a great war seemed to have just taken place. The air was filled with the stink of blood and the scent of metals being burnt. Damaged magical equipment and weapons were scattered all over the ground. There were even quite a lot of broken limbs of the demon beasts, which were scattered and in bizarre shapes. 9 crystal tanks were burning fiercely, like 9 bombs which were likely to detonate at any moment. As the 3 judge balls floating in the air turned from green to yellow, the match official began. The initial 10 minutes were preparation time. They were not allowed to attack each other and had to assemble their own weapons with the debris of magical equipment on the battleground. Liao glanced around and noticed something. He immediately rushed at a battle saber that was basically intact, while picking up a lot of fragments of magical equipment and wrecked weapons along the way. Then, he found a place far away from the burning crystal tanks, before he started maintaining and modifying the battle saber at an astonishing speed. He glanced at Guoyu in the middle of his work. Guoyu's hands were moving like flying butterflies, too. Several pieces of magical equipment had been repaired and put beside him. All the weapons on the battleground of Burning Tank were MP magical equipment. Their structures were relatively simple. As an experienced orb patroller and a weapon expert, Guoyu was of course familiar with the basic maintenance and assembling skills. In regard to the maintenance of such simple magical equipment, he was not much slower than Liao. Liao focused his attention back on his own weapon. His plan was different from Guoyu's. Guoyu had tried his best to repair as many weapons as possible, and he'd got almost 20 weapons. In the meantime, Liao had embedded all the magical equipment components he found useful into the one saber, transforming it into a giant, grotesque saber. The new saber was 2.37 meters long and weighed 425 kilograms. Its 2 edges were juxtaposed and looked like the tusks of demon beasts. As the crystals and rune arrays on the body of the saber were triggered, electric arcs started dancing and colliding between the 2 edges with cracking noises, while the saber was vibrating and turning the tip of the saber into blurred shadows. This 2-edged vibrating battle saber had reached the limit of damage for all MP battle sabers. His natural and fluent modification skills impressed many spectators who were watching from the outside. Most of them were experts of the trade. Despite their different positions, their eyes were keen enough to tell that aside from Vulture Liao's personal strength, his modification skills alone would be excellent enough to earn him a place in the teams whose ranks were not very high. Right then, Guoyu finished his preparation too. Compared to Liao, he was armed to the teeth. 2 translucent daggers beside the waist, 1 storm bolter in his hands which had been attached with a giant thunderpalm launcher, a chain's word and a battle saber crossed on his back, and a few sharp broken blades hidden in his boots. Beep! The indicator lights on the 3 judge balls turned dangerously red at the same time. Safe time had passed. The real combat had begun. Boom! Before the 2 of them were able to do anything, a crystal tank on the verge of being melted in the center of the arena exploded without a sign. The twisted turret soared to the sky. Scorching pieces were flying everywhere in a rain of fire, covering an area of almost 100 square meters. The blast reached every corner in the arena, which made the pupils of the two participants shrink simultaneously. Swoosh! Swoosh! Guo Yu had dueled in the arena of burning tank several times. He was quite familiar with the unexpected explosions, which was also one of the reasons why he had chosen the number 17 arena. At the same time as the crystal tank's explosion, he launched his attacks in advance. Bullets filled with spiritual energy darted at Liao furiously. The understanding of weapons of ordinary soldiers was completely different from that of building foundation stage cultivators, who could attach their telepathic thoughts to every bullet that they triggered, allowing them to control the bullets at a short distance fully at their will. Guo Yu had triggered 72 bullets instantly, and he had split 72 telepathic thoughts to adjust the speed, direction, and angle of each bullet. Covering the hundreds of meters of distance in between, all the bullets together formed an impregnable net which blocked every route of Liao's retreat at the same time, stopping him from going anywhere. This is a good one. No wonder he dared to challenge Ding Lingdang. This was the first time that Liao had ever been engaged with a gun expert at the building foundation stage. His opponent's precise manipulation of bullets was a big eye-opener for him. His spiritual energy rippled out, and he sensed that the spiritual energy contained in every bullet was different. It appeared that every bullet had its unique ability. In such a limited time, Liao failed to find a perfect dodging plan even though he had maximized his computational ability. Even in the plan bordering on perfection, he would still have to take the blow of 2 bullets the hard way. Despite the fact that he is merely in the beginning level of the building foundation stage, Guo Yu has grasped formidable combat skills because of the long-time training in the occult orbs. His real personal strength, if fully exerted, might be even more enormous than many outside-world cultivators in the middle level of the building foundation stage. How much can I grow if I can have the opportunity to train in the occult orbs for 1 or 2 years? Gritting his teeth, Liao sprinted and slashed his saber. His target was not the heads of the bullets, but the bodies of them on which he imposed force by brushing past the heads and hitting the cases with the vibration of the saber. The trajectories of 17 bullets were affected as a result. He ripped open a crack in the storm of bullets. Bam! 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 Guo Yu was a decisive man. Seeing that all his bullets were going to miss the target, he immediately triggered the attack rune arrays in all the bullets with his telepathic thought in order to interfere with Liao's rhythm. At the same time, he launched 3 thunderpalms nearby Liao, before he tossed away his storm bolter and picked the saber and sword from his back. Then he rushed forward in an astonishing speed at his opponent. Boom! Another crystal tank exploded near him. Guo Yu didn't dodge at all. Instead, he condensed a spiritual shield between the crystal tank and himself, thereby boosting himself to a supersonic speed by the power of the blast. Ding! 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 Hardly had Liao freed himself from the maze of fire caused by the bullets when he was caught in a hurricane of metal made by a saber and a sword. He was completely enveloped in Guo Yu's overwhelming attacks, which burdened him with so much pressure that he found it hard to breathe. An experienced, field-tested orb patroller could be so intimidating. The audience in the outside, with the help of the head-worn 3D light beam projector, appeared in the arena like ghosts, while they observed the combat at the closest distance possible. All of them could tell that Guo Yu had maintained a dominating advantage since the beginning, and the rhythm of the combat was completely under his control. In comparison, Liao was only striving to survive with no way to fight back at all. Guo Yu's strength has significantly improved compared with 1 month ago. The speed of his sword attacks is at least 9% higher. The interchange of his saber and his sword is amazing, too. The man has brought out the best a cultivator in the beginning level of the building foundation stage can do. It seems that the brutal failure against Ding Lingdang has prompted him to reflect on himself. If he were in such a state when he was faced with Ding Lingdang, he wouldn't have failed so miserably. Vulture Liao is just a beginner who has just entered the building foundation stage. Once he is suppressed and falls into the opponent's pace, it's hardly likely that he could make a comeback. Not so fast. Liao is best known for his tricks and cunningness. That's why he is nicknamed Vulture in the outside world. I don't believe that he isn't concocting something in his mind. Crack! In the middle of the heated discussion, an unexpected change suddenly broke out. Both of the two orb patrollers had carried out the best of the beginning level of the building foundation stage. But the weapons in their hands belonged to the shabbiest MP magical equipment, which had only undergone a simple 10-minute maintenance and modification before the combat. How good could they be? Within the past half a minute, their weapons had collided profoundly more than 1,000 times, which far exceeded the limits of the metals. Crushed and savaged by the powerful spiritual energy, they finally couldn't bear it any longer and, after the last furious crash, exploded into thousands of pieces, almost at the same time. Everyone's eyes were filled with blankness for half a second, as if a small sun had burst out in the battleground without any sign. Flash rune arrays. Vulture Liao indeed had plans. I noticed just now that he picked up 2 flashbangs when he was preparing to repair his magical equipment. It turns out that he had dismantled the flashbangs and embedded their key components into his battle saber. Once the battler saber is broken, the flash rune arrays will be automatically triggered. He knew that the hardness of the magical equipment was not good enough and that it tended to break up in the fierce combat. That's why he prepared such a deadly move. Holding their breath, all the audience watched the game anxiously. But the members of Team Lingering Wind were as calm as before, if not with additional contempt. Guoyu had studied enough video clips of his enemy's performances to know that he was an insidious man who was particularly fond of deceptions and disguises. You wanted an experienced orb patroller to fall for a few flashbangs? Hilarious! As it turned out, before everyone's visual was restored, they had heard Guoyu's hideous laughter. When they were able to see what was going in the battleground, they found that Guoyu was lunging at Liao unhesitatingly with 2 daggers in each hand. He seemed to be not in the least affected by the flashbangs. It was Liao who was dazed for a moment, who must have failed to foresee that Guoyu would see through his traps and close his eyes at the critical moment. Crack! When he came back to himself, Liao tried to stretch out his broken saber and blocked the incoming daggers. But Guoyu's elbow had hit Liao's chest brutally like an enormous cannonball. Even the audience outside of the arena could hear the cracking of bones loud and clear. In a grunt, Liao was blown backwards like a broken baggage. Guoyu's face was filled with cruelness. He seemed to have completely forgotten the nothing would cross the line promise. Instead, he dashed forward like a hungry tiger chasing a goat. But the moment before he caught up to Liao, his face suddenly turned extremely weird, as he missed a step like a drunk cripple. Life and death could be determined within 1 second during the competition of the building foundation stage cultivators. Such a loss of balance was an unforgivable and deadly mistake. Liao, whose ribs should have been shattered, suddenly widened his eyes. The brutality beaming out of his eyes made everyone understand that. Firstly, the flashbangs were just a pretension. The inexplicable trick that made his opponent lose balance was his real deadly move. Secondly, he was definitely not a common refiner. His remarkable ability of resistance was even better than that of many middle-level building foundation stage cultivators. He suffered a full-strength strike in his chest from Guoyu, and he was totally fine. Thirdly, and most importantly, Liao had been well aware that this was not going to be a match of friendship where nothing would cross the line at all. He had prepared to beat Guoyu to a pulp since the very beginning. When Guoyu was knocked away by dozens of meters and lay on the ground like a cluster of mud, members of Team Lingering Wind finally lost their tranquility. What the hell? Why did Guoyu lose balance all of a sudden? And what kept him from standing up for such a long time? As members of Team Lingering Wind were looking for an answer in anxiety and desperation, Liao did another thing that was completely insane, which pressed their curses back to their throats. Liao's battle saber was broken. He was barehanded right now. Instead of picking up a new weapon, he clenched the turret of a burning crystal tank, lifted it up and threw it away. You've got to be kidding me. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. His head dizzy, Guoyu was still struggling to his feet on one of his knees. when he suddenly sensed that a burning shadow of fire was falling upon him. He was stunned when he raised his head. No! Before the astounded Guo Yu was able to finish his sentence, he was already blown away by the crystal tank for almost 100 meters and crashed into a second crystal tank. Boom! The crystal tank that Liao threw away didn't explode. But the second crystal tank turned into a giant fireball to Liao's satisfaction. The only thing that Guo Yu could do was open up his spiritual shield to the maximum when the flames burst out, before he was completely devoured by the swirl of furious fire and intense spiritual energy. When the three judge balls pulled him out with electromagnetic beams, many scraps of metal had already melted into his flesh and blood. Judging from his injuries, it would take at least 50 days before he could leave the ICU again. Hiss! All the audience outside of the arena gasped. They had thought that inferno which Ding Lingdang was brutal enough. Never did they anticipate that Vulture Liao was 10 times more ruthless than her. Monsters from the Grand Desolate War Institution were indeed unbelievable. When Liao walked out of the arena calmly, he saw the orb patrollers in the outside wearing different and complicated expressions. Some of them were still bewildered. Some of them were blinking their eyes, apparently thinking of hiring Liao. Some of them were deeply confused, wondering how Liao managed to make Guo Yu lose balance. Of course, there were also many orb patrollers who were glaring at him, especially those from Team Lingering Wind. Their eyes had pierced him hundreds of times like lightning. Liao was bothered by none of it. He continued walking easily and comfortably. Street fighting was not allowed in Imperial Star City. All the grudges had to be resolved by formal duels. If his opponent was sending cultivators in the beginning level of the building foundation stage to challenge him, then they could just bring it on. He was not scared of anyone that was at the same level with him. What about middle level and high level building foundation stage cultivators? Normally speaking, they would not disgrace themselves by challenging a cultivator in the beginning level of the building foundation stage. Cultivators valued forward-looking and advancement most. It was a highly inappropriate behavior to bully the weak. Therefore, the weak could always challenge the strong at their will. But if the strong decided to challenge the weak, they would be a laughingstock even if they won the game. So, when cultivators beyond his level challenged him, he could always turn them down, which would do no harm to his reputation. After all, it wouldn't be a fair game if the two parties weren't of the same level. Other people might even consider him to be a sensible man and think more highly of him. Moreover, the toughest members of Team Lingering Wind were merely in the middle level of the building foundation stage, all of whom Liao had carefully studied. Suppose he agreed to duel with any of them and the match got too intense, the chance of him winning was not slim at all. Therefore, Liao couldn't care less about the members of Team Lingering Wind who seemed like they might explode out of fury at any moment. Right then, a hot wave swept over. All the audience found it hard to breathe. Everyone of Team Lingering Wind narrowed their eyes and looked at the distance in alert. Team Blue Bronze. Inferno which Ding Lingdang is back. Outside of the arena, the 5 members of Team Lingering Wind were all surprised to see the replay of the match on the giant light beam. They had thought that they would be able to catch the last part of the match. They didn't anticipate that it would be so short that it was concluded after only 1 minute and 13 seconds. Besides, Vulture Liao's performance was even more brutal than Ding Lingdong's. What's the background of this Liao? He's pretty impressive. The time it took him to finish Guo Yu was even 10 seconds shorter than it took you. His methods were a little bit crazy, weren't they? To think that he waved a crystal tank like a giant hammer. Lingdang, why is the Grand Desolate War Institution full of lunatics like yourself? How did he make Guo Yu lose balance? Why isn't there anything wrong with him? How perplexing. Lingdang, deep in thought, Hong Tong, captain of Team Blue Bronze, scratched his beard and said, "The personal strength of this Vulture Liao is indeed impressive. I'm told that he's also a gifted refiner, right? Even better. How about his integrity? Are you familiar with him? What do you think of his personality? Is he good enough to join Team Blue Bronze?" Ding Lingdang grinned while she watched the video of Liao's match. Then she strode to Liao with a beaming face. "Inferno which Ding Lingdang is back. Dear Lord, The air around her is even more intimidating than 1 month ago. That peculiar, nona-colored fire of hers must be stronger than before. Surrounded by the enthusiastic orb patrollers, Liao and Ding Lingdang simply stared at each other. The somewhat weird vibe confused everyone, who immediately started discussing. What's going on? It doesn't seem about right. Aren't these two from the same school? Why are they acting all weird? Hard to say. As the saying goes, there can only be one tiger in its territory. The two of them are both distinctive figures that rose to fame in the recent years from the Grand Desolate War institution. Maybe their competition was fierce when they were in school, which resulted to their bad relationship. Just think about it. Vulture Liao is even better known than Ding Lingdang in the outside world. We all know that Inferno, which is too eager for excellence to stand anyone else suppressing her. Maybe there have been conflicts between them since long ago. Makes sense. They, Team Blue Bronze, Team Lingering Wind, and dozens of orb patrollers from other star teams all lost their words and thought their eyes were deceiving them, because Liao and Ding Lingdang suddenly moved and hugged each other. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you joined a cult orbs fellowship? Liao asked in a low voice. At first, it was because I didn't want to worry you, but later it was because I wanted to give you a surprise. I was planning to go back to the school sometime in the next month. I didn't know that you would be coming to this place, too. But it is pretty reasonable. Right now, the development of occult orbs is at a much faster pace. There are more and more star teams. Geniuses like you are born for the occult orbs. Ding Lingdang replied in a smile. The closeness between them rendered every bystander speechless. The two of them stopped talking, because their lips and tongues were totally occupied. An hour later, in Team Blue Bronze's base inside Imperial Star City, they were on the top floor of a luxury hotel. Team Blue Bronze had rented the entire floor for a long time. Not only were there extravagant suites with all kinds of amenities, there was also a complimentary training room which could accommodate 10 building foundation stage cultivators, as well as a combat room with exceptional safety measures. At this moment, the other 4 members of Team Blue Bronze were all gazing at Liao, in a way that there seemed to be something invisible yet indestructible attaching their eyes to him. Liao scratched his nose and frowned. Why are you all looking at me like this? Hong Tong grinned. Nothing. It's just that we find it difficult to accept the fact that a girl like Ding Lingdang has a boyfriend. We've all seen her crazy training over the past few months, which almost convinced us that she was an ascetic monk who's not interested in anything other than martial arts. But it's quite understandable now that we've seen how you fought. If Ding Lingdang has a boyfriend, it can be no one but you. Let's put the gossip aside for a while, shall we? I'm curious about one thing, Liao. Ding Lingdang waved her hands and interrupted them from staring at Liao. Then she asked, with her eyes wide open. In the fight just now, you were suppressed by Guoyu the whole time in the beginning. Even your flashbangs failed to work out. However, Guoyu suddenly lost his balance toward the end of the match, which eventually led to your comeback. How did you do it? It's very simple, Liao explained. Although Guoyu is only in the beginning level of the building foundation stage, he has been exploring the occult orbs for a long time, which means that he must be a cautious man and he must have studied my past to learn of my fighting style. Besides, the arena of burning tanks is a fairly small place. He is a weaponry expert who could see through the simple modifications easily. As I expected, while he was pretending that he was picking weapons in the beginning, he was actually observing me all the time trying to find out what moves I would resort to. Therefore, I purposefully let him discover that I added flash rune arrays to the battle saber during my modification. In fact, my real killing move was the 2 vibrating edges of the saber which could trigger sound waves in a special frequency. As a result, the vestibulum and the semicircular canal in the ear would resonate violently. The vestibulum and the semicircular canal are both key organs inside the ear that manage the balance of the body. Once they're shaking, one will feel dizzy and eventually lose balance. Although building foundation stage cultivators can build up their body hardness to the extent of that of the steel, it is still quite difficult for them to improve the hardness of the soft organs inside their ears. Once they start shaking because of the resonance, the dizziness of the body won't go away for at least 1 minute, which was enough for me to do many things. So that was the case. Everyone finally understood what had happened. But Captain Hong Tong, after pondering for a moment, questioned him further. That's not right. If it were flash rune arrays, you could reduce their effect by closing your eyes or turning away your head in advance, but sound waves are not that easy to defend. When the ears of your enemy were being savaged, wouldn't your ears be under the influence, too? You two should have lost balance at the same time. I didn't see you protect your ears with anything. Why were you not affected by the resonance? Liao smiled. Of course I didn't. Otherwise, Guoyu would have known that there was going to be a sound attack. My ears were savaged, too, and since I was closer to the source of the sound than Guoyu was, I'm afraid my ears suffered even more damage than his. However, I've received a special training session before. During the 1 week, the balance system of my body was entirely wrecked. I became quite used to training and fighting in a swirling world a long time ago. Everyone was quiet, failing to come up with any comment. The 4 members other than Ding Lingdang were all astonished. They were well aware what it felt like when the organs in the ears malfunctioned. The guy could actually fight like normal when the balance system was completely in a mess. He truly deserved to be the Queen of Fire's man. Speechless for a while, Hong Tong took a deep breath and said solemnly, Mr. Liao, allow us to formally introduce ourselves. My name is Hong Tong, and I'm the second captain of Team Blue Bronze. I'm a battle-type cultivator that just stepped into the high level of the building foundation stage. I'm best at the spiritual energy of the metal class and of the earth class. I have some basic understanding on the manipulation of gravity, too. In our team, I'm mainly in charge of defense. My name is Yen Yangtian, but everyone prefers to call me Yen Zi. I'm the scout in the team, and I'm in the middle level of the building foundation stage. My senses are extraordinarily sharp. My sight, hearing, and sense of danger are 10 times keener than those of common cultivators. Liao, your performance was indeed remarkable, the short girl with emerald hair said with a bright smile. A tall, thin, male teammate, who had a black birthmark in the middle of his forehead, said confidently, I am Lung Ziming from 1st Military Academy of the Federation. I'm the sniper and the gun expert of the team. I'm in the middle level of the building foundation stage and I'm adept at gunfighting. People call me Shell, because in my hand, a bullet shell can be as destructive as a flying sword. Beside Shell Lung Ziming, a stout young man grinned. My name is Ba Weiqi. People call me Dummy, because they've been complaining that I talk too much and would rather I be muted. Ha 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 ha. But it's impossible to stop me from talking. I'm sort of a jack of all trades in the team. I know something about medical skills, something about fighting, and something about the identification of traps and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I'm also aware of a few skills about mental attack and defense. You should know that many demon experts love mental attacks. The ancient cemeteries and battlegrounds left over the past thousands of years are full of mental traps, too. So, an expert in mental attacks is necessary in a team. These are our respective jobs in Team Blue Bronze. In regard to scouting, assassination, defense, and mental attacks, the team is fully prepared. Now that Ding Lingdang has joined us as the center of attacking, our personnel are almost perfect now, except that we're lacking a professional refiner. Mr. Liao, are you interested in joining Team Blue Bronze? Captain Hong Tong extended his invitation solemnly. Liao hesitated. He had been planning to join a first-rate team, preferably with a rank among the top 30. The rank of Team Blue Bronze, on the other hand, was much lower than he expected. But Ding Lingdang was in Team Blue Bronze. He craved to fight side by side with her, too. Seeing through his concerns, Ding Lingdang walked forward and said, just because Team Blue Bronze ranks in the 70s, right now doesn't mean we are a mediocre team. If you have studied the files of Team Blue Bronze, you should know that Team Blue Bronze was a super team ranking in the top 5 just 3 months ago. It was because of the loss of Yin Qingfeng, the former captain as well as soul of the team, and Gao Peng, another expert of the team, that the comprehensive capability of the team plunged. However, the remaining 4 teammates all boast exceptional personal abilities. Their knowledge about the occult orbs is abundant after years of training there. If we work with them together, Team Blue Bronze will definitely return to the top 10 of the rank of stars. Ding Lingdong's words made Liao's heart race. Returning to the top 10 of the rank of stars? It did sound like something particularly fit for his appetite. Hong Tong smiled and said, Mr. Liao, you don't have to make a decision right now. Selection of a team often involves the arrangement of fate. But more importantly, you need to check whether or not the style of the team works for you. If you think ours doesn't, you don't need to force yourself to join us. Although Ding Lingdang is part of Team Blue Bronze, it's perfectly normal for husband and wife, older brother and younger brother, or father and son to be in two different teams. There are advantages and disadvantages when you have a family member in the team. The advantages are that you know each other well and your cooperation can be flawless. The disadvantages are that you may care too much about each other, and when a crisis takes place, your personal feelings will hinder you from making sensible choices. Therefore, don't let anything bother you. Just take your time and think about it carefully. Even if you decide to join Team Blue Bronze, we'll need to ask you to take several tests, not because we don't believe in your ability, but because we need to make sure that your ability is what Team Blue Bronze needs right now. However, while you are considering, you can see a presentation of Team Blue first. As he was talking, Hong Tong took a small step forward. The distance between them barely changed. But Liao felt that a mountain had been put on his head and that his body was 10 times heavier than before, as if he was being absorbed by hardening cement. The ability that I'm best at is manipulation of gravity. If I burn my soul to maximum, I can put the enemy in 30 times gravity at most. They will be suppressed by an invisible mountain, unable to move at all. Therefore, in Occult Orbs Fellowship, many people call me Mountain Monster. Hong Tong burst out into laughter. He suddenly sped up and ran almost 100 laps around Liao at an astonishing speed which was disproportional to his height and weight. Not only can I increase the gravity of the ground where the enemy is standing, I can also decrease the gravity of the ground near myself instantly to 1/10 of the standard gravity. Naturally, I can run much faster than most people. Besides, since most of the hostile attacks are under the influence of gravity, as long as I control the gravity around me neatly, I can interfere with the trajectories of the attacks and disable the flying swords, venomous liquids, sharp spikes, narcotic mist, and even powerful blasts, if not stopping their attacks from being launched in the first place. Therefore, I'm mainly in charge of defense of the team. Barely had he finished his sentence when Xianxia jumped to Liao and smiled. I'm the scout of the team. I'm adept at swiftness and stealth skills. While she was talking, she winked mysteriously. Her body suddenly turned transparent, before it vanished into thin air like an ice tube which was thrown into boiling water. Liao's telepathic thoughts rippled out but failed to detect Xianxia's existence at all. What a remarkable stealth ability. Then, someone suddenly giggled behind him. He turned around, only to find two identical Ding Lingdangs smiling at him at the same time. The Ding Lingdang on the left grimaced. In a blur, it turned into Liao and then Hong Tong. It even put on the appearance of a purple-haired demon with two horns on the forehead, before it returned to Xianxia, who retreated behind Hong Tong with a smile. My ability is not so fancy. It's just shooting guns. Shell Leng Ziming smiled casually. Then his hands turned into two blurred shadows, picked up two gold glittering pistols, and shot more than 20 brilliantly shining bullets of spiritual energy in a breath. What was weird was that after the bullets spurted out and dispersed in the air like blossoming, they took a sharp turn at the same time and congregated in midair where they formed an impenetrable cage. Z. Z. After a noise, the rune arrays carved on the bullets were activated at the same time. Gold electric arcs rushed crazily between them, interweaving to create a three-dimensional net about 1 meter in diameter. This is an aggressive array of my own invention named Gold Cage, which is formed by my bullets. According to the reaction of the enemy, there are 36 different follow-up plans. Lung Ziming whistled. His bullets immediately pierced inwards simultaneously. More than 100 gold electric arcs exploded at the same time after a boom. But the damage was entirely restricted to a small zone no more than 1 foot in diameter. Liao didn't feel any spiritual waves even though he was only several meters away. which was indicative enough of a precise and professional control over spiritual energy. The demonstrations of Hong Tong, Yen Yangtian, and Lung Ziming were big eye-openers for Liao. The three of you have done such marvelous performances. What do I do? Grinning, Dummy Ba Wei patted Liao's shoulder and said, "Should I show you my medical skills?" Liao showed neither approval nor disapproval. He was going to nod his head when he suddenly felt a weird wind blowing. He blinked his eyes, only to find himself somehow placed on an enormous, desolate planet which was surrounded by the boundless sea of stars and a deep, dark universe, dwarfing him and making him feel more isolated than ever. Then, he noticed that the planet he was on was charging at a giant star. Very soon, Liao's eyes were entirely occupied by the star. The scorching storm of fire ripped off his flesh from his bones like a burning butcher's knife. Who? From the overwhelming star, a furiously burning paw which was thousands of times than Liao extended all its fingers and slapped at Liao. Liao gritted his teeth, roared, unsheathed his saber, and leaped forward. The planet burst into pieces under his feet, while he waved his boiled blood wind slashing saber and slashed at the star brutally in a streak of gold. Boom! With the tolling a giant bell, Liao found himself back in the training room on the top floor of the luxury hotel in Imperial Star City. His combat suit had been soaked in sweat, which was sticky and very uncomfortable. But desolation of the planet, vastness of the universe, fury of the star, and desperation in the everlasting darkness were still occupying his thoughts. Liao took a deep breath, but his pounding heart would not be soothed easily. This was the most brilliant mental attack that he had ever met. Dummy, Ba Weiqi was astounded and exclaimed, "It's impossible. You got away from the Virokana illusion after only 1.7 seconds? You are truly a Mons." Before he was able to finish his sentence, he felt that his throat was cold. Liao had reached in front of him. Something in his hand flashed and cut open Ba Weiqi's throat. Ba Weiqi's head was nearly chopped off, but there was not a single drop of blood. The remaining four people put on a weird, rigid countenance that resembled the puppets whose strings had been cut off. The world suddenly collapsed like a tower of sand in a storm into thousands of pieces, which then danced like butterflies in various colors before they congregated and consolidated. Liao was still in the training room, but Dummy Ba Weiqi was on one of his knees. His face was pale, and he was pressing his throat hard, with sweat dripping off from his forehead. Although his neck was intact, there was hissing sound coming from the depths of his throat, as if it had leaked. He seemed to be more than debilitated. It was clear that he had undergone a backfire because his mental attack had been seen through. This time, his four teammates, except Ding Lingdang, were truly stunned. Ba Weiqi was more astonished than any of them. He managed to open his mouth and a hoarse voice came out. "How did you know that the training room just now was an illusion that I set up? Even many high-level building foundation stage cultivators have fallen for the double illusion technique, and it would often take several minutes before they noticed that something was wrong. Yet you saw through it in less than 5 seconds? How?" Liao smiled, but he didn't answer. Ba Weiqi was indeed an expert in metal attacks. The illusion that he created was the most lifelike one that Liao had ever seen. However, Liao had been mired in the dreams of the legendary cultivator Oyezi. He also trained himself in Oyezi's memory fragments regularly. His sense in distinguishing hallucinations from reality was probably one of the keenest in the world. How could an illusion made by a building foundation stage cultivator trap him? Witnessing the remarkable performance of the 4 members of Team Blue Bronze, Liao was greatly convinced. Now that he'd made up his mind, he stopped hesitating and asked frankly, "Captain Hong, I'm willing to join Team Blue Bronze. I wonder, what kind of tests do I need to take?" Hong Tong replied, "First of all, combat ability. It is the foundation of everything. After all, the occult orbs are full of dangers. We are not demanding on our team members' combat ability, but at the very least, one should be able to protect oneself. Secondly, irreplaceable professional skills. I'm mainly in charge of defense, Dummy is for mental attacks, Shell is for gunfights and long-range attacks, and Yanzi is for scouting, disguising, and hiding. We've all seen your combat ability just now, and none of us have any complaints about it. Why don't you show us your maintenance and modification skills, so that we'll know how good you are? Liao was going to nod his head, when Ding Lingdang suddenly strode forward. Her nose almost crashed into his, while she interrupted Liao with her eyes filled with provocation. Wait, Liao resorted to tricks to secure his victory just now. But in the occult orbs, you don't get to use your tricks all the time. Therefore, I think it will be better if we can know his true personal strength before jumping to any decision. All right, let's go to the combat room. You will know my improvement in the occult orbs over the past few months soon. Liao smiled, his black eyes beaming. Fine by me. I would very much like you to know how strong I am right now after I broke into the building foundation stage. In the combat room, Liao and Ding Lingdang stayed at two corners and stared at each other. 1, 2, 3. 3 snakes of fire which were different colors but equally furious craned from her back. In front of Liao, on the other hand, was a super-heavy war hammer weighing 972 kilograms with abilities both in vibration and in thunder. In between them, the air was cracking, while clusters of sparks were bursting out, both of their mouths curled. Dangerous temptation was appearing in their eyes. Ba Weiqi, who was watching the game in the outside, finally couldn't bear it any longer and asked, "Are they really a couple?" 2 months ago, I discovered an ancient inheritance in an occult orb through the soul of a deceased cultivator who was killed in a war 7,400 years ago. I learnt a brutal martial art named Nona-colored fire, which is a skill to manipulate the spiritual energy of the fire class. When the martial art reaches the top level, 9 fire snakes of different attributes can be summoned. But at present, I can only grasp 3 of them, Ding Lingdang said slowly. The 3 fire snakes on her back were getting more and more vivid, as if their resolution had been adjusted to a higher degree. They turned from phantoms to reality and blared their fangs at Liao. Over the past 3 months, not only have I broken into the building foundation stage, I've been also enlightened with a unique skill in heavy weapon manipulation. I suggest you be careful of it. Liao was talking about the 179 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique. The Chaos Gale Hammer technique was originally one of the most rudimental martial arts that the servants and low-level disciples of the 100 Smelting clan learnt to build up their bodies and veins. But Oyezi was talented enough to upgrade it to 179 moves, which he made best use of in the battleground against the invasion of the demonic cultivators. The 71 additional moves were all brutal skills of killing. Liao spent about 1 month absorbing Oyezi's memory pieces, during which time he had already touched the memory pieces of the beginning of the demonic cultivator invasion. He had also grasped the first 13 moves of the martial art. His purpose was to blend the 179 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique and Thunderous Tornado Saber art into one, so that he could invent a saber art that solely belonged to himself. Although he was not even close to success yet, the first several moves that he tested out were already formidable enough. The power of the martial art would be 5 times bigger if it was to be carried out by his boiled blood wind slashing saber. But since he was practicing with Ding Lingdang, he chose a war hammer which was in fact much safer despite its frightening appearance. "Come on!" Ding Lingdang roared. The 3 snakes charged toward Liao from 3 directions, but Ding Lingdang was even faster than them. She had appeared in the front of Liao in the blink of an eye, while her red lotus knuckle burst out in flames on her fist where a sharp-edged crimson lotus fully blossomed. Boom! Liao had no time to pick up his war hammer at all. He lifted his left fist and punched back the hard way, only to be blown backwards like a kite whose string was cut off. But there seemed to be nothing wrong with him. He stomped on the wall of the combat room when he reached it, leaving 2 deep footprints, before he flew back like a cannonball with the counterforce. Then he picked up the war hammer and smashed down without any mercy. Boom! 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 It sounded like 2 tyrannosaurs were on a rampage inside a small cage. Although multiple layers of barriers had been implemented outside the combat room, the 4 spectators still felt slight shaking, as if an earthquake was taking place deep beneath the ground. The high-density barbells on the training machines that weighed tons were all shivering in fear, with ringing sounds coming from them. Seriously? They're fighting for real. Are they a couple or archenemies? This is crazy. The 4 members of Team Blue Bronze felt that their teeth were sore because they'd been biting them too hard and for too long. They had thought that Ding Lingdang would definitely go easy on her boyfriend, whom she hadn't seen for such a long time. Never could they have foreseen that Ding Lingdang would be even more furious than when she was training with them. Her burning fighting will was raging unstoppably like a dammed lake which was flooding out after being blocked for months. In the meantime, Liao had also redefined the term training maniac for them. He didn't even blink after being punched so many times. If anything, his smile was even broader than before. He was waving the war hammer in such an intimidating way that it seemed that he was ready to perish together with his opponent at the same time. I finally understand why Ding Lingdang always complained that she was unfulfilled after she practiced with us. Lung Ziming muttered to himself, somewhat lost. Captain, this vulture Liao's ability of resistance seems to be as excellent as yours. Ba Weiqi exclaimed, too. Not exactly. My defense ability is based on intervening in and undermining the enemy's attacks by manipulating gravity. As the main tank of the team, Hong Tong had a much deep understanding about defense than his fellows. His 3 teammates were just enjoying a good show, but he had read so much more from Liao's movements, as if he were appreciating a great masterpiece of a renowned artist. In regard of body hardness, I think Liao might even be better than me. Although his spiritual energy is not as abundant as that of middle-level building foundation stage cultivators. His spiritual shield has been condensed in a special bubble structure. At the cost of the same amount of spiritual energy, its protection for his body is at least 3 times better than the protection of common spiritual shields. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. His combat ability alone is good enough to earn him a place in many star teams. Moreover, according to the files, he does not like hardcore combats on a battleground. He is better at crystal suit fighting, magical equipment fighting, trap deployment, and maintenance and modification. This time, Team Blue Bronze has indeed got a talent. We'll definitely be able to return to the top 10 of the rank of stars within half a year, which means we will have the chance to participate in the big operation at the end of the year. 3 minutes later, Liao and Ding Lingdang, who were covered in bruises and yet looked completely refreshed, walked out of the combat room with their heads held high. It's been a long time since I last enjoyed myself that much, Liao observed, not very satisfied. The 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique that he had been training with was originally a very brilliant skill of defense, which could condense a spiritual shield in the form of bubbles during combat. Not only could the spiritual shield absorb the ferocious attacks of the enemy, it could also stimulate the acupoints over his body by the force of the attacks, so that his body could be further built up and his strength further improved. The stronger his training partner was, the faster he would grow. It was a skill that could better his body most when he suffered most beating. When Ding Lingdang was away, it was difficult for him to find a second person that was as strong and intimate as her to train with him for as long. He hadn't been feeling fulfilled for a long time, either. Now that he finally had the opportunity to let it out, he couldn't feel better. Ding Lingdang was equally excited. Among the other 4 members of Team Blue Bronze, Captain Hong Tong was the only one who could train with her long enough. But the defense of the captain was based on the alternation of gravity, which made her punches extremely uncomfortable, as if she had hit soft cotton. There was no gratification from hitting the target with all her might at all. Finally, at this moment, she found the familiar feeling from Liao again. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. It feels strange that we haven't fought against each other for several months. I didn't dare release my full strength, but only used 70% of it. I suppose you are more or less the same. Why don't we fight again after we have supper? The 4 members of Team Blue Bronze were completely speechless. They eyed Liao and Ding Lingdang as if they were 2 demon beasts wearing human skin. Captain Hong, what did you think of my performance just now? Liao asked with a smile. Very remarkable, Hong Tong commented. Team Blue Bronze already has an MT, which is myself. If it were a different team that was lacking an expert in defense, your amazing body hardness and monstrous strength would be enough to get you a nice position. After all, in the occult orbs, cosmos rings might not be readily usable. Many gears have to be carried by the team members in person. However, since you are a refiner, we would like to know your limits regarding magical equipment, too, which could potentially influence the methodology of our team in the future. We don't need to run many complicated tests. You are already a famous refiner. I'm told that several of the Novum Stelli of the refining department of Deep Sea University have been defeated by you. Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang, who has become quite a celebrity in the South recently, also lost in competition against you before. How about a little match with Shell? Liao nodded his head. Exploration in the occult orbs could be extremely dangerous. Every companion must know their fellows well. As the captain of the team, it was only fair that he proposed such a request. No problem. What kind of match? Shell Leng Ziming walked close and glanced through his teammates. Then he smiled and said, even when our old captain In Qingfeng was here, there was no excellent magical equipment expert in the team. So, the simple maintenance and modification work has always been done me. I think that makes me a half-expert in magical equipment. I believe in your skills in refining. There's no need for us to go to a refining workshop. Let's just work it out in this place. Like a magician, he picked up 2 gold, shining pistols, which were then dismantled into a pile of components in cracking noises. He snapped his fingers and the components flew to every corner of the room. Then he put his hands to his back where he took out 2 storm bolters. Very soon they were pulled into pieces and thrown everywhere, too. What followed were 2 heavy machine guns, 2 snipers, 2 thunderpalm launchers, and even an electromagnetic cannon for personal use. His body was like a black hole which had absorbed all kinds of deadly weapons. Now they were all pouring out. Liao was eyeing him in appreciation, knowing that Leng Ziming must have a cosmos ring, too. Even so, the speed of him retrieving objects from his cosmos ring was still quite amazing. Captain, Leng Ziming gestured at Hong Tong. Hong Tong nodded his head. Narrowing his eyes, he started casting his spell. The thousands of components that Leng Ziming had just thrown away now floated and staggered in the air. Chi! For pieces of round magical equipment suddenly appeared in Leng Ziming's hands and were tossed to the walls of room, where they exploded and released dense black smoke filling the entire room. These are not ordinary smoke grenades. They contain substances from the body liquid of demon beasts which can impose intensive interference on the senses of the cultivators in the smoke. They are very common in the occult orbs. We often fight in such environments. Do you still remember the 2 gold pistols that I disassembled in the beginning? Let's see who's faster to find out their components. Reassemble them into an intact pistol and press it against the other's forehead in such an environment. Shall we? Leng Ziming was not really an expert in magical equipment. However, as an experienced gunfighter who valued his guns as much as his own life, he was even more familiar with the 2 pistols than the refiner who made them was. Besides, Leng Ziming had done major modifications on the 2 gold pistols. It was quite a tricky challenge even if Liao had seen the original magical equipment before. From within the intense, black smoke came Liao's calm as usual voice. Fine by me. The rest of the 4 teammates retreated to the corners of the room and held their breath, waiting. Ding! Hong Tong clashed 2 discs with a brisk sound by manipulating the gravity. The match had officially begun. Not only did the black smoke hinder the 4 bystanders' sight, their telepathic thoughts were severely jammed, too. For a moment, the 4 of them couldn't see clearly what was happening inside the black smoke. They could only hear a series of sounds. At first, there was the sound of wind, as if 2 storms were raging furiously inside the black smoke. The 2 contenders were probably picking up necessary components in the darkness. Then, there were sounds of things being thrown away. At this moment, the 2 of them were tossing unneeded components to each other in order to disrupt the other's collection. About half a minute later, cracking sounds dominated the smoke, as if 2 giant animals were feasting upon metals. They'd started reassembling the pistols. Although unable to see their faces, Ding Lingdang and the rest of the team could all picture their solemn and fully focused faces. The 4 of them were so anxious that their hearts nearly skipped a beat. while they were too concentrated to ignore the feeblest sound inside the smoke. 1 minute and 43 seconds later, something clicked in a corner of the darkness. Then all the sounds in the smoke suddenly stopped. The only thing left was Lung Ziming's heavy breathing. As for Liao, he seemed to have become a ghost who had melted into the smoke. There was no way to sense his existence at all. Lung Ziming spoke, somewhat hoarsely, in the darkness. "You can't be faster than me. The 2 gold pistols modified by me each have 327 components. 272 of them are fundamental for the pistol to be triggered. The other opponents are to enlarge the shooting range and to ensure the stability. I have assembled 265 components, with only 7 to go. There's no way you could have been faster than me. More importantly, I've picked up all the bullets of the pistols in my hand, which is also why I was 5.4 seconds slower than you during the collection of components. There are no bullets in your pistol. What can you do even if you are pressing it against my head?" There was a brief silence in the smoke, which was broken by Liao's calm voice. "Firstly, the 2 pistols of yours are Tsunami 7 developed 17 years ago by Blowing Wind Hall. The model has a long shooting range, an impressive power system, and an ultra-solid structure. It also entails the possibility for the user to carve various rune arrays for the purpose of modification. It is indeed a piece of classic gun magical equipment, which you have upgraded with 27 special components of your own. However, this gun model does not require 272 components to be triggered. In the extreme conditions, 231 components will be enough. Of course, under such circumstances, the pistol has no precision whatsoever. Its effective shooting range may be well below 20 meters. Due to lack of rune arrays, its inner structure is not stable, which could potentially lead to explosion in the bore. But since I'm pressing the gun against your head, precision and shooting range are highly unimportant. So, I simply ignored all the components in these regards. Secondly, you did take away all the bullets of the pistols. That's why I had changed the barrel of the pistol in my hand into the barrel of a stormbolter, which allowed me to use bullets for stormbolters. At such a short distance, I can blow apart your head easily even if you are at the building foundation stage." Lung Ziming's voice indicated that he was not convinced. Although Tsunami 7 is a heavy pistol model, its components are not appropriate for the barrel of stormbolters. If you are using the bullets of stormbolters, the odds of explosion in bore are at least 50%. Liao's voice remained tranquil. Not 50%, but 80%. To be precisely, there is an 84% likelihood that after I pull off the trigger, the overloading spiritual energy will raise an explosion immediately due to lack of stabilization rune arrays. But I'm very confident in my modification. The bullet will be shot out before the explosion. For a building foundation stage cultivator such as myself, an explosion in the bore would possibly seriously damage my hand. But with timely treatment, it is very likely that it can be recovered to normal. In the worst-case scenario, I can put on artificial limb if my entire hand is blown to pieces. But if your head is blown to pieces, you can't come back to life even if we install a crystal processor into your brain. Therefore, in my opinion, a risk of my hand being detonated in exchange for a certainty of a headshot is a good bargain. Hong Tong activated the ventilating system of the room. The black smoke was soon extracted. In a corner of the room, Lung Ziming was holding a gold pistol in his hand, which was sparkling and ready to be completed. Yet, there was nothing he could do, because a thick barrel was pressed against one of his temples. Behind the thick barrel was a messy eyesore that could not be called a gun at all. But no one doubted that fatal bullets could be shot out from the thing. "Captain." Lung Ziming's eyeball were rolling, while he managed to put on a smile. "I think that Mr. Liao is more than qualified to join Team Blue Bronze. With him as our teammate, we will never run out of magical equipment on the battleground. I have a feeling that he could produce a piece of deadly magical equipment even if he were given nothing but a frying pan." "Indeed." Liao nodded his head and slowly pulled the gun that he had cobbled together away from Lung Ziming's head. Then he continued, "I've devised certain crystal bombs which use frying pans and cooking pots as disguises. They are perfect indoor traps." Hong Tong and his other 3 teammates looked at each other. Yan Yangtian whistled. Ba Weiqi grinned. Everyone was beaming with delight. Welcome to Team Blue Bronze. Hong Tong laughed in satisfaction and hugged Liao. Then they went through the standard procedures. Liao and Team Blue Bronze signed a contract. He received a lot of personal combat videos of his teammates. In return, he offered his detailed files, including the abilities that he was good at. In the occult orbs, tacit cooperation between teammates was always of paramount importance. Adept at ancient rune arrays. Adept at the identification of ancient spiritual beasts and exotic treasures. Adept at ancient puppets. Adept at the identification and repair of ancient magical equipment. Adept at the identification and usage of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Reading all this, Hong Tong couldn't have been more excited. He exclaimed, "Excellent. If you are indeed an expert in the identification of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the study of ancient magical equipment, we may be able to try our luck in the secret treasure exchange." Liao raised his eyebrow. Secret treasure exchange? He had heard the name before in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion of Serpent City. It was supposed to be a trade fair for defective or unknown materials. At that time, the manager of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion also told him that the trade fair there was not even close to the largest of the Federation. The largest secret treasure exchange was always held in Kilua City on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Hong Tong smiled. As a refiner, you have probably heard of secret treasure exchanges before. Maybe you even joined some of them in person. However, even the secret treasure exchange in Kilua City is boring. They're only trading things that we're not interested in. The secret treasures that they deem precious were mostly excavated from the occult orbs by us. Of course, we get to choose what we want first. A large-scale secret treasure exchange will be held every month in Imperial Star City. The orb patrollers will be given a big discount if they want to buy any of them. Only those secret treasures which we leave behind are given to the outside world. In the past, there was no expert at identifying heavenly materials and earthly treasures in Team Blue Bronze. Therefore, we hardly took part in the secret treasure exchanges. Even if we did, our purpose was mainly for fun. Right now, we've got an expert in our team. We're definitely going to purchase something big. While Hong Tong was talking, he led Liao to a meeting room. In the center of the meeting room was a fixed crystal processor which was connected to the mainframe crystal processor of Imperial Star City in the minimum level, allowing it to retrieve information whose confidentiality level was not high. Shwa! An astounding scene unfolded itself in the light beam. In the depths of the deep, dark, desolate sea of stars, a nebula was swirling slowly. What was weird was that in the center of the nebula, there seemed to be a gigantic eye which was blinking and unleashing soul-stirring disturbance through the light beam. In the center of the eye was a gray planet. Although it was just a few seconds, Liao had the feeling that someone was peeping at him. His heart was racing, and he felt a strong killing intent. Hong Tong explained, "This is an occult orb more than 9,000 light-years away from the Heaven's Origin sector, which was discovered by a Phantom Traveler." The Phantom Traveler was a kind of special magical equipment that represented the peak of the probe technologies of the Heaven's Origin sector. It could send back everything that it saw back to Heaven's Origin sector momentarily. Over the past 100 years, the astronomic technology of the Star Glory Federation had developed exponentially. Countless Phantom Travelers had been sent in every direction to explore the endless sea of stars. The cost to launch a Phantom Traveler was 1/10 of that to launch a Star Shuttle. They could be sent to more distant places than the Star Shuttles could, too. Therefore, Phantom Travelers inevitably became the vanguard of exploration of occult orbs. Only after a Phantom Traveler detected the existence of an occult orb and determined that it was of acceptable value would Star Shuttles carrying orb patrollers be deployed for further research. This is the farthest, largest occult orb that the Star Glory Federation had ever seen. It is also the one with the most intensive spiritual waves. According to the estimation of the experts, it could be a key battleground in the Renaissance War of human beings 10,000 years ago, or an important military base of the Star Ocean Imperium, or an extremely rarely seen natural paradise for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The experts have asserted that this particular occult orb is hundreds of times more valuable than any of the occult orbs we've discovered so far. It may be the key to the Great War between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. Hong Tong stared at Liao in the eyes and said solemnly, "The Star Glory Federation has been exploring the occult orbs for hundreds of years. The occult orbs several thousand light-years away from us are mostly discovered already. There are some occult orbs that we haven't set foot in, but their size is far from that of ultimacy, nor are their spiritual waves as intensive as those from ultimacy. Right? Occult Orbs Fellowship has named this particular occult orb ultimacy. Beyond 10,000 light-years, there might be even bigger occult orbs, or even other worlds which have their own civilization. But reaching them exceeds our technology level at present. Without new magical equipment or knowledge, and just based on the natural development of our civilization, we won't be able to explore and exploit them within the next 50 years, even if we are lucky enough to discover any. But in the next 50 years, maybe 30, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector will meld into one. Which means ultimacy is our last hope for the war between the two sectors. By the experts' calculation, since it is emitting such strong spiritual waves after thousands of years, ultimacy must have several pieces of planetary magical equipment or something of the same level, if not stellar magical equipment. The power of stellar magical equipment could reach every corner in a stellar system. Planetary magical equipment was relatively weaker, but it could still suppress a planet easily. Neither the Star Glory Federation nor any of the kingdoms in the Blood Demon sector were beyond the limitation of the ground. The foundation of the two civilizations was the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, respectively. They hadn't really been able to drift into the Sea of Stars. A piece of planetary magical equipment, which could suppress a planet easily, was indeed a game-changer for the situation. There was even the possibility of waging a genocidal war without taking any casualties. But if their opponents got the planetary magical equipment first, Liao tremored. He blurted out, "The Blood Demon sector has found ultimacy, too." Not a question, but a statement. Had the Blood Demon sector not found ultimacy, the news wouldn't have been set to the public, and it wouldn't have been possible for a random star team to get access to the files so easily. Hong Tong nodded his head. In fact, the Blood Demon sector discovered ultimacy earlier than we did. It was by stalking an octo-eyed goblin of the Blood Demon sector that one of our phantom travelers located ultimacy. The Blood Demon sector had plans to explore the occult orbs, too. Although they didn't have powerful magical equipment, they had bred a special type of demon beast named octo-eyed goblin, which was particularly suitable for survival and flight in the vacuum of the cosmos. When necessary, they could enter the state of hibernation and flow in the universe for hundreds of years like an asteroid, until it was woken up by any spiritual waves it encountered and continued their journey in the exploration of the universe. Octo-eyed goblins and phantom travelers were the pioneers of the demon clan and the human beings in the conquest of the Sea of Stars. Hong Tong added, however, the phantom traveler didn't find any trace that the demon clan was exploiting ultimacy on a large scale. It has been assumed that they made their discovery not very long ago. Since the comprehensive capability of the Blood Demon sector is of similar level to ours, such an occult orb that we find difficult to deal with must be tricky for them, too. Pondering for a moment, Liao basically understood the situation now. The concept of time in an astronomic sense is always calculated in the unit of billions of years. From that point of view, the two worlds will meld into one like two bubbles in no time. But for us trivial human beings, which are but plankton in the Sea of Stars, the process can be as long as 50 years. During the 50 years, neither of the two worlds will be capable of projecting all the available troops into the other world at their will. Besides, even if the projection succeeds and a bloody war is carried out, the most likely outcome is that the two parties will suffer equally great losses. Most of the elites of the two worlds will perish. It is hard to say whether or not the final winner will be able to recover from the war. In Liao's previous life, there was an idea known as nuclear winter. When two countries both with nuclear weapons were at war, it was quite likely that the world would end up in dozens of years of darkness and coldness. There would be no winner. It would be just that some people died later than other people did. Although nuclear weapons were not invented by the Heaven's Origin sector or the Blood Demon sector, the nascent soul stage cultivators and the demon emperors were capable enough of overturning the world with absolutely no help, just themselves. In a war where dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors were engaged, it was not unlikely that the natural spiritual energy of the two worlds would be in disorder, which might cause all kinds of extreme phenomena, including earthquakes, hurricanes, drought, flood, volcano eruption, and maybe even another ice age. Neither humans nor demons would like to see that happen. So, it would be a perfect solution if some planetary magical equipment which could deal irrecoverable damage to the opponent within a moment could be retrieved from the occult orbs. No wonder Occult Orbs Fellowship was keeping such a high profile recently. Not only had it been revealing a lot of secrets to the public in order to get their support, it was also recruiting talents crazily among cultivators. Almost all the excellent cultivators in the building foundation stage had been gathered. Exploration in the occult orbs could indeed potentially decide the destiny of the human beings in the Heaven's Origin sector. Liao asked, "Has any star team explored Ultimacy?" Hong Tong shook his head. "It's still too early. Ultimacy is too far from the Heaven's Origin sector. To cover the 9,000 light-years in between, our launch bases can only send out phantom travelers. It is impossible to launch star shuttles which are larger in size while ensuring that the crew on board are alive and that the vehicle can return. Phantom travelers were smaller, lighter, and relatively simpler in structure. Therefore, it was easier to launch them. They could be boosted with the maximum amount of spiritual energy possible, and it didn't matter very much even if a launch failed. But it was a whole different thing to launch a manned star shuttle through the four-dimensional space to 9,000 light-years away instantly. In an awful tragedy where the star shuttle was successfully sent and yet the orb patrollers inside were all killed during the process, it would not help the situation at all. Hong Tong continued, "Occult Orbs Fellowship has 2 launch bases and 12 launch platforms. But even the biggest one can only guarantee that the vehicle can be safely recovered within 5,700 light-years. When Ultimacy was discovered, Occult Orbs Fellowship immediately contacted the leaders of the Federation as well as the influential cultivators, who reached a consensus very quickly that all the resources available in the Heaven's Origin sector would be immediately allocated to build the newest, largest super teleportation array which would boast the longest launching range. We've named the teleportation array Heaven's Artillery. Only with the help of the Heaven's Artillery can we rip open the boundary between the 3-dimensional space and the 4-dimensional space and land on Ultimacy. However, even the Heaven's Artillery cannot teleport many people at the same time. Those to be teleported can't be in the very high levels either. I believe you've heard of the metaphor regarding the difference between a pebble and a rock before." Liao nodded his head. Core formation and nascent soul stage cultivators were giant rocks tons of weight. On the other hand, refinement and building foundation stage cultivators were small pebbles weighing dozens of kilograms. To throw a stone as far away possible with an extremely crude catapult, of course, pebbles would be better choices. If a giant rock were to be selected, not only might it fail to be thrown away, it also risked wrecking the catapult. It meant that only cultivators at the refinement stage and the building foundation stage would be able to explore Ultimacy, which was 9,000 light-years away from the Heaven's Origin sector and possibly had planetary magical equipment buried inside. Liao finally understood why everyone was so thrilled watching the video that even their fingers were twitching. Thinking for a moment, he further asked, "What is the estimated time of the first launch? And how many people will be teleported?" Hong Tong replied, "The construction spot and progress are both top secrets, but all things considered, it won't be slow. By the end of this year, it will certainly have been completed. Because not just us, the Blood Demon sector must be building super teleportation arrays too. It is now just a matter of speed. For the construction work, 3 teleportation arrays in the number 2 launch base have been dismantled. The crystal rails and all kinds of magical equipment from them have been filled into the Heaven's Artillery, just in order to be faster than the Blood Demon sector. There won't be many candidates to be teleported. Impressive as the Heaven's Artillery may be, 6 or 7 star teams, with dozens of members in total tops." Taking a deep breath, Liao felt that his blood was surging like tides. which means we have to ascend into the top 10 of the rank of stars before the end of this year, right? Correct. Hong Tong nodded his head seriously. Elites are always the first to explore a new occult orb. For an occult orb like Ultimacy where planetary magical equipment might be preserved, nepotism and adulation will not work at all. Who's eligible and who's not will be entirely based on capability. Ranking in the top 10 will prove that we are the best cultivators at the building foundation stage, and that we are qualified for the mission to explore Ultimacy. Li Yao's eyes were beaming with eagerness as he asked, "But I wonder how many secret treasures are stored in Ultimacy, and how many benefits we can gain from it." Hong Tong smiled and said, "Since it is unexplored, everything we talked about is just speculation. Even if planetary magical equipment does exist, it is quite likely to be well beyond our ability to manipulate and maneuver since we are merely at the building foundation stage. Besides, chances are that we might be engaged with the elites of the demon clan. Although it's not possible for the demon emperors to be teleported due to the restriction of the long distance, the best silver-blood demons must be able to land on Ultimacy. Maybe the princes of the dozens of demon kingdoms will join together. Therefore, although it has not been officially announced yet, the benefits of exploring Ultimacy are quite enormous. According to my sources, not only are the contribution points as the reward of the mission astronomical, the participants will be given a lot of cultivation arts and magical equipment. They can even receive the personal enlightenment of nascent soul stage cultivators. I'm not talking about a lecture of several hours. I'm talking about a training session of 10 to 15 days during which time you will eat and live together. The nascent soul stage cultivators will teach you like teaching their own disciples. Li Yao raised his eyebrows. His breath suddenly turned extremely ragged. 15 days of wholehearted teaching as if you were one of their disciples? Was that even possible? Li Yao's first reaction was that it must be a lie. But on second thought, he realized that it did make sense. Exploration of Ultimacy concerned the fate of all human beings in the heaven's origin sector. As the saying went, when the skin is gone, there will be no place for the hair. Strong as the nascent soul stage cultivators may be, they wouldn't be able to survive by themselves if the Star Glory Federation was destroyed. Besides, their family, descendants, and disciples were also here. Now that the nascent soul stage cultivators could not explore the occult orb in person, naturally, they would hope that those embarking on the trip could be as strong as possible. For the future of the human beings of the heaven's origin sector, for themselves, for their family and disciples, they wouldn't be stingy when it came to 1 or 2 cultivation arts. Hardly had he thought everything through when he was greatly shocked again by what Hong Tong said next. Not just that. It is said that before setting off to Ultimacy, all the orb patrollers for the mission will be blessed with a spiritual seed by the nascent soul stage cultivators. Nas, nascent soul stage cultivators' spiritual seed? Li Yao faltered, his voice shivering. Spiritual seed condensing was a very rarely seen secret art which would consume both the soul and the body's vitality a lot. Generally speaking, only those cultivators who were equal to or above the nascent soul stage were able to use it. The so-called spiritual seed was actually part of the soul, the telepathic thoughts, and the cultivation arts of a nascent soul stage cultivator, who condensed them to such an extent that they crystallized into something resembling a seed. The seed could then be planted into the brain of another cultivator that was relatively weaker. The entire process was very similar to the pouring knowledge into one's head technology in the ancient cultivation world. The relatively weaker cultivator, after accepting the spiritual seed of a nascent soul stage cultivator, could burn their soul and ignite the spiritual seed in the case of an emergency, thus entering a state known as seed explosion. According to the degree of the seed explosion, they could be blessed with 60% or even slightly more of the nascent soul stage cultivator's capability, and they could fully perform the ultimate skills that the nascent soul stage cultivator sealed within the seed. Although the state wouldn't last long, it could be a lifesaver for the weak cultivator at a critical moment. It was also a deadly move that no opponent could see coming. In the seed explosion state, 60% or even more of the nascent soul stage cultivator's capability could be wielded by the cultivator. It was totally different from the attack of some magical equipment which equaled to the full strength strike of a nascent soul stage cultivator. For example, the attack of Tai lightning railguns was as powerful as the full-strength strike of a core formation stage cultivator, but only so in regard to the possible damage. In fact, the precision, range, stability, and reaction speed of Tai lightning railguns were far from those of real core formation stage cultivators. Liao could face 12 Tai lightning railguns on a crystal warship without the least fear, because powerful as they may be, they still required manual or mechanical aiming. Those controlling the Tai lightning railguns were likely to be refinement stage cultivators or even ordinary people. The Tai lightning railguns were totally useless if they couldn't hit their target. But if he had faced a real core formation cultivator, Liao would have been suppressed by the accurate movements, thorough plans, and perfect rhythm of his opponent, who wouldn't even have to perform a full-strength strike at all. Therefore, even if Liao and his companions were to take magical equipment whose damage equaled to the full-strength strike of a nascent soul stage cultivator, it wouldn't be of much help to them, unless they were trying to attack a fixed target. It was not likely that their enemy would just stand idly and let them fire freely. There was a good chance that their enemy could run, fly, or even sneak underground. Seed explosion state was entirely different. In the seed explosion state, not only would the cultivator's power be raised, the observation, computational ability, reaction, limit of speed, and everything else would also reach 60% of a nascent soul stage cultivator's or even higher. There was still more. In cultivation, real-life experience and understanding mattered more than anything else. Some weaker cultivators sensed a whole new level which allowed their cultivation to soar, through nothing but watching a match between two stronger cultivators. When a weak cultivator was in the seed explosion state, that part of the experience and understanding of the nascent soul stage cultivator would be transferred to the weak cultivator instantly. When the nascent soul stage cultivator's immense spiritual energy raged inside the weak cultivator's body, their bones, veins, and organs would be cleansed and strengthened, to the point that their body would be entirely reborn. Therefore, the cultivation speed of the cultivators who received a spiritual seed from a nascent soul stage cultivator and went through the seed explosion state was often 10 times higher than that of a common cultivator. It was like the difference between a normal train and a high-speed crystal train. In the ancient legends, a senior and a junior could sit face to face and press their palms against each other's. After a brief moment, dozens of years of cultivation of the senior could be transferred into the junior's body. It was utter nonsense that ignorant people made up for fun. Cultivation and spiritual energy were not like one's bank balance. It was impossible to just transfer them from one body to another one. But the usage of a spiritual seed, through which a senior cultivator could enlighten a junior cultivator with their experience and understanding and also provide a life-saving tool for the junior cultivator, might be the closest thing to the cultivation transfer between two bodies. Despite the remarkableness of spiritual seeds, there were two critical questions concerning them. Firstly, for a nascent soul stage cultivator, it was very difficult to condense a spiritual seed. Since they had to split their soul by brute force in order to condense it, they would often suffer tremendous damage during the process. It would usually take a long time before they fully recovered. As the number of spiritual seeds they bestowed increased, their body and soul would deteriorate at an exponential speed. Therefore, a nascent soul stage cultivator could only produce limited spiritual seeds in their entire life. Only their closest descendant, or the disciple that was going to succeed themselves, might have the opportunity to enjoy one. Their other disciples wouldn't get the chance at all. Secondly, for the cultivators who received the spiritual seeds, entering the seed explosion state could be extremely dangerous. If a building foundation stage cultivator were to wield the strength of a nascent soul stage cultivator, however briefly, there was a good price that they had to pay. There were too many tales in the history of cultivation where the building foundation stage cultivators simply self-detonated after bringing out the ultimate skill of a nascent soul stage cultivator in the seed explosion state. For those who were lucky enough to not get killed, they were mostly seriously wounded and had to take all kinds of medication for a very long time, before they could enjoy the benefit of the brand new knowledge and the body which had been reborn. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, nascent soul stage cultivators were usually reluctant to condense spiritual seeds. The cultivators who received the spiritual seeds did not dare to enter the seed explosion state easily, either. It appears that there is far more valuable stuff on ultimacy, Liao muttered to himself. The announcement that Occult Orbs Fellowship revealed to the public was clearly not everything. It was quite possible that there were more important discoveries which had been kept secret. We've told you everything that we know. Over the next month, we will try to improve the team cooperation. Then, we will try to march into the top 10 of the rank of stars, so that we can get a chance to land on ultimacy. There was desire in Hong Tong's voice as he continued, "Dangers are great, but gains are greater. Maybe after we return from ultimacy, every one of us will be able to advance into the core formation stage." He stared at Liao, full of passion. The other 5 of them had long reached an agreement on this. Liao, as the newly recruited teammate, was the only one that was new to the declaration. To cram into the top 10 of the rank of stars, all the 6 team members had to stick together. It was not going to work out if any of them hid anything. Liao smiled widely, his teeth showing. Licking his teeth and sensing the stinging from the tip of his tongue, Liao felt that his mouth was extremely dry. Something that resembled burning thorns filled his stomach, which was raging furiously to all his veins, organs, and limbs. It was his ambition. Hong Tong was not exaggerating. Aside from whatever there was on ultimacy, the wholehearted enlightenment from a nascent soul stage cultivator for half a month, a spiritual seed from them, and the secret treasures and cultivation arts in Occult Orbs Fellowship which had been accumulated for hundreds of years together were enough for anyone to break into the core formation stage within 3 to 5 years. Core formation stage cultivators were definitely among the most influential people in the Heaven's Origin sector. The elders and even leaders of the top 100 sects of the Federation, the principals and deans of the 9 elite universities, and the best warriors of a military region were mostly no higher than the core formation stage. Xiong Bailey, the incumbent president of the Grand Desolate War Institution, who was known as Volcano in the world of cultivators, was at the core formation stage, too. If it were in peacetime, talented as Liao may be, he wouldn't be able to cross the chasm between building foundation stage and core formation stage in 10 years, even with the advantage of absorbing Oyezi's memory pieces every day. If anything, he would be highly praised if he could reach the core formation stage after 20 or even 30 years. But right now, the discovery of ultimacy had offered him a once-a-thousand-years opportunity for him to breach the barrier in just one leap. There was a good chance that he could become the youngest core formation stage cultivator before he was 30 or even 25. If he were to let go of such a chance, he would be too ashamed to call himself a cultivator. To be stronger was the most primitive and the most fundamental desire at the bottom of every cultivator's heart. It didn't require any special reason. The reason to be stronger was to be stronger. Just like a mountain climber who risked his life climbing a mountain thousands of meters high with no reason except because it's there, cultivators did not need any reason to yearn to be stronger every second and to lead the human beings as a species to break the shackles enforced by nature, just so that they could reach new peaks and enjoy the more beautiful landscape. If the summit of humanity's evolution was there, cultivators would climb up the mountain and pierce a hole in the sky. I have no opinion about that. Taking a deep breath, the corners of Liao's mouth curled up, his eyes full of hope. An occult orb 9,000 light-years away where no cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector has ever set foot in? If I can reach a place so far away in person and fly the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag on ultimacy, I will be content as a cultivator even if I can't reach the core formation stage. After they reached a consensus, the team had a heated discussion on the new tactical plans with Liao on board and settled the training schedule for the next month. Then it was one day of vacation time. After all, they'd just returned from an occult orb. Many of them were desperate to have fun in Imperial Star City to forget the shadows from the occult orbs. Liao and Ding Lingdang stayed in her room. Ding Lingdang's room was similar to her house in the Grand Desolate War Institution, both of which were littered with training machines. There was no telling that the room belonged to a girl at all. However, Liao did find a toy model of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. The Star Glory Federation valued valiance and gallantry. Children started receiving military education at a very early age. Therefore, the toy models of weapons and magical equipment sold very well. Even the toys made for girls included the models of crystal warships, crystal tanks, crystal suits, and flying swords, besides the commonly seen dolls. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had risen to be one of the most popular crystal suit model over the recent half a year, as well as the standard crystal suit equipped for the soldiers of the Federal Army on a large scale. Naturally, many toy factories had been authorized by the Grand Desolate War Institution to produce toys based on it. Many children actually got interested in magical equipment and set on the path of cultivation because of the toy models they played with. When Liao made up his mind to become a master of refining, one of his biggest motivations was the broken toy that he had picked up from the garbage heap. But Ding Lingdang didn't seem to be a fan of toy models. He had never seen any in her house before. It seemed that she placed a toy model of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit here as a replacement for Liao. Thinking about that, Liao looked at Ding Lingdang adoringly. "Why are you looking at me in such a way? Are you not content because you were defeated? Ha 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 ha. I'll give you an opportunity for revenge later. However, I need to remind you that I'm at a whole new level right now. You wouldn't stand a chance even if I gave you 100 opportunities." Her arms akimbo, Ding Lingdang burst out in laughter, in a way that was inappropriate for a lady, before she took out a piece of magical equipment and handed it over. "Here, this is my gift for you. It nearly drained my contribution points. Take a look and see if it works well for you." Liao scratched his head. All right. He should have known better than to expect Ding Lingdang to notice his affectionate stare, which was no different from winking at a blind person. But soon, his attention was attracted by the magical equipment that Ding Lingdang had given him. It was a bright silver metal ball and looked somewhat lackluster. At first look, it seemed to be a toy for children. However, Liao soon noticed that neat, arcane, and complicated runes had been carved on the surface of the ball. He failed to recognize what they were despite the observation and computational ability of the building foundation stage. In the middle of the runes was an emblem. A crimson dragon was raving in the sky, with its two front claws snatching the sun and the moon respectively, its body surrounded by clouds, and its mouth in front of an exaggerated black hole. Although the emblem was only the size of a fingernail, it emanated boundless might, as if the entire universe was at the mercy of this crimson dragon. Red dragon swallowing the sun. Liao's eyes suddenly widened. The red dragon swallowing the sun emblem was the military emblem of the Star Ocean Imperium. Liao took the metal ball and felt that it was as smooth as jade. Instead of coldness, it brought a slight sense of warmth. Liao extended his telepathic thoughts to the metal ball. He immediately felt the metal ball shiver in his palm. Something deep inside it seemed to have been triggered. As if a drifting breeze, a large batch of information streams and images flowed into his brain. Liao clenched his fist as countless streaks of silver gushed out of the gap between his fingers and went upward along his arm, reaching his elbow in the end. He had a silver glove on his hand which was flowing slowly like sap. At the front end of the glove, changing every half a second, the flowing silver jumped and consolidated into almost 100 extremely delicate maintenance tools under the control of Liao's telepathic thoughts. Liao had never seen many of the tools, not to mention how to use them. "This is awesome." Liao was excited. This piece of magical equipment might have been called the changeable glove. It should have been the property of a maintenance expert in the regular army of the Star Ocean Imperium. Although Liao had yet to comprehend all its mysteries yet, he could sense that it was far more advanced than any kind of magical equipment for maintenance or modification in the Heaven's Origin sector. Most importantly, it was portable. The glove equaled to almost half of the tools in his workshop. Basically, all the maintenance and modification work that did not require a furnace could be carried out by the glove. Right now, Liao had totally forgotten his previous libido. He turned it over and over as he studied in delight, and it was not until 10 minutes had passed that he realized where he was again. He raised his eyes, only to notice that Ding Lingdang was observing him with a smile. Liao blushed and said, "I got you a little something too." He lifted his hand, trying to retrieve the crimson phantom battlesuit. Cosmos rings might be precious items in the outside world, but they were really not a big deal in Occult Orbs Fellowship. Liao had noticed that many people were wearing a Cosmos ring, some even wearing two. Even Ding Lingdang had one too. There was no need for him to keep it a secret now. However, the room was quite a mess with the training machines scattering everywhere. After several attempts, the Cosmos Ring sent the same message into his brain. Insufficient space. Unable to comply. Conflict of space may occur. The Crimson Phantom battlesuit was just slightly more than 2 meters tall. But together with the box accommodating it, it took up quite a lot of space. Li Yao's Cosmos Ring was almost filled up with 2 crystal suit boxes. After moving away several training machines with Ding Lingdang, Li Yao was finally able to take out the box of the Crimson Phantom battlesuit. The Crimson Phantom battlesuit looked like a torch with frozen flames, which was Ding Lingdong's all-time favorite. Li Yao was greatly satisfied seeing the enthusiasm in her eyes. He smiled while he thought to himself, Ding Lingdang must have felt the same when she looked at me playing with the changeable glove, didn't she? Putting on the Crimson Phantom battlesuit, Ding Lingdang turned into a streak of red rushing about the room. Yet, there was no sound of collision, nor did she knock over anything, which were indicative enough of her precision and control over the suit. After 5 minutes, Ding Lingdang finally stopped, having not fully enjoyed herself. When she took off the crystal suit, her cheeks were already flushed, and several strands of her hair were stuck to her ear, drenched in sweat. She was smiling so delightedly that her eyes were in the shape of a crescent moon. Great! Great! I feel that the crystal suit was tailor-made for me. It is way better than the crystal suit that I've been wearing. Li Yao smiled. It was indeed tailor-made for you. But when I was doing the modification, I wasn't aware that you'd learnt such a brutal martial art as nona-colored fire. Nor did I know that there would be so many precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures in a Cult Orbs fellowship. I'll further study it in the next couple of days and see if there's any possibility of additional modification that can help you maximize the power of nona-colored fire. Team Blue Bronze used to be in the top 10 of the rank of stars, and it definitely will be back there again with our joint work. By that time, we'll be able to receive the enlightenment of a nascent soul stage cultivator and even their spiritual seeds. Hasn't Iron God Yen Ba always been your idol? I remember you were talking about him all the time. He is one of the 9 counselors of Occult Orbs Fellowship. There's a good chance that you will be able to seek his teaching. Ding Lingdang shook her head with a smile. Iron God Yen Ba is a monk of body practitioners. He is the purest body fundamentalist. On principle, he won't touch any magical equipment. However, influenced by you, I'm already used to bettering my performance with the help of magical equipment, and I'm not planning to continue on the path of body fundamentalists. Therefore, my training ideologies are different from Iron God Yen Ba's. There's a subtle contradiction between our beliefs. I'm preparing to walk on the path of body practitioners, and perhaps create a path of my own in the end. That's why I can't seek enlightenment from him. His spiritual seed wouldn't work for me either. Once I accept it, it might be a serious interference for the philosophies that I've been firmly believing in. But you are different. You are not a body practitioner. You don't care about the conflict of the path of cultivation among the body practitioners. In the meantime, your body strength is amazing enough for you to accept the enlightenment of Iron God Yen Ba if you have the chance to. Li Yao was dazed for a moment. Then he said, Then what about you? Ding Lingdang smiled. Among the 9 counselors of Occult Orbs Fellowship, there is the strongest culture-type cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector whose name is Xialing, better known as Miraculous Marker. She is also the best spiritual tattoo artist in the Federation. You know that I don't have any fixed spiritual tattoos on my body, because the work of common spiritual tattoo artists is too lousy. If I had the chance, I would love to ask Xianxia to make a spiritual tattoo for me. Body practitioners and spiritual tattoo artists were 2 professions that were closely linked to each other. Only with the help of spiritual tattoos could the potential of a body made of flesh and blood be fully unlocked. However, there were skilled spiritual tattoo artists and there were mediocre ones. Ding Lingdang was too proud to just ask a random spiritual tattoo artist to work on her body. Miraculous Marker Xialing was a culture-type cultivator at the nascent soul stage and the best spiritual tattoo artist in the Federation. She wouldn't come and make spiritual tattoos for a building foundation stage cultivator without a good reason. This trip to ultimacy was her best opportunity. If she was qualified to explore ultimacy, Xialing would definitely make an exception for her. All right, Let's strive together with core formation stage as our target and see which of us gets there faster. The two of them suddenly went quiet. Looking at each other, they both smiled. Strange thing. Before I saw you, I'd prepared a lot of topics that we could talk about. But why are we talking about cultivation again? Indeed. Let's make a rule then. In the next hour, neither of us will talk about anything regarding cultivation. Let's talk about something else. Like what? Like, I've already set up barriers in the four corners of the room. Even if we were to turn the room upside down, our next-door neighbor wouldn't notice anything wrong. That's not enough. Right now, we are both at the building foundation stage. We're not going to just turn the room upside down. We're going to obliterate it. From that day on, Liao was officially a member of Team Blue Bronze. The first thing he did was to analyze the mission videos of Team Blue Bronze in order to familiarize himself with the capability and styles of his every teammate as well as the surroundings and possible dangers in the occult orbs. Most of the videos were shot from a first-person perspective by the crystal cameras embedded inside their crystal suits, which brought a strong sense of reality. Liao greatly enjoyed himself. He also learned more about the tactics of Team Blue Bronze. Team Blue Bronze used to boast 2 points of attack, a long-range one and a melee one. The long-range attack was carried out by Shell Ling Ziming, while In Qingfeng, the captain, core, and soul of the team, was second to none in regard to melee combat. Besides, Guopeng, another important member of the team, also had amazing combat ability. Together with Hong Tong's gravity manipulation, Ba Weiqi's metal attacks, and Yan Yangtian's scouting skill, which were all the best in Occult Orb's fellowship, Team Blue Bronze was perfect both in attack and in defense. It was also the biggest reason why Team Blue Bronze could rank in the top 5, although it was made exclusively of outside world cultivators. After In Qingfeng and Guopeng perished, Team Blue Bronze was crippled by their lack of melee fighters. Lung Ziming's guns were not enough to cope with the formidable enemies too close to them. They must have been desperate when they recruited Ding Lingdang, a pure fighter, as their teammate because normally speaking, orb patrollers going to the occult orbs had to possess more than one skill other than their main profession since only a limited number of orb patrollers were allowed to enter the occult orbs at the same time. Pure combat-type cultivators such as Ding Lingdang were not very popular. As it turned out, Ding Lingdang was amazing enough to break into the middle level of the building foundation stage and retrieve the rare inheritance Nona-colored fire after only one trip. According to Ding Lingdang, such a cultivation art was one of the toughest, even taking all the cultivation arts that Occult Orb's fellowship discovered over the past hundreds of years into account. She had also accepted the inheritance directly through the soul of its master. After she had fully grasped it, there was a good chance that she would jump into the high level of the building foundation stage. Therefore, the shortage of Team Blue Bronze was fully fixed now, not to mention that it had recruited another impressive member, Liao. Liao was more suitable for aggressive missions. But in regard to defense, he could also give Hong Tong a hand based on his unbelievable body hardness. His skills in maintenance and modification, which were as good as any refiner at the building foundation stage, were also distinctive among the orb patrollers. Therefore, Liao had every faith in Team Blue Bronze, which, although might not be as dominating at the old days at present, was quite promising to return to the top 10 of the rank of stars. By then, he would be able to receive the teachings and spiritual seeds of a nascent soul stage cultivator. 5 days later, in an advanced refining workshop within Imperial Star City, it was a refining workshop for rent, which had been furnished with many kinds of magical equipment from the occult orbs that could be dated back to the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. It was as impressive as the professional workshops of the refining department of Deep Sea University, if not better. Liao had spent most of his time in this place happily after he discovered that there was such a gold mine in Imperial Star City. His complimentary contribution points had been used up for everything he'd done here. However, his gains were enormous. Try it. Liao smiled, while he polished the last piece of the plate armor with the fur from the stomach of a crocodile before reassembling the crystal suit. The 5 crystal suits in a corner of the workshop were the personal crystal suits of the 5 members of Team Blue Bronze, which had been worn for missions in the occult orbs multiple times, with both obvious external damages and hidden internal ones which were even more deadly. After Liao's maintenance and revision, They had put on a whole new appearance, as if they'd been reborn. Is it my illusion? Or does the crystal suit work more smoothly now? The feedback is clearer, and the soul consumption is reduced too. Putting on the crystal suit, Captain Hong Tong punched in the air, where vague ripples immediate spread out. It is not your imagination. The performance of our crystal suits has truly improved. The range of my mental attack has expanded by 5%. Its duration has been extended by 4%. It's truly unbelievable. Liao, how did you do it? I didn't notice you doing anything special to the crystal suits. Dummy, Ba Weiqi was quite amazed. His crystal suit was Fiend Apparition Battlesuit, which was specially designed to enhance the brainwaves for mental attacks. It had an enormous helmet that almost covered his entire upper body, making him look like a lopsided fat-headed fish. Liao smiled and replied, I didn't do any major modification to your crystal suits. I only polished and adjusted them according to your height, body shape, and fighting style, so that they could better fit each of you. Does that mean they've been tailor-made for us? Ba Weiqi joyously exclaimed. I didn't know that I would be able to wear a crystal suit that was tailor-made for me one day. Building foundation stage cultivators such as them were actually in an awkward situation when it came to selecting a crystal suit. For core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators who had higher personal ability and much more resources, they could purchase a large batch of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and hire an armadominus as well as a professional team of refiners with high salaries, so that they could get a tailor-made crystal suit which was a perfect match for their size, level, and habits. There wouldn't be another of the crystal suit that they were wearing. It would be unique. Their crystal suits were born for them, which could help them reach the edge of their limits, if not surpassing them. As for the refinement stage cultivators, they were often content with whatever crystal suit was offered to them, which in most cases would be an MP crystal suit. They were usually not picky about the crystal suit. But for the cultivators at the building foundation stage, although their crystal suits were manually made by experienced armadominuses, they'd produce the crystal suits in large batches of 10 to 20 pieces, according to the amount of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures available. The crystal suit could automatically adjust the gaps in a range to better fit the body of the exo, but it was far from perfect. If a crystal suit was larger or smaller in size, the exo would find it hard to carry out their best in it. Normally speaking, it was not a big issue. Most building foundation stage cultivators simply chose to deal with it. But after trying the crystal suits which Liao had carefully attuned and furbished according to their own body features, the members of Team Blue Bronze finally understood what as light as a feather meant and how it felt to be fully embedded with their crystal suit. Although the crystal suits that they were wearing all weighed several tons, they all felt that the crystal suits were like the wings of a cicada over their body, which were light, thin, and could barely be felt. The adjustment of the crystal suits alone is enough to bring up the comprehensive capability of Team Blue Bronze by at least 10%. Our hope to get into the top 10 is much higher now. Liao, good for you. Ba Weiqi cried out in ecstasy. Then he thought of something and asked, right? What kind of crystal suit are you using right now? Ding Lingdang told me that you've been using an MP Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. Isn't it very unsatisfactory? Do you need a better one? Indeed, Liao. Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit might not be suitable to be worn in the occult orbs. Hong Tong continued caringly. Every model of crystal suit can be bought in Imperial Star City with enough contribution points. They're at least 30% cheaper than outside. This is sort of a privilege that Occult Orbs Fellowship gives to us, the Orb Patrollers, as a reward for participating in the life and death missions. You're probably running out of contribution points since you are a newcomer. But that's all right. Team Blue Bronze has quite a few group contribution points which we can allot to you. Then, if the rest of us each lend you some contribution points, you should be able to buy a decent crystal suit. Liao was touched, but he shook his head and smiled. That will be unnecessary, Captain. The Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit that I've been wearing was not an MP1. The framework design of Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit comes from the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. After more than 20 years of improvement by the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, it has become a very classic model that is apt for my refining and fighting principles, even though it is not entirely flawless. Besides, it entails endless possibilities for modification. I've upgraded this particular mystic skeleton battlesuit that I wear from head to toe with tremendous heavenly materials and earthly treasures at a cost of more than 1 billion. Its performance is as good as the advanced crystal suits which are being sold at a price of 3 to 4 billion, if not better. Besides, I've been wearing the mystic skeleton battlesuit for a long time and I'm quite used to it. It won't be a good thing if I switch to a new crystal suit right now, since I'd have to adapt to it in a very short time. There are actually better modification plans available. I've prepared a few lists here which have included all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the estimated specifications after the modification on them for your reference. Excellent. Let's do it according to your lists. Hong Tong replied without any hesitation. I'll transfer 50,000 contribution points to you in a moment. You can purchase the materials you need through the mainframe crystal processor of Imperial Star City directly. Just buy whatever you think is of use to improve the combat ability of Team Blue Bronze. Once a star team entered an occult orb, the team members would only have each other to rely on. The reinforcements from the Heaven's origin sector wouldn't be able to arrive until days later even if they sent out distress calls. While in fact, an expert demon could turn them into piles of bones in several minutes. Therefore, each team member had to absolutely trust each of their teammates. The stronger their teammates were, the safer their own life would be. 12 days later, in a desolate world fragment, broken rocks dominated the land. Brown steam was surging out from the gaps. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. Yellowish clouds in the sky were fleeting. Now and then, explosions would take place, dyeing part of them gray and black. This place was a training ground which was a simulation of the territories and harsh environments in some occult orbs. Team Blue Bronze was doing their 7th training session for team cooperation here. Crack, 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 crack. From the gaps where brown steam was spurting out, more than 20 surreal reptiles which were thicker than boas and had lumps of rock all over their bodies crawled out. The front end of the reptiles opened up as if blossoming, revealing a bloody mouthpart with sharp, crisscrossing teeth. Their saliva as thick as acid liquids dropped to the ground and immediately ignited it. He! Hong Tong bellowed. Ripples of air spread out from him and lunged at the rock reptiles as if they were ghosts brought back to life. The rock reptiles squeaked, because they were slowed down as if an invisible mountain out of nowhere had buried them. Pa! Pa! Lung Zimming opened fire with one pistol in each hand. The furious bullets raged out and blew the rock reptiles into pieces, causing the rocks and blood in their bodies to splutter everywhere. Ba Weiqi mumbled something to himself. He took no action, but the 20 rock reptiles were apparently grasped by anxiety, their tails twisting as if they were being chased by predators. At least another 30 rock reptiles are coming up from the crevice on your right. Shell, blow the rock on your right into pieces to block them. Not good. A big fellow is coming from the left. Judging from the noise, it is a 100-legged rock reptile. The guys in Imperial Star City must be crazy. This is just a training ground, and they're letting in such an intimidating demon beast like a 100-legged reptile rock. Yen Yangtian was crouching, with her ear against the ground. It took her less than a second for her to report the location, scale, and type of the incoming enemy. Half a minute later, a hill suddenly rose up from the ground, which was soon riddled with cracks, before it finally exploded like a volcano eruption. A giant demon beast that looked like a centipede, only thousands of times larger in size, dashed out from the underground and shrouded in dense venomous fog. His fangs were even thicker than Li Yao's thigh. Li Yao and Ding Lingdang looked at each other. Despite the heavy helmet, the two of them seemed to have seen the eagerness in each other's expressions, as well as the sparkles that were dancing to the same rhythm in their eyes at the same time. Li Yao unsheathed the boiled blood wind-slashing saber. An aura of blood that was almost 6 meters long was triggered and pierced toward the sky. Ding Lingdang was surrounded by 3 serpents of fire that were unimaginably thick, while 2 lotuses of flames were blossoming on her fists. The two of them shouted simultaneously, "Go to hell, scumbag!" The cooperation practice of Team Blue Bronze lasted for almost a month, with a rather satisfactory outcome. According to Captain Hong Tong, although the absolute combat ability of the new Team Blue Bronze was still not as good as the old one, Li Yao's participation and his modifications on all their crystal suits allowed a greater range of tactical options for Team Blue Bronze, which significantly improved everybody's upper limit. Traces of the past gradually wore off. New tactical styles were brewing in the team, but in the meantime other star teams weren't idling around, either. There was no telling if Occult Orb's fellowship and the leadership of the Federation had done it on purpose or not, but news of the discovery of ultimacy and the construction of the Heavens Artillery was quickly spreading to the ears of every orb patroller, as if someone had been leaking it on purpose. Almost all the orb patrollers were aware that by no later than the end of this year, the first batch of star teams would be chosen and teleported to explore ultimacy, and that these star teams were likely to receive the enlightenment and spiritual seeds of the nascent soul stage cultivators. For building foundation stage cultivators, there couldn't be a more alluring reward. Therefore, over the past month, all the star teams had been going out to explore the occult orbs crazily, in order to improve their teamwork as well as to earn more credits. Since Team Blue Bronze stayed in Imperial Star City for an entire month without setting foot in any occult orb, its position in the rank of stars had been on a continuous slump. Right now, it was ranking in the 80s. Once the team fell into the 90s, they would need to face the challenge from the teams that were not in the rank of stars. Although it wouldn't be difficult to defeat them, it was quite a nuisance and a waste of time anyway. Therefore, 1 month after Li Yao officially joined Team Blue Bronze, his first trip in his entire life to leave the Heavens Origin sector for an occult orb was about to begin. In the meeting room, the 6 members of Team Blue Bronze gathered together and turned on the mission selection system of Occult Orbs Fellowship, while they discussed what mission they were going to take. The mission selection system was very similar to the war mission system in the Cultivators network of the Heavens Origin sector not long ago. In fact, the war mission system had been based on the mission selection system of Occult Orbs Fellowship. Exploration of the occult orbs was never free at will. Sometimes, cosmostorms, space turbulence, or asteroids would occur between an occult orb and the Heavens Origin sector, making it unreachable until everything went tranquil again. Some occult orbs spun around the Heavens Origin sector like comets. They would only come close to the Heavens Origin sector every few dozen years or so. Some occult orbs grew rarely seen heavenly materials and earthly treasures which could only be harvested every 100 years or even longer. It would be a complete waste of time to explore them when the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were immature. Therefore, the most excellent research-type cultivators and admin-type cultivators of the Star Glory Federation had been summoned by Occult Orbs Fellowship to be in charge of monitoring the trajectories of the occult orbs, calculating their time windows, and assessing the possible spiritual energy consumption and the odds of success. Then, they could pick out the occult orbs that were most suitable to be explored at that time and put them on the system together with a general plan for each operation and their respective contribution points, so that every star team would be able to choose the most acceptable missions for them. According to the latest capability evaluation of Team Blue Bronze and the outcomes of their previous trips, the system recommended 3 missions for them. The first one was to protect a research-type cultivator in an occult orb where a weird temple had been discovered with esoteric runes covering its walls. No magical equipment was able to record anything about the temple. Therefore, the specialist had to study it on the spot. I don't think this is a good one for us. Expert protection missions are the worst. We are a new team that is more suitable for aggressive missions. Such a mission is definitely not our best option. Hong Tong looked around. The other teammates, including Li Yao, all nodded their heads in agreement. Expert protection was a kind of very common mission. Since many relics and mysteries buried in the occult orbs were incomprehensible for common cultivators, and sometimes it was impossible to bring the items back to the Heavens Origin sector, the specialists of the Heavens Origin sector often had to go to the occult orbs to check them out in person. But unfortunately, the specialists were mostly research-type and culture-type cultivators, whose combat abilities were only better than those of ordinary people. They were the burden of a team in the occult orbs. In the case of an emergency, the whole team might be dragged down. Therefore, even though such missions often promised enormous contribution points, most star teams were not willing to accept them, unless there were absolutely no better options. The second mission is a big one. The The target of the mission is to demolish a breeding base of the demon clan in an occult orb. According to the intelligence, the demon clan is trying to raise a kind of demon beast named gold-furred spiritual cat, which went extinct 20,000 years ago, with the natural blood pool in the occult orb, promises a lot of contribution points, too. How about it? All of them studied the details for a moment. Then, Ba Weiqi shook his head and said, "Let's check out the third mission first. Although this mission promises quite a lot of contribution points, they will be distributed in proportion to the credits of each team. The other two teams participating in the mission both rank in the top 20. We are still new to each other, and we might not be able to gain a fair share. Sounds reasonable. Let's see the third one." The third mission is to collect the 9 hold stones and the accompanying spirit melting crystals on Mystic Glacier. In the meantime, explore Mystic Glacier and clean up the ancient battleground. Everyone was greatly interested. Such collection and exploration missions had no strict requirements. There would be a lot of room for them to do whatever they liked. It was perfect as the first mission for a team which had just started to collaborate. Liao focused his attention on the mission of Mystic Glacier. Mystic Glacier was an occult orb that came close to the Heaven's Origin sector every 32 years. Every time it drew near, there would be a time window of around 1 month to send star shuttles to the place. This was a frigid occult orb. Yet it boasted 2 kinds precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures in large reserve, which were 9 hold stones and spirit melting crystals. 9 hold stones were not very useful per se, but they were excellent catalysts that could bring up the hardness of 37 superalloys of the Heaven's Origin sector by 0.7%. Spirit melting crystals, on the other hand, could be used to refine the building foundation liquids, which could bring up the success rate of breaking through to the building foundation by another 0.3%. The Heaven's Origin sector had its own mines of 9 hold stones and spirit melting crystals, but they were of a very low purity. The cost to separate the useful ingredients out was extremely high. The volume of production was not very satisfactory either. Therefore, the mines were never exploited on a large scale. Mystic Glacier was one of the few occult orbs that preserved high-purity 9 hole stones and spirit-melting crystals. In fact, their purity was so high that a few collection trips would gather enough to fulfill the Heaven's Origin sector's needs for several years. On the other hand, since such precious mother lodes were buried in Mystic Glacier, human beings had been developing it on a large scale and established mining bases there early on in the time of the Star Ocean Imperium. But as a result, it had become a major military target for the demon race. The two parties had been engaged in countless fierce battles for the control over Mystic Glacier. Therefore, Mystic Glacier was also an ancient battleground, where ancient treasures and secret arts might be buried. Mystic Glacier was discovered by Occult Orbs Fellowship more than 100 years ago. So far, 3 teams had explored it. A preliminary understanding about its environment and specialties had been achieved. Part of the occult orb was drawn into the map too, but only with a coverage of 9%. Therefore, there were 3 targets for the mission on Mystic Glacier. Firstly, to collect as many 9 hold stones and spirit melting crystals as possible. Secondly, to explore Mystic Glacier. Every square meter of previously untraveled area equal to a lot of contribution points. Thirdly, to clean up the ancient battleground and see if there were any pieces of ancient magical equipment or secret arts that were worth bringing back to the Heaven's Origin sector. It was impossible to fail such a mission. The worst-case scenario would only be that they would not get as many contribution points as they wanted. It was perfect for Team Blue Bronze right now. If you have no objection, Mystic Glacier will be our destination. Hong Tong glanced around the room. Seconded. 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 Liao and Ding Lingdang looked at each other and then nodded their heads at the same time. Seconded. The following morning, Team Blue Bronze was full prepared. They reached the Occult Orbs Observation Center 50 meters below the launch base through the subway. They were very lucky. No other team was trying to compete with them for the mission to Mystic Glacier. Therefore, their request was approved overnight, and they were offered a lot of files and videos of the previous missions to Mystic Glacier. After a night of study and thorough analysis, they were all full of hope for the mission and almost couldn't wait any longer. Passing through a pathway with ivory walls, Liao was somewhat stunned by what he saw. Along the pathway, there was a piece of tempered glass 5 meters in width and 50 meters in length on one side of the wall, through which one could see a spacious room that was almost as enormous as an arena. The room was filled with super-large crystal processors that Liao was practically drooling over from just looking at them. He recognized several models of the super-large crystal processors. They were all his dreams. He would be excited for several days if he could lay his hand on one of them. However, the super-large crystal processors were only the juniors in this place. The mainframe crystal processor in the center of the big room was 2 floors tall. Although Liao claimed to be a fan of crystal processors, he had never seen or even heard of one like that before. Inside the room, hundreds of experts who were wearing silver robes and brain wave enhancers were working diligently. The spiritual waves from them congregated into a surging tide. Although there was thick glass in between, Liao still felt that his heart was pounding with the solemnness being imposed on him. Hundreds of research-type cultivators? Liao murmured. Correct. This is the Occult Orbs Observation Center. It is the place where we discover the occult orbs, calculate their trajectories and draft interstellar routes, and where we design the super teleportation array. What you've seen is merely the tip of the iceberg. In places you can't see, more research-type and admin-type cultivators are trying everything they can to build a bridge to the center of the cosmos for the human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector, Hong Tong said in admiration. Taking a deep breath, Liao stared at the slogan on the wall at the end of the room. 2 sentences that were the color of blood burned his eyes. For the destiny of human beings. For the future of the Star Glory Federation. Right? Liao exhaled and smiled. His eyes were clearer than previously, as he said, "The human beings in the Heaven's Origin sector cannot be locked in this small world forever. Let us cultivators find a new destination for everyone." He started to realize why Occult Orbs Fellowship set up the observation center in this place where every passing by orb patroller would see what was being done inside. He felt that an invisible burden had been put on his back. But his footsteps were firmer and faster. Soon, they reached the end of the pathway, which split off into 2 directions, one for males and the other for females. Liao, Hong Tong, and the other 2 guys went into the chamber on the left, while Ding Lingdang and Yen Yangtian went to the right. In the chamber whose walls were full of holes, everyone took off their clothes. First, they were sanitized. Then, a special strengthening drug was injected into their bodies with high pressure after it was atomized, which would keep their nerves in a super active state for the next 3 days. The efficiency of their spiritual energy would be a lot higher, too, so that it would be easier for them to bring out their best performance with little to no consequences. After that, for artificial arms imprinted quite a few marks all over their bodies. Liao lowered his eyes and noticed that his body was covered in colorful tattoos which were flowing like flames. They were so vivid that they seemed to have been carved on his body. "These are spiritual stamps," Hong Tong explained, "although they are not as effective as the real spiritual tattoos, and they can only last for 3 to 5 days. It is quite convenient to use them. Once you have them imprinted to your body, it will immediately take effect. You can also choose different spiritual stamps according to the different conditions of the occult orbs. For example, Mystic Glacier, where we're going to write now, is quite a cold place. With the help of the spiritual stamps of flame, the circulation of our blood will be faster, and the pores on our body will be locked up in order to maintain the body temperature. When they are fully triggered, you can survive for dozens of minutes on Mystic Glacier even if you are naked while waiting for aid. Don't underestimate these spiritual stamps. This is the work of Xialing, the miraculous marker. Although it is just a stamp, it is even more powerful than the spiritual tattoos that common spiritual tattoo artists spend days making." Before he'd explained anything, Liao had already felt a stream of warmth flowing all over his body, as if he were wearing a piece of clothing made of fire. Nascent soul stage cultivators were indeed extraordinary. It was just a spiritual stamp, and it already had such an amazing effect. No wonder Ding Lingdang had been hoping that Xialing could make a spiritual tattoo for her someday. Putting on their mustard suits and crystal suits, they walked out of the preparation chamber. Team Blue Bronze was all set. Hong Tong took 6 cosmos rings from one of the staff and gave each of his teammates one. These cosmos rings were all Occult Orbs Fellowship's property. They were much more advanced than Liao's. The space inside the cosmos ring was about the size of a train car, which was enough to store abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures and ancient magical equipment. Liao opened the plate armor covering his fist and put on the new cosmos ring beside his old one. Hong Tong glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Liao, I know you are a smart guy, but since this is the first time you're entering an occult orb, there's still something I need to talk to you about. The rules. In the occult orbs, the most dangerous thing is not the demon clan, nor the ancient traps, but your own greediness. Remember, everything we discover and retrieve from the occult orbs must be turned in to Occult Orbs Fellowship first, before they are redistributed according to the ratio noted in the contract. No one should keep anything to themselves. Star teams are not the only people who are contributing to the exploration of the occult orbs. To build up such a big launch base, almost all the resources of the Federation have been used up, which are supposed to belong to all the citizens of the Federation, including the ordinary people. Moreover, so many research-type cultivators are working day in and day out. The price that they pay is no less than ours. Sometimes, when calculating the trajectories of certain occult orbs which are extremely complicated, some of them have even gone crazy, got seriously injured, or even killed. It is not unusual. Therefore, all the trophies we get from the occult orbs first and foremost belong to the Federation. Then, we can get our share according to our contribution. That's the significance of the contribution points. Besides, there are too many core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators here who are adept at reading souls. Our crystal suits will record everything we do, too. No one will be able to get away with any dirty tricks. In Occult Orbs Fellowship, as Orb Patrollers, we are entitled to buy heavenly materials and earthly treasures and crystal suits at a very low price, and we also have the chance to be enlightened by super experts. These are all benefits for Orb Patrollers and Orb Patrollers alone. Only a fool would be beguiled by the treasures in the occult orbs and end up in a court with all their reputation lost. That's what we might call missing the forest for the trees, which is idiotic. Don't you agree? Liao nodded. Captain, rest assured. I'm not that kind of person who is blinded by greed. I'm well aware what to do and what not to do. Hong Tong patted his shoulder and said, "Very good. Then, don't overthink it. This is just routine." Before Occult Orbs Fellowship was established, in order to get the secret treasures in the occult orbs, cultivators had been doing whatever they could against their brethren. All kinds of plots were formulated. The world of cultivators nearly fell apart. It is also one of the reasons why Occult Orbs Fellowship was set up to develop the occult orbs in a cooperative way. Therefore, before every newcomer's first mission to the occult orbs, their captain has to remind them of the importance of collaboration, lest they make mistakes after they reach the destination. However, although it is strictly forbidden to take anything away secretly, training with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the occult orbs while one is there is allowed. This is known as "you can eat but you cannot take." On the other hand, if you encounter an exploration team of the Demon Clan, their belongings will all be yours after you defeat them. You can take whatever you like. If everything's clear, let's head off now. The 6 members of Team Blue Bronze were checked one last time by the staff and scanned thoroughly by 2 mild mystic rays, before they entered a giant platform where a star shuttle was floating. On the top of the platform, the glittering words caught Liao's attention again. For the destiny of human beings. For the future of the Star Glory Federation. Let's go. This was an oval star shuttle that looked like a melon, with bright green streaks on its shell. When they walked to the underside of the star shuttle, the stomach of the star shuttle glided open without making any noise. They felt that they were suddenly lighter, and before they knew it, they'd already been absorbed into the star shuttle. The star shuttle did not require a pilot. Its interior was quite simple, too. There was nothing except 6 seats which seemed to have been made of foam. It was impossible to tell what they were made of. The moment he sat on one of them, Liao felt that he had fallen into some sort of mud. Half of his body together with his crystal suit sank down into the seat. The foam seemed to be alive. It extended almost 100 tentacles and fixed him to the seat neither too tightly nor too loosely. When everyone was in their seat, the star shuttle started trembling. One rune after another started shimmering on the walls of the cabin. Liao was somewhat nervous. Ding Lingdang was sitting right beside him. She noticed Liao's anxiety and extended her hand to him. Liao felt warm in his heart. He stretched his hand, too. But as it turned out, Ding Lingdang did not mean to hold his hand. Instead, she slapped his thigh heavily and burst into laughter. Liao, you're not scared, are you? Your crystal suit is shaking. I've never seen the vulture so panicky before. Now strike a pose and let me take a picture. Although he was wearing a crystal suit, Liao still grimaced out of pain. He drew back his hand quietly. Don't be afraid. Just follow my lead after we're there. Believe in your sister's capability. Before Liao took his hand back, Ding Lingdang snatched it and pulled it to her leg, in a way that not many people would call gentle. 30 seconds until takeoff. Everyone, hold on to your seat, Hong Tong bellowed. Through the narrow cabin window, Liao noticed that the star shuttle was floating up from the ground. 2 cultivators were dragging it to the rail with spells. The star shuttle trembled more and more violently. The runes on the walls of the cabin started spinning, and they turned into colorful streaks of brightness. As the star shuttle went upward along the rail in a spiral, its speed was higher and higher, until it turned into a rapidly revolving drill in the end. The intense centrifugal force was tearing Liao's body and his soul. Only with the protection of the foam seat was he able to stay where he was instead of crashing into anything. His heart was beating at an unprecedented speed. But then he heard Captain Hong Tong's shout and his other teammates' laughter. If cultivators are the battle saber of the human civilization, we orb patrollers will be the most dazzling brilliance on the tip of the saber. Go, go. Let's get out of the heaven's origin sector and march into the center of the sea of stars. Swoosh. Wildly dancing electric arcs were accompanying them outside the cabin window, when the captain's shout and everyone's crazy laughter arrived at their peak. A shrill sound exploded inside Liao's brain. The centrifugal force suddenly vanished. The trembling came to a halt, too. The scenery outside the cabin window switched from the blue sky, white clouds, yellow desert, and green oasis to an infinite darkness. Where the darkness was densest, a trivial light spot was flickering feebly. Then the light spot grew larger and larger. It jumped, dispersed, and expanded into an ocean of light which was gushing at Liao. The surging sea of stars, which was made up of countless shining galaxies, swallowed the star shuttle instantly. Liao had never seen anything as weird before. The star shuttle seemed to be flying in a kaleidoscope made of stars, each of which was springing madly like irritated fish. Some stars were extended to a line of brightness. Countless such lines interweaved into a glittering, splendid, complicated painting, which inevitably aroused the desire of the spectator to jump into the sea of stars. Captain! Liao turned back, only to be shocked by what he saw in the cabin. The space of the cabin was only about 5 square kilometers, but he felt that it had been somehow unfolded. It was almost as large as a flying crystal race arena in his vision. In the meantime, although Hong Tong, Ding Lingdang and the rest of teammates were wearing crystal suits which enclosed them tightly, Liao was able to see the crystal suits, the components of the crystal suits, and the people inside the crystal suits simultaneously in a weird way that he couldn't understand. Moreover, his voice had been changed, too. It was extremely odd and in a totally different language. Liao saw that Captain Hong Tong smiled inside his crystal suit and opened his mouth only for a bizarre sound to pour out. Liao did not understand the language at all. Yet, he knew exactly what Captain Tong was trying to say. Don't worry, it's completely normal. We've broken through the barrier of the three-dimensional universe and are traveling in a higher dimension. In the ancient cultivation world, there are many records where cultivators shattered the void and vanished into thin air. The so-called shattering the void was actually breaking the limitations of the three-dimensional universe. Which means we are all shattering the void at this moment. Liao swallowed unconsciously. He was able to see the entire process of his saliva sliding through the throat into his stomach. He looked far ahead and saw the inner walls and the outer shell of the star shuttle at the same time. Liao mumbled, "Shattering the void? It's incredible." Captain Hong Tong continued, "Mystic Glacier is not far away from the Heaven's origin sector. We won't stay too long in the higher dimension. Be prepared, everybody. We're almost there." He had barely finished his sentence when the star shuttle started trembling again. This time, it was 10 times more violent than when the star shuttle was being launched. The cabin window was enveloped in a layer of purple fire. All kinds of ear-splitting noises were crashing into the cabin, making Liao start to doubt whether or not the star shuttle was going to break up in the next second. Suddenly, the trembling completely stopped, as if it had never appeared. All the strange phenomena that Liao had just observed were gone, too. He raised his head and noticed that everyone was covered up by their crystal suits again. His heart turned tranquil, like a drop of water melting into a pool. But a strong feeling of nausea grabbed him. "Dummy!" Hong Tong shouted. Ba Weiqi rose up from his seat and rushed to Liao, before he pressed his fingers against Liao's temples. Other than an expert in mental attack, he was also the doctor in the team. This is the side effect of shattering the void. Everybody experiences it after their first time. In mine, I failed to hold it back and vomited inside the crystal suit. Ha 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 ha. It did not feel good. But it doesn't matter. A few more trips and you'll get used to it in no time. Liao smacked his lips and was quite shocked. Shattering the void and vanishing into thin air was the ultimate level that ancient cultivators had longed for. However, most of the ancient cultivators, after burning their life to the extremity, failed to shatter the void. Or rather, they were shattered by the void and perished without the slightest trace. Even when some of them were lucky enough to enter a universe of a higher dimension, they might not have been able to find a way to return to the three-dimensional universe and were sometimes lost between the dimensions. There was no way for them to go back either. It was even worse than being killed instantly. But right now, despite the fact that the 6 of them were merely at the building foundation stage, they were able to shatter the void and cruise through the sea of stars time and time again with the support of their star shuttle. This went to show how far the modern cultivation civilization had progressed. Our star shuttle has checked the surroundings of Mystic Glacier. Mystic Glacier has a thin atmosphere. The gravity and environment are relatively stable. The current temperature is -72 degrees Celsius. The estimated extreme temperature is -134 degrees Celsius. It is warmer than we expected. There is a small portion of oxygen in the air of Mystic Glacier. But other than oxygen, there are all kinds of corrosive gases. Besides, invisible swirls that can corrupt the organs and suppress the functioning of spiritual energy are everywhere on the ground, like tornadoes that we can't see. In the ancient cultivation world, such a phenomenon was known as gale from hell. Rumors have it that they could blow the flesh off the bones, which can be quite frightening. We can't be too careful about it. Activate the internal circulation system, breathe the air that has been filtered, and never take off your crystal suit. Are we clear? Good. Now, let's get to work. At Hong Tong's command, everyone stepped onto the dull and cold land of Mystic Glacier in a line. This was the first time that Liao had ever left the Heaven's origin sector. He was curious about everything he saw. Mystic Glacier was a gray world. Looking at the horizon, there was no obvious distinction between the sky and the earth. Perhaps due to lack of water, there was not very much ice on the ground. But gray rocks filled the place, making them feel like they were standing in the middle of a forest of mushrooms. In the crevices of each rock, countless sprouts were growing. At the ends of the sprouts were buds which were fluctuating as if they were about to blossom, emitting alluring violet colors that were brightening and dimming repeatedly. They were the unique fungi of Mystic Glacier called soul-eyed giant mushroom, which were not very aggressive, with certain narcotic abilities. They could be refined into ingredients for food in the case of an emergency because of the huge amount of water contained within. The gravity of Mystic Glacier was 1.35 times that of the Heaven's origin sector. For cultivators at the building foundation stage, it was not a big deal. Captain Hong Tong was saved the trouble of altering the gravity. Turning back, Liao sensed that an invisible rope of spiritual energy was tied to the back of the Star Shuttle, which disappeared more than 10 meters away and seemed to be extending to a different world. It was the link connecting the Star Shuttle to the Heaven's origin sector. If a stone was tied with a rope of infinite length and elasticity, then the stone could be pulled back to its original position at any time, no matter how far away it was thrown. Of course, it was only a shallow metaphor. Liao couldn't understand the real mechanism yet. Such a technique had been discovered in the relics of the Star Ocean Imperium. It was still too advanced for the cultivators of the Heaven's origin sector to fully comprehend. Maybe only the cultivators beyond the nascent soul stage would be able to appreciate its mysteries. Liao only knew that such a hauling rope could work for 5 days. In 5 days, as long as they returned to the Star Shuttle and activated the rune array, they would be immediately pulled back to the Heaven's origin sector. But if they stayed for more than 5 days, or they were engaged in battles and their Star Shuttle was destroyed, they would not be able to go back anymore. However, Occult Orbs Fellowship had prepared plans for such emergencies. Dozens of research-type cultivators were monitoring their status, and when they sensed that the Star Shuttle was destroyed, or the hauling rope was cut off, an empty Star Shuttle would immediately be sent to Mystic Glacier. Since most of the cost for a launch was to ensure that the passengers inside were safe, the cost of sending an empty shuttle there was negligible. When they found the empty Star Shuttle, they would be able to get back to the Heaven's origin sector again. Let's check our time. From now on, we have 4.5 days for collection and exploration. More exactly, we have 108 hours, 35 minutes, and 42 seconds. Let's hurry up and make every second count. Yanzi, check our surroundings. Vulture, look for the star torch and repair it. Lingdang and I will cover up our Star Shuttle. Shell and Dummy, stay in alert. Hong Tong waved his hand, and everybody immediately started working. They were in luck. Liao discovered the star torch on a hill 100 meters away very soon. A star torch was a kind of magical equipment that looked like a giant torch carved out of red crystals. The undying flames at one end of it would emit intense spiritual waves while they danced glamorously. As its name suggested, a star torch was a torch on a star. It was the lighthouse in the sea of stars which guided the way for star shuttles and starships. This particular star torch was built up by the first star team to land on Mystic Glacier more than 100 years ago, so that the following star teams would find it easier to locate the planet. Every star team that came to the planet later had been teleported near the star torch and asked to maintain it before they were to start their mission. Mystic Glacier had an extremely vast territory, most of which had not been explored yet. Dangers that no one could foresee might be lurking in the darkness. Without the star torch, they could be teleported to anywhere in Mystic Glacier. As a refiner, maintaining and strengthening the star torch was naturally his job. Although he did not understand the mechanism of the star torch yet, his predecessors had left him with a detailed maintenance manual. It was not difficult just doing what was told in the book. After being buffeted by the harsh winds for 30 years, the shell of the star torch had been weathered. The spiritual energy of the defense rune array was running dry too. Liao took off 3 pieces on the shell. Then he pulled out all the components inside and polished them, before he inserted new high-purity crystals into the star torch. In the end, he returned each piece back to its original position. Everything was successfully done. In the meantime, his other teammates had finished their job too. Dummy, Ba Weiqi, and Shell Leng Ziming stayed in alert and scanned the territory around them, while they marked their current location in the map. However, there was only a very small part in the map that had been illuminated. Most of the map was still covered in fog, waiting to be explored. Yen Yangtian sent out more than 10 beast puppets that were as swift as swallows from her crystal suit, which flew to the sky and scrutinized the environment. Then she came to a conclusion and said, "The environment right now is not much different from 30 years ago. Our map is still usable. Preliminary scouting has detected no traces of enemies. Alert to the 3rd degree should be fine for us. However, the tunnel that the Star Team 30 years ago entered through has collapsed because of the furious wind. The geologic structure of this area is extremely weak. Frigorific cyclones might be brewing in the underground. It is quite risky to blow up the entrance of the tunnel by force. The so-called frigorific cyclone, was the unstable, freezing air mass buried deeply below the ground, which could be well below -250 degrees Celsius. Once it was triggered, it would burst out of the ground like a volcanic eruption and turn into cold, gloomy mist that could turn everything within its reach into an ice block. A frigorific cyclone was as dangerous as a volcanic eruption. Since it could penetrate into any place, it had a much greater effective range than the magma. Xianxia continued, since this place was a mining base of the Star Ocean Imperium, it is not likely that there is just this one tunnel leading to the center of the mother lode. I sensed that the spiritual gas in the southwest direction is relatively dense. I suggest we explore that area. According to the blueprint of the mining base, there should be more tunnels in the southwest. Even if we fail to find any, we will at least be able to explore more unmarked areas, which will earn us enough contribution points. All right then, Hong Tong commanded. Line up. Stay alert to the 3rd degree. Move southwest in stealth mode. In the air of Mystic Glacier, which contained various kinds of corrosive impurities, the exhaust flames from the 6 crystal suits were in dreary grayness. They jumped forward in the desolate and barren land like 6 moths. Each of them bounded forward, dozens of meters at a time. Very soon, they'd reached more than 100 kilometers away. They were moving in a zigzag. Along the way, they'd visited a large previously unexplored area, but they didn't find any creature except the soul-eyed giant mushrooms. It was not until they climbed a hill more than 170 kilometers away from the Star Shuttle that they finally saw something new. It was a forest of ice, made by the debris of human beings, magical equipment, and demon beasts. There were cultivators in crystal suits with their chains words and storm bolters raised, shouting despite the bitter cold, even though their helmets were already broken. There were metal puppets that were riddled with holes and on the verge of destruction. Flying swords which had been ripped apart and lost their sharpness were scattered all around, as well as many unknown, bizarre-shaped demon beasts that Liao could never imagine in his worst nightmare. Everything had turned into translucent sculptures of ice on the splendid and yet silent ancient battleground. It's likely that, when the demon clan was attacking the mining base, the battle was so intense that a frigorific cyclone was triggered. As a result, everyone on the spot was instantly frozen by the icy mist that was close to absolute zero. Xianxia continued analyzing. If that was the case, there must be an entrance to the mines nearby. Besides, since the frigorific cyclone has burst out once before, the geologic structure in this place is relatively stable, and it will be safer for us to collect the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But we should still be very careful. Many kinds of demon beasts could live in hibernation for thousands of years. Despite the frigorific cyclone's destruction, it is possible that some of them are still alive and have not woken up yet. Thousands of years have passed. The effects of the frigorific cyclone have mostly disappeared already. The demon beasts which weren't killed will likely wake up again soon. Almost at exactly the same time when she finished her sentence, a frozen metal puppet on the ancient battleground, whose internal components had been eroded by the billowing wind for thousands of years, suddenly exploded into countless pieces because of the turbulent spiritual waves from the 6 crystal suits nearby. The explosion immediately triggered a chain reaction. Centering at the metal puppet, ripples of destruction spread out, turning the ancient battleground into an ocean of broken diamonds. Cracking noises were echoing non-stop in the vast, cold expanse. Even the most powerful magical equipment and creatures would find it difficult to withstand the corrosion of time for thousands of years. Like a castle made of sand on a beach, the splendid ancient battleground soon fell into nothingness when crushed by the surging tide. Yet, on the edge of the battleground, clusters of weird smells were popping up. That is, Liao set the resolution of the crystal camera to maximum and activated the full potential of the nerves of his retina by stimulating them with his spiritual energy, so that his sight was improved by 5 times temporarily. On the edge of the battleground, he saw that several demon beasts which also looked like ice sculptures did not explode into pieces like the other demon beasts did. The only thing that was broken was their ice shell, revealing their black bodies which resembled countless dried octopuses. They were gradually expanding. These demon beasts had been in the periphery of the frigorific cyclone's reach. They must have entered the hibernation stage in time, which allowed them to survive the disaster. The demonic energy from their bodies was burning more and more fiercely like a wildfire. Soon, the dozens of demon beasts had been enlarged to an unimaginable level, which looked like balloons that had been fully pumped up. Every demon beast was 3 to 5 meters in diameter. They were floating in the midair, each with hundreds of messy tentacles full of thorns dangling to the ground. Such balloon-shaped demon beasts did not have eyes. Their airbag-like bodies were full of wrinkles and holes. Their tentacles wriggled forward and interweaved into a gray net hundreds of meters in diameter. Judging from the appearance of those demon beasts, they should be sort of like the floating jellyfish from ancient times. Such demon beasts can absorb the air around them, condense it to minimum, and spurt it out through the holes and wrinkles over their bodies. Their bullets of air can be very intimidating, especially here in Mystic Glacier where the air contains corrosive gas. It's a perfect slaughterhouse for them, Xianxia blurted out. Don't be nervous, everybody. Those demon beasts are not at very high levels. Middle level or high level demon general, tops. Besides, after thousands of years of hibernation, their body tissue must have been significantly undermined. Although they've woken up again, they are far less effective than thousands of years ago. Hong Tong's words were mostly meant to ease Liao. Although the demonic waves from them were not intense and they were probably still very weak after thousands of years of hibernation, it was hard to tell whether or not they had any hidden moves, considering that they were demon beasts from thousands of years ago after all. Taking a deep breath, Liao tried to calm himself down. He moved his right hand inch by inch until he eventually grabbed the boiled blood wind/saber quietly. His other teammates dispersed silently according to the tactics that they had practiced countless times during training. The giant net of tentacles from the dozens of demon beasts drifted in the air like a weird gray cloud, until they sensed the existence of human beings and quickly moved toward them. They were moving in the same way as Heaven's Roar did. The intense air spurting from the holes on the back of their bodies was boosting them forward at an astonishing speed. A fierce battle was about to break out. In the blink of an eye, the closest demon beast was only 50 meters from Liao. Liao was able to vividly see every thorn on every tentacle right now. The boiled blood wind/saber was shivering violently inside the sheath, eager to jump out. Suddenly, a shriek burst out from his left, as a streak of brightness passed by him and pierced into the body of the demon beast. A flying sword. The floating jellyfish were all filled with air inside their body. Now that a flying sword left a long, narrow cut on it. A high-pitched noise of air being leaked immediately echoed and didn't stop until the demon beast withered again. The other floating jellyfish were apparently greatly shocked. They waved their tentacles and formed a dense line of defense. Liao was dazed, too. The flying sword didn't come from him, but from the northeast corner of the ancient battleground. Boom! 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 The earth was shaking. Appearing in front of his eyes were dozens of triplet crystal cameras in the shape of triangle, which were emitting brutality and toughness as their owners marched forward in the gray fog. Soon it was clearer. Dozens of metal puppets walked into his eyesight rigidly yet firmly. Their arms had been modified into chainswords and sabers, and they had dull and burdensome honeycomb launchers affixed to their shoulders which were ejecting flying swords unstoppably as they marched on. Many puppets had been greatly undermined by the blowing wind after such a long time. Their ankles or knees exploded as they were walking, making them fall to the ground, unable to stand up again. But the remaining puppets never bothered to even glance at them. They stepped over their companions' bodies and marched on. For the fallen puppets, as long as their crystal processors were still working, they would wave their hands and move their bodies forward with their arms, continuing on their charge at the demon beasts. They're the metal puppets from the Star Ocean Imperium. In extreme conditions, some puppets will also enter the hibernation state. Only when they detect intense demonic waves will they awaken again to destroy the targets, Hong Tong explained. While they were talking, the army of metal puppets rushed into the gray net of the demon beasts. A bloody battle with no blood being spilt broke out. At first, The metal puppets sent out massive flying swords from their honeycomb launchers and separated the demon beasts, before they wielded their chainswords and sabers and slashed the demon beasts as well as their tentacles into pieces. The demon beasts were not easy to deal with. Countless bullets of air erupted out from the wrinkles and holes covering their bodies and blew the limbs of the metal puppets to pieces. Both parties had been sleeping in the extreme coldness for thousands of years. Their bodies were unbelievably weak because of the weathering of the wind. Often, after several clashes, the two opponents fell into pieces at the same time. But neither the demon beasts nor the metal puppets knew what fear was. They were simply carried out what they had been told to do. 10 minutes later, the protracted war that had been delayed for thousands of years ended. All the demon beasts and metal puppets had become broken pieces. Their limbs and components drew a painting of destruction on the gray land. The only thing left was a flying sword in the sky, which was spinning in the air, somewhat lost, because it could not find a target. Eventually, it came at Liao. Liao swallowed. His right hand held his saber even tighter. Don't be anxious. The flying sword should have the identification system installed. We are all human beings. It wouldn't attack us, Hong Tong explained. The flying sword flew over the heads of each of them. Liao saw clearly the dented edge, the thick rust which was work of the acids of the demon beasts, and also the red dragon swallowing the sun emblem on the body of the sword. It used to be the pride of human beings, flying in every corner of the sea of stars. The tip of the sword shivered for a long time, like a hound which was sniffing to find its prey. After recognizing that they were all human beings, the flying sword went westward into the gray fog, until it completely vanished beyond the horizon later. Where is it going? Liao asked. Although we are not demon beasts, we don't have the identification spiritual tattoo of the soldiers of the Star Ocean Imperium, either. It has perhaps considered us to be civilians, Hong Tong replied. It is going to find a troop of the Imperial Army, or a demon beast to attack. Liao was dazed for a moment and further questioned, what if it can't find either? Hong Tong answered, if it can't, it will continue searching until it runs out of spiritual energy. Liao inevitably pictured the following scene. A lonely flying sword had been flying on the godforsaken land for no one knew how long, without being able to find any comrade or enemy. It was flying more and more slowly. The rust on its body grew thicker and thicker. Sometimes it even fell down from the sky. But it did not know what fatigue was, nor would it ever abandon its mission. It would only carry on flying and flying until the last bit of its spiritual energy ran dry. Little Black, are you looking for a companion or an enemy like that flying sword? Liao asked Black Wing on his back with a telepathic thought. Black Wing shivered. Liao immediately understood what it meant. I've already found a companion. All right, everybody, keep it up. Battles between ancient demon beasts and metal puppets are not unusual in the occult orbs. Hong Tong bellowed, Vulture and Dummy, clean up the battleground, and see if there's any trophies that are worth bringing back. Yanzi and Lingdang, form a scout team and search the mountain nearby. Since this is a battleground, it is very likely that a tunnel is somewhere around here. Shell and I will be on guard. Lung Ziming picked an excellent position where he set up his sniper rifle, monitoring the situation of the battleground. Liao and Ba Weiqi jumped down into the ancient battleground, which was now covered in shards of ice. Most of the ancient flying swords, crystal suits, and metal puppets had turned into powder. Although some of them looked intact, they would break into pieces the moment one laid a hand on them. Liao could only scan their appearances with the mystic rays and save them to his crystal processor, hoping that it could be of some help to the designers of magical equipment in the Heaven's Origin sector. On the other hand, many of the components of the metal puppets which were engaged in the fierce battle just now were still undamaged. Liao studied carefully. The artificial limbs and the honeycomb launcher were no more advanced than their counterparts in the Heaven's Origin sector, and therefore were useless to take back. In the meantime, the hibernation system that kept the puppets alive for thousands of years was quite delicate. Liao had never seen anything similar in the Heaven's Origin sector. After the floating jellyfish fully released the air inside their body, they were not very large in size. Liao picked the smallest one, which he soaked in corpse solidifying liquid, before throwing it into his cosmos ring together with the core of the hibernation system. He was quite lucky. In the first trip to the occult orbs, he had discovered a piece of new magical equipment and a demon beast species which had been thought extinct for a long time. A lot of contribution points had been secured. Good news came from the scout team, too. Yanzi and Ding Lingdang had found the entrance of a tunnel which was still open 5 kilometers west of the ancient battleground. 5 seconds later, the 6 of them gathered in the entrance of the tunnel. This place was below cracked rocks. After the long time, the crevices of the rocks were full of soul-eyed giant mushrooms, which were swinging in the wind and emitting a feeble glow. A steep cave more than 3 meters in diameter pierced down into the ground, leading to a complete darkness. The cave was apparently man-made, yet the passage of time had almost ruined all traces of the workers. Liao picked up a piece of round magical equipment and knocked it to his helmet. The ball immediately started cracking. Then he threw the ball into the depths of the cave. After a dull noise, a greenish mystic ray flashed deep down the cave, scanning every direction thoroughly. The light beam of the 6 crystal suits displayed a 3D map of the cave which was quite spacious and extended to various directions. Such a piece of magical equipment was known as light wave grenade, which could send out spiritual waves that were similar to sound waves to scan the unknown environment before drawing a 3D map and feeding the conclusion back to the crystal processor. It was very useful in wilderness survival. Liao rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "This tunnel goes 430 meters below the surface, where there are 12 operation platforms. It appears that there will be quite a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this place." The beast puppets on the back of Xianxia were freed again. They flew into the cave according to the routes that Liao had provided just now. The puppets examined the environment carefully and sent back a lot of images. No dens or traps discovered yet. But still, be careful, everyone. Let's go down. Not far away from them, there was a railway leading to the underground. But it had been well worn after thousands of years of time. Liao checked it and discovered that although it was not difficult to repair, the work could take at least an entire day to collect all the materials required. Therefore, they abandoned the cart and gathered around. Captain Hong Tong activated his gravity-controlling ability and set the gravity 5 square meters nearby into 1/5 of the standard gravity, which equaled to 1/3 of the gravity of the heaven's origin sector. Under the effect of the new gravity, everybody felt that they were as light as swallows. Controlling their crystal suits with the delicate power rune arrays on them, they floated down into the cave like 6 feathers. Now and then, they would step on the wall of the tunnel to stop them from dropping too fast. Bo! 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 While he was descending, Liao released more light wave grenades, which scanned every crack in the underground world and every operation platform and added more details to the map of the mine. Very soon, the steep tunnel became flat. Side tunnels appeared in the left and right. They also saw debris of abandoned carts, which were evidence that they were reaching the end of the tunnel. Illuminated by the feeble brightness from the crystal suits, the walls around them reflected thousands of colors, as if they were solidified rainbows. Rocks that looked like crystals made the cave feel like a splendid palace. In many crevices of the rocks, soul-eyed giant mushrooms also existed. Different from their cousins on the ground, the soul-eyed giant mushrooms here were taller and thinner, with green adornments and clouds of vague purple mist surrounding them. They were dancing merrily in the mild breeze. More than 30 different kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be found on Mystic Glacier, including variously colored stones and thunder spirit diamonds. The brightness they saw came from those minerals. But most of them could be found in the heaven's origin sector, too. They were too large in size to be excavated and brought back. What they needed was the 9-hold stones and spirit melting crystals that were of a much smaller size and higher value. Continue moving. Pay attention to the mushroom here. If there are red streaks inside the green spots on them, it means 9-hold stones and soul-melting crystals are nearby. Also, stay safe and keep the internal circulation system of your crystal suit functioning normally. The narcotics of the mushrooms here are 10 times more effective than the mushrooms on the ground. Even building foundation stage cultivators might fall for the illusions easily. Before Hong Tong finished his talk, thousands of streams of brightness flooded out of the cracks of the rocks and floated in the air with freezing coldness like 100 translucent hairtails. The temperature of the mine immediately dropped by more than 10 degrees. Despite the double protection of the crystal suit and the spiritual stamp, Liao still felt chilled to the bone. Such formless hairtails seemed to be intelligent. Two deep blue lights beamed out from the holes in front of them and soon locked onto the 6-orb patrollers. "Do you see that?" Liao asked in a low voice, trying to make sure that he was not hallucinating. "We do. It's not an illusion. They are known as devastating icy revenants." Yen Yongtian quickly explained. "It is very common to see such devastating souls lingering around ancient battleground, which are the last bit of awareness of killing and destruction of the deceased combined with the environment of the ancient battleground. They are not ghosts, but they are more aggressive than ghosts. The underground of Mystic Glacier is full of frigorific cyclones. Part of their energy may leak out and blend with the remaining consciousness of the dead soldiers. After thousands of years, an incredible number of devastating icy revenants have been created. Right then, almost 100 devastating icy revenants had gathered in front of them, painting the underground ground blue. They were shrieking silently, yet Liao could hear the sound of steel pins rubbing the glass. The devastating icy revenants crouched and charged at Team Blue Bronze like arrows. "Plan 6 for ghost-type enemies. Activate." Hong Tong roared. He punched two sides of the tunnel. A huge amount of stones fell down, which were then pulled in front of him by manipulation of gravity and formed a loose defense line of stones. Many devastating icy revenants crashed into the stones and froze the minerals into ice blocks, which cracked into pieces and fell to the ground immediately. But during the process, a lot of the spiritual energy of the devastating icy revenants had been wasted. The despair and coldness that they brought quickly dispersed. Ding Lingdang took the opportunity and led the counterattack. Scorching redness burst out from her crimson phantom battlesuit in the darkness, while her arms turned into two dragons of fire which rushed out and consumed the devastating icy revenants in the front. The devastating icy revenants screamed in the flames, melting into blue liquid. A few devastating icy revenants broke through the fire and continued marching forward, only to be blown away by Lengziming's explosive bullets which had been carved with flame rune arrays. In the end, only two devastating icy revenants managed to reach them. Liao slashed them into pieces with his boiled blood wind slashing saber effortlessly. No more than 10 minutes later, the tunnel was cleaned up again. There was not a single devastating icy revenant anymore. It's possible that no expert of the ancient times participated in the battle on this ancient battleground. What the frigorific cyclone swallowed was the fighting will of the common soldiers. So the devastating icy revenants that were created were not very tough. If the fighting will of an ancient expert was able to combine with a giant frigorific cyclone deep under the ground, the devastating icy revenant that came into being would be much more frightening. Hong Tong was greatly relieved. After cleaning up debris quickly, everybody continued walking. Beyond the remnants of the car was the main platform of the underground mine. Quite a lot of ruined crystal suits were lying in a corner. Liao checked them up and noticed that there was no weapon on any of the crystal suits. Their structure was also different from that of the common battlesuits. It was quite possible that they were for the miners. They were also extremely feeble after such a long time. Before Liao was able to study them more carefully, they'd already broken into sparkling powder. Liao was quite amazed. I'm told that in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium, cultivators brought the technology of crystal suits to an unimaginable altitude, making them everyday tools. Not just the cultivators, ordinary people also had their own crystal suits. The story is very true judging by what I've seen today. Even the miners were equipped with crystal suits. If that was the case, ordinary people would be able to work in environments whose conditions were supposed to be unfavorable for them. The efficiency of resource collection and the utility rate of resources for the entire civilization would be greatly improved. No wonder the Star Ocean Imperium could dominate the cosmos for thousands of years as the largest empire in the history of human beings. There's still a long way to go for the Star Glory Federation. While he was pondering, he heard Ding Lingdong's joyful exclamation in the communication channel. I got one. She had found a 9-holed stone near a soul-eyed giant mushroom. 9-hole stone was a kind of mineral the size of thumb. Each 9-holed stones had 8 or 9 small holes in a weird distribution, which made it look like a tiny face with 3 to 4 eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and everything. When some of the 9-holed stones were being collected, gray liquid would flow out of the holes, which would consolidate within 5 seconds after it met the air. The liquid would be soul-melting crystal. Excellent. We've discovered a 9-holed stone in such a short time. It seems that Lady Luck is smiling on us this trip. Let's rest for 10 minutes before we start collecting. Hong Tong waved his hand. Liao picked out 6 round barriers from his cosmos ring and placed them in a corner of the tunnel, which was relatively flat. He opened the barrier. The air inside was immediately blocked from the outside. Then, he picked out a sanitizing rune which could purify the air enclosed by the barrier into something clean and breathable. After that, all the team members took off their crystal suits in turn, before they each drank 2 doses of high-nutrition drug. Although it was not a big deal for building foundation-stage cultivators to eat and drink nothing for several days, it was still best for them to restore their spiritual energy reserve while they could, because they might be engaged in fierce combat at any time. After a brief rest, Team Blue Bronze explored all the operation platforms, cleaned up 4 waves of devastating icy revenants, and established 6 defense rune arrays, before they finally started the collection work. The team was divided into 2 squads. Yan Yongtian and Shen Ziming formed a scout squad and went back to the ground where they would explore the area near the entrance of the tunnel. This was partly to discover more of Mystic Glacier, and partly to ensure the safety of the tunnel. The rest of the 4 team members began to search for the 9-holed stones and soul-melting crystals near the red-streaked soul-eyed giant mushroom. Although Liao was quite new to the collection work in occult orbs, he had grasped quite a few secret arts of the 100 Smelting Clan on the collection and utilization of heavenly materials and earthly treasures by absorbing Oyezi's memory pieces. Therefore, the speed of Liao's collection soared soon after he got familiar with the work, even though he was somewhat clumsy when he first started. By the next morning, he was already collecting faster than his captain. By the evening of the second day, Liao had filled up an entire cosmos ring. He had to resort to his personal cosmos ring to store the additional trophies. The amount of his own collection was even larger than that of Hong Tong's and Ba Weiqi's combined together. Ba Weiqi did not buy it at first. He thought of Liao as a green hand who had picked up the irrelevant minerals which were close to the 9-holed stones. But later at night, when everybody gathered inside the barrier and sorted out their work, he couldn't help but notice that not only did Liao have the most 9-holed stones, the purity of his 9-holed stones was also the highest. They were barely contaminated, and more than 90% of them were rich with soul-melting crystals. Vulture, how come your eyes are so sharp when it comes to distinguishing all the best 9-holed stones? Ba Weiqi scratched his big helmet in confusion, failing to come up with any reason. Maybe it is because I am naturally connected to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Liao was excited, too. The skills of collecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures were only theories to him in the past. He had learnt and improved a lot on this trip to Mystic Glacier by putting them into practice. 9-holed stones and soul-melting crystals were not the rarest heavenly materials and earthly treasures. When he met really valuable heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the future, the collection skills that he practiced here would prove to be very helpful. While everyone was talking and laughing, Shell Lung Ziming returned to the tunnel with a gloomy face and a message that extinguished everyone's happiness. The scout squad had detected activity from the Demon Clan 324 kilometers away. The vast, desolate mountain pierced into the sky like a gray saber, and 5 members of Team Blue Bronze were hiding behind that saber. Yan Yongtian, on the other hand, had melted into the cold air. She was monitoring the situation in the valley from the very tip of the saber. From the images she sent back, Liao was able to see clearly that there were 13 demons who were wearing white furs all over their bodies and crimson crystals that were emitting heat in their joints. They were like 13 polar bears which had learnt to stand up. It was unlikely that the white furs were their real skin. It was perhaps a biochemical shell that they formed in order to resist the extreme coldness. Their faces were all exposed to the air. Their facial organs were quite distinguishable, which were quite similar to a human being's, except that there was a cluster of additional flesh on their nose that was probably some sort of mini air-cleaning demon insect. The more a demon looked similar to a human, the higher they'd evolved and the higher their capability would be. There was a good chance that they were silver blood demons. The civilization level of the blood demon sector was on a par with that of the heaven's origin sector. It would consume a lot of demonic energy to teleport demon kings and demon emperors to hundreds of light years away, not to mention that the odds of success were very low. Unless it was necessary, demon kings and demon emperors wouldn't risk being torn apart by the cosmic turbulence in order to be teleported to the occult orbs. The main force exploring the occult orbs were all demon generals. Normally speaking, after building foundation stage cultivators put on crystal suits, their personal ability would be greatly enhanced. Demon generals of the same level were no match for them. However, the bodies of the demons were born to be tougher than the human body, which allowed them to overcome the byeffects of the interstellar teleportation more easily. Therefore, the vehicles of the same level as star shuttles could carry more demons. As a result, in the occult orbs, it was often the case that cultivators boasted higher combat capability, while the demons had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. It was especially so today. Xianxia quickly summarized the intelligence collected so far. I discovered a star shuttle of the demon clan 37 kilometers away. It was not large in size. The 13 demons and the 2 guards over the ridge there should be all of them. According to my observation, the 15 demons are all no higher than high-level demon generals. There is no demon king. It is reasonable considering the scale of the star shuttle. For a star shuttle of that level, it would definitely not be able to accommodate a demon king after stuffing 15 demon generals inside, unless they are willing to be torn to pieces during their teleportation. While listening, Liao observed the situation himself. Those white-furred demons had built up a bizarre building inside the valley. At first glance, it seemed to be a high tower. A giant pillar was standing in the middle of the tower. Countless crystals were surrounding it and were spreading eccentric demonic energy. Vulture, you are a refiner. Can you tell what they're working on? A camp? An altar? Hong Tong asked in a low voice. Liao narrowed his eyes. Hundreds of similar buildings popped up in his head. He compared each of them with the one in front of his eyes, only to get no match until in the end, he suddenly realized something and said confidently, "It is neither a camp nor an altar. It is a pile driver or a drill, if you will." A pile driver? Drill? Hong Tong was somewhat confused. Correct. Liao added, "The giant pillar in the middle should be some sort of magical equipment that can drill deep into the ground by vibration and revolution. Generally speaking, it is often used when a mother lode has yet to be detected. But according to our files, of the dozens of kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in Mystic Glacier, 9-hold stones and soul-melting crystals are the only 2 that are worthy of collecting. It is the same for the blood demon sector. Also, their way of advancement is different from that of cultivators, and they do not have the concept of building foundation at all, which means soul-melting crystals are completely useless for them. If they are collecting the 9-hold stones, the most convenient way would be to make use of the tunnels of the ancient mine thousands of years ago. Reprospecting and rebuilding a tunnel? It is too difficult. Also, it is highly unnecessary. Therefore, my conclusion is that there is something much more precious than 9-hold stones and soul-melting crystals buried under the valley. While Liao was talking, the drilling machine in the valley suddenly started glowing. The giant pillar in its middle started revolving rapidly while it dug into the underground. What are these scumbags doing? Don't they know that frigorific cyclones are everywhere under the surface of Mystic Glacier? What if some of them are triggered by the drilling? Hong Tong gnashed his teeth. This team of demons outnumbers us, but none of them are very strong. Whatever they're doing, let's just catch them unprepared and take them down. 15 demons are a lot of contribution points. Their belongings will all be ours. How about it? Let's do it. Kill those lousy bastards. They are just some 10 demons. Team Blue Bronze used to slay more than 20 demons without any trouble, All the teammates, including Li Yao, were rubbing their hands, too eager to make a move. But Shell Lingziming was more cautious. He said, "Do we need to send the message to the Heaven's origin sector and ask another star team to reinforce us? Not that I think we can't beat them. I'm just worrying that some of them might be able to run away and cause trouble in the future." Hong Tong shook his head and said, "No. To send the message back, we will have to return to the Star Shuttle. This place is hundreds of kilometers from our Star Shuttle. By the time we go there and come back, these scumbags will probably have already dug out what they need from the underground. Besides, we will be more likely to expose ourselves. The risks are too high." Lung Ziming thought for a while and nodded his head. "Fair enough. Let's do it." "Good." Hong Tong's voice suddenly turned extremely calm. "Last-minute check. Yanzi will take out the guard on the left. Shell will deal with the one on the right. Dummy will launch mental interference to reduce the alertness of the demons to the minimum. Vulture and Lingdang, be prepared. Later, I will establish a channel in front of you where there is zero gravity, so that your speed will be boosted. Then carry out Plan 19. Free fire and kill everything you see." "Understood. Understood. Understood." The 5 teammates dispersed silently. A giant animal had opened its bloody mouth, ready to enjoy the delicious food. The demons in the valley were fully focused on the drilling machine, not having the slightest idea that the wings of death had passed by their heads. Mental interference from Dummy, Ba Weiqi further strengthened their illusion that the mission was about to be completed. Last 10 seconds. Shell Lengziming was in position. His telepathic thoughts had locked onto a demon guard 735 meters away who had disguised himself as a rock. Yan Yangtian had turned utterly invisible. She snuck to the back of the other guard. Li Yao and Ding Lingdang had checked all their power rune arrays and attack magical equipment. Their spiritual energy was rejoicing, flooding out of the pores on their skin at any time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In one corner of the ridge, a scarlet star blinked. A bullet which had been carved with sophisticated runes all over its body, covering the more than 700 meters silently and speedily, pierced through the demonic shield of the guard and into his head without any trouble. Yan Yangtian appeared out of thin air. The other demon guard was completely suppressed by her spiritual energy, while she severed the spine of the guard with a glittering sharp knife and stabbed his heart with another. Boom! 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 The other 4 cultivators all opened fire. More than 100 flying swords dashed down into the valley. "Now is the time!" Hong Tong roared and raised his hands up abruptly. On the mountain path before Li Yao and Ding Lingdang, countless rocks were rolling while producing cracking noises. Some pebbles were even floating in the air. Li Yao and Ding Lingdang immediately activated their spiritual energy to the maximum. Dazzling brilliance burst out from their crystal suits, while the power rune arrays were all screaming. They stomped on the ground, causing ear-splitting thunder to echo through the valley, and rushed down. On the path where there was zero gravity, their speed was brought up to an unimaginable level. They reached the foot of the mountain before everyone was able to realize what was going on. Like 2 burning blades. Pa! 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 Flowers of blood were blossoming among the demons who were now in utter chaos. Shell Lingziming, after taking care of the guard, had aimed at the commander-like demon in the group. Although the bullet didn't kill him, the crowd was thrown into greater confusion. 100 meters to the demons. For cultivators, the distance was like the width of a hair. Li Yao extended his telepathic thoughts and summoned for floating Vulcan machine guns which knitted a net of flame and death in front of him. In the meantime, he unsheathed the boiled blood wind slashing saber. The blood aura piercing out of the saber almost reached 9 meters away. He wielded the saber, raising a hurricane of destruction. The demons in the range of his attack all lifted their weapons to block his saber. But the arm of one of the demon generals was shot by the sniper just now, which made his reaction slower than it should have been. His giant head flew up to the sky, his shocked face frozen in the cold hair. First blood, secured. For the other demons, although they were not hit by the body of the saber, The aura of the blood had penetrated through their demonic shield into their body weirdly. The demons that were relatively weaker immediately started bleeding. Li Yao's soul was connected to his saber in a mysterious way. He recognized the weakness of the demons easily. Sneering, he charged at the demon whose bleeding was fastest and slashed down at his head. In the meantime, Ding Lingdang had rushed into the crowd of the demons with her 3 serpents of fire. She was already at the middle level of the building foundation stage. With the enhancement of the Crimson Phantom battlesuit tailor-made for her by Li Yao, her strength was even greater than that of many high-level demon generals. Besides, she had inherited the ancient cultivation art, nano-colored fire. Therefore, she was fighting against 5 demon generals at the same time single-handedly. By the time Yan Yangtian, Hong Tong, and Ba Weiqi reached the battleground, Li Yao and Ding Lingdang had slain 3 demon generals, while another 3 demon generals were in a state of extreme weakness due to critical blood loss. As the saying goes, fortune always favors the bold. The victory here was already guaranteed. Hong Tong did not expect that Li Yao would be so tough in his first battle in the occult orbs. He was planning to let Li Yao and Ding Lingdang disrupt the formation of the demons first, so that the 3 of them could clean up the remaining demons together. As it turned out, Li Yao and Ding Lingdang had almost wiped out all the demons on their own. He was overjoyed and shouted, "Well done, Li Yao! Don't kill all of them. Leave someone alive." Silver blood demons were as intelligent as human beings. The 2 parties could understand each other. Cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector had a lot of secret arts to interrogate the demons. Dummy Ba Weiqi of Team Blue Bronze was an expert in this aspect. The few demons who were still resisting knew that they were destined to lose. After looking at each other, one of the demons whose fur was more glamorous than others gritted his teeth and crumbled something round in his hand while brutality was burning in his eyes. Boom! The drilling machine suddenly started working dozens of times faster. A weird, teeth-twisting noise broke out in the depths of the underground. As if thousands of thunder shocks were bursting out under the ground, the earth was shaking violently. The drilling machine that the demon clan built up rose up a little bit at first, before it was pulled down and exploded in cracking noises. Then, a cluster of high-pressure fog erupted from the hole and broke out in the sky into thousands of pieces of ice. Not good. A frigorific cyclone. Hong Tong's voice was somewhat hoarse. They did not know that the demons were drilling in this place just to get a frigorific cyclone out. They'd witnessed the power of frigorific cyclones with their own eyes the other day. A battleground of more than 10 square kilometers could be entirely frozen by one of them. It was extremely tricky for building foundation stage cultivators such as themselves to cope with them. The question now was how big the incoming frigorific cyclone would be. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently as he thought of something. He said in a hurry, "It's not simple as that. It's impossible that the demons came such a long way here just to pick up a cluster of frigorific cyclone." Before he was able to finish his sentence, the frigorific cyclone seemed to have woken up from a prolonged dream. It cycled through various forms in the sky, before it twisted and condensed into a cerulean cloud of ice dozens of meters in diameter with bright blue streaks. Although its size was smaller than they had imagined, its temperature was much lower. Everyone's crystal suit was beeping with warnings even though they were all dozens of meters away, strongly suggesting that they get out of there as soon as possible. The blue streaks stared at everyone like long, narrow eyes. They were all grasped by fear. "It's a devastating icy revenant. One with such a tremendous size," Yan Yangtian murmured to herself. Everyone's hearts were frozen like an ice tube. Devastating icy revenants were the last bit of the fighting will of the deceased combined with the energy leaked from the frigorific cyclones that could only come into being after hundreds of years. Li Yao and his teammates had run into several devastating icy revenants yesterday in the underground tunnels, which were like translucent hairtails. Even the largest of them was only the length of an arm. But this devastating icy revenant was hundreds of times larger, which seemed to be capable of devouring all of them at the same time. It appeared that someone strong must have participated in the war on the ancient battleground and left an intense sense of slaughtering at the last moment of their life. By accident, His mental power infiltrated into the main conduit of the frigorific cyclones and, after thousands of years of melting, created such a gargantuan, devastating icy revenant. The demons might have discovered it dozens of years ago. Now that the conditions were just right, they were planning to dig it out and save it for their use. But Team Blue Bronze had appeared out of nowhere and disrupted their plan. Having no other choice, they were forced to release the devastating icy revenant earlier, hoping to die together with their opponents. All the demons that were still alive were dancing in wild joy upon seeing the appearance of the devastating icy revenant, while they shouted with twisted faces, "Embrace me, pantheon of demons!" Who? Like puffing cheeks, the devastating icy revenant expanded suddenly, before it suddenly shrank and blew out a stream of ice that was visible to everyone. The demons, standing in the middle of the stream of ice, were immediately solidified into transparent sculptures in their dancing postures. The limbs of two demons who were moving too quickly dropped down the moment of the solidification. But the fracture was neat and clean like mirror, without the slightest hint of blood. The natural instinct of devastating icy revenants was to freeze everything they saw, especially the living creatures. After freezing all the remaining demons, the cerulean cloud of ice drifted to Team Blue Bronze without pause. "Let me!" Ding Ling Dang stepped forward and crossed her arms. The fire serpents were twisted into a helix and thrown at the devastating icy revenant. Like boiling oil pouring into snow, cracking noises burst out inside the cloud of ice. The bright blue streaks twitched violently, as if thousands of eyes which were squinting out of sharp pain. Then, 5 blue ice balls were ejected from the devastating icy revenant. "Watch out!" Liao reacted quickly enough to push Ding Ling Dang away. The two of them rolled on the ground, and 5 thick ice spears were standing in the exact place where Ding Ling Dang had been standing. Had Liao not taken action promptly, Ding Ling Dang would have definitely been injured by the ice spears, if not frozen by them. The devastating icy revenant, on the other hand, chewed the fire serpents before freezing them, and continued drifting at Team Blue Bronze. Swoosh! 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 For flowers of flame blossomed on the right side of the devastating icy revenant, which were soon turned into frosty flowers. They were the incendiary bullets that Shell Leng Zimming shot out. A hissing sound like that of gas leaking out could be heard from the inside of the devastating icy revenant. It seemed to be in great pain. Suddenly, ice cones darted out to where the bullets had come from, leaving vague traces of ice in the air. A moment later, clusters of ice grew out on the ridge where Leng Zimming had been hiding. "Shell!" Hong Tong shouted. "I'm fine. The plate armor of the right leg has been damaged with a performance reduction of 52%. Moving on to the second shooting position." Leng Zimming's voice was as calm as ever. "All right, cover us in the second shooting position. Let's fall back." The appearance of this super-large, devastating icy revenant was beyond everyone's expectations. Now that neither the long-range point of attack nor the melee one had any solution to deal with it, Hong Tong immediately made the call to retreat to the Heaven's Origin sector as soon as possible. His manipulation of gravity couldn't be more useful at this moment. He lifted up giant stones and placed them between Team Blue Bronze and the devastating icy revenant, while he lowered the gravity around them to 1/3 of the standard gravity. All members of Team Blue Bronze covered each other up with furious firepower according to the retreat plans that they'd practiced during training. Yet, the devastating icy revenant was staying close behind them. Floating in the sky like a cloud, it was astonishingly fast, and since it was so high, it was very easy to locate their route. Now and then, it would spit out clusters of high-pressure ice fog like arrows so powerful that as soon as they touched one corner of the plate armor, the whole part of the plate armor would immediately be frozen and lose all functionality. Everyone activated their power rune arrays and sprinted across the ice-covered world. After taking several turns through ridges and caves, they finally managed to get rid of the devastating icy revenant. "Let's go back to the Star Shuttle," Hong Tong said hurriedly. Sweat was appearing on their forehead, which was instantly frozen into ice drops. The spiritual stamps of flame on their bodies were barely of any use now. However, when they finally reached the valley where their Star Shuttle was hidden and were ready to board it, An arrow of ice darted close from the sky and froze the star shuttle into a giant ice block. The devastating icy revenant that they thought they'd escaped from was eyeing them in the sky among other ordinary clouds. Everyone's faces were drawn and couldn't look more awful. To shatter the void in such a star shuttle would be like committing suicide. The components of the star shuttle were, most likely, seriously damaged by the frost and their hardiness greatly undermined. And that was assuming the star shuttle could be unfrozen at all. Their only hope was ruined. There was no help in Mystic Glacier that they could count on to cope with the devastating icy revenant. Even if the Heaven's Origin sector sent out a second star shuttle, the devastating icy revenant could destroy it easily. There was but silence in the communication channel, as if it had been frozen by the devastating icy revenant. 2. Shortly after, Liao's voice struggled in the channel, like flickering embers in the darkest cave. Let's go back. The demon generals that we encountered just now were weaker than us. They should be scared of the devastating icy revenant as much as we are. It's not like they were trying to kill themselves here. If they knew that such a strong, devastating icy revenant was hiding underground and were planning to release it, they were definitely carrying something that could suppress it. But since they ran into us, they never had the opportunity to use it. As if awoken from their dreams, everyone came back to themselves. Hong Tong gritted his teeth and said, "Liao, Lingdang, you two go back and look for that something. The four of us will try to lure the devastating icy revenant away. But make it fast. The devastating icy revenant seems to be absorbing the coldness in Mystic Glacier and getting larger and larger. We won't be able to hold it for long." Understood. The 6 members of Team Blue Bronze rushed for a while, before they suddenly split into 2 squads and ran off in different directions. The devastating icy revenant hesitated for a moment, then chased after the squad, which had more people as they expected. Liao and Ding Lingdang rushed back to the battleground hundreds of kilometers away as quickly as possible without bothering about their consumption of spiritual energy. Glancing around, Liao immediately discovered the corpse of the demon in glamorous clothes. He kicked it into pieces of ice. As he expected, there was a piece of magical equipment the shape of a sea snail in the middle of the ice. Since the magical equipment was supposed to be used to suppress the devastating icy revenant, it was quite possible that it was cold-proof. Therefore, Liao had decided to find it out in the simplest way. However, Liao had never seen such a kind of magical equipment before. He had no idea how to use it at all. In the communication channel, Hong Tong and his other teammates were breathing heavily. Ba Weiqi was even screaming crazily. Every sign indicated that they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Taking a deep breath, Liao took out the maintenance glove that Ding Lingdang had given him. He crumbled it in his palm. Silver liquid instantly flowed out from the gaps of the finger of the crystal suit and formed a silver glove enveloping his hand, while dozens of disassembling and maintaining tools appeared in his fingertips. Liao's right hand turned into a streak of silver and dismantled the sea snail-shaped magical equipment into the most fundamental components. Demon Beast Empire was based on the ancient cultivation world. Much of its technology and secret arts were similar to those of the ancient times. Therefore, the methods through which the demon clan refined magical equipment and demonic equipment were greatly influenced by the ancient refining arts which Liao was quite familiar with. Liao's eyes were shaking back and forth dozens of times per second, as he was identifying the components of this particular magical equipment, while picturing the design and spiritual energy flowchart in his brain. So this is the case. The key component of this magical equipment is a cosmos ring that was made to suppress unrest souls. It has undergone major modifications so that it is functional in the frigid temperature of less than -200 degrees. The special spiral vibration that it triggers can raise a massive attraction force for souls and icy fog. This magical equipment can only be activated by the blood of silver blood demons. But it doesn't matter. I can totally design a new triggering component and cut it in to activate the magical equipment by force. Liao was fascinated by the idea, his eyes shining. Vulture, we can't delay it any longer. Have you found anything that can tame it? Hong Tong bellowed exhaustedly. I have. Liao licked his lips and crossed his fingers. Every joint in his hand was shivering rapidly, as he declared confidently, Get it here. I need 4 minutes and 38 seconds. When Hong Tong and the other 3 teammates drew the devastating icy revenant to the camp of the demons in their broken crystal suits, Liao was still waving his hand up and down as quickly as lightning. The general components that he had brought with him were polished, reshaped, and modified before they were piled on the sea snail-shaped magical equipment until it was entirely enclosed. Although the devastating icy revenant was rampaging overhead, Liao didn't have time to blink because his full attention was focused on the complicated crystal wires and rune arrays. The triggering component was not hard to assemble per se. The real tricky part was to deceive the authorization system of the magical equipment to fool it into thinking that this was a normal activation. Dazzling brilliance was beaming out from Liao's eyes, while he mumbled to himself, 4 minutes and 17 seconds, 4 minutes and 18 seconds, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. Walls made of rocks rose up in front of Hong Tong one after another, only to be ripped apart by the devastating icy revenant again and again. The devastating icy revenant turned into thousands of torrents of ice flowing through the holes and regathered in the air with hisses, as if it were sneering. Crack! The plate armor on Hong Tong's shoulder was hit by the ice arrow, which immediately turned into a blue tube. As he continued moving his arm, the plate armor gradually broke up, exposing his shoulder to the coldness of below -200 degrees. Despite the double protection of the mustard suit and the spiritual stamps, his movements still turned extremely rigid. His other 3 teammates were in much worse states than himself. Their crystal suits were so crappy that they seemed as if they could break up at any point. There was not any part on them that was intact. Liao, we can't take it any longer. Hong Tong roared. 9 seconds to go. Give it to me. Liao's voice was calmer than ever, with a confidence of victory. Hong Tong gnashed his teeth. Are you sure? Trust me. Liao responded decisively. Hong Tong was dazed for a moment. Then he roared and led his other 3 teammates past Liao and Ding Lingdang, before they all fell to the ground because their spiritual energy had run out. In the center of the devastating icy revenant, shrieks were echoing like growling wind. All the bright blue streaks were suddenly more brilliant than ever, as it swept at Liao. 3, 2, 1. Liao ignored it. He even somehow slowed down his movements as he inserted a crystal chip carved with triggering rune arrays into the sea snail-shaped magical equipment gently and pressed it. Hum, 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 hum. The sea snail-shaped magical equipment immediately started shinning and vibrating. A cluster of gray mist was released and charged at the devastating icy revenant. The devastating icy revenant, which was domineering a moment ago, seemed to have felt that a predator was coming. It wriggled and hissed while it tried to run away, only to be caught up by the gray mist and melted with it. Corrupted by the gray mist, the devastating icy revenant turned into a giant swirl revolving in the sky from inward to outward. One stream of ice after another was thrown out from the swirl and absorbed by the sea snail-shaped magical equipment. In less than 3 minutes, the ice cloud, dozens of meters in diameter, was entirely swallowed by the sea snail-shaped magical equipment. In the meantime, the shell of the sea snail-shaped magical equipment turned into deep blue, with bright blue streaks here and there, which was quite beautiful. At this moment, Liao was finally relieved. He sat on the ground and exhaled a long breath. The 6 orb patrollers of Team Blue Bronze sat on the gray, barren, desolate land for a long time in silence, until someone burst into laughter in the communication channel. A few seconds later, all of them lost control and started laughing crazily. A day later, in the launch base of Occult Orbs Fellowship in the Heaven's Origin sector, Chi, a star shuttle which had been frozen to the color of gray-white and was emitting icy steam, stopped at the end of the rail precisely. The 6 members of Team Blue Bronze crawled out of it on all fours. The first thing Liao did was open up his helmet and take a deep breath of the fresh and warm air of the Heaven's Origin sector. Home sweet home, right? Hong Tong asked with a smile. Indeed, Liao said with quite complicated feelings. He was born with foreign memories from a different time and space, which made him less troubled by nostalgia than other children were. However, after this trip to Mystic Glacier, he had truly come to understand the preciousness of the Heaven's Origin sector. Hometown. Yes. There might be thousands of worlds in the boundless sea of stars, but only one of them was his hometown, the Heaven's Origin Sector. He wouldn't let his hometown ruined by the demon beasts at any cost. Because of the fierce battles that they were engaged in Mystic Glacier, Team Blue Bronze underwent thorough physical examinations to ensure that no sequela remained. It was not until more than half a day later that they finally got everything done and entered the base, where they turned in the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and had their contribution points balanced. They met several old friends by accident in the base, the members from Team Lingering Wind. Guo Yu of Team Lingering Wind was seriously wounded by Li Yao in the duel more than 1 month ago. It had taken him more than 20 days before he was half recovered. They had just completed an exploration mission, too. But they were much luckier than Team Blue Bronze. They had not been harassed by the Demon Clan and successfully collected a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures without much trouble. This time, not only did we gather a huge amount of blood swallow stones, we also collected a special plant, Moon Tear Flower. Not to mention, we explored more than a half of Mysterious Moon's map. I believe we will earn more than 20,000 contribution points. Won't we? Haha. The result is out. 27,520 contribution points. Our rank has risen by 2. Guiyu stared at Li Yao, who was not far away from him, and scoffed. After trading the contribution points for new magical equipment and secret arts, the capability of Team Linger Wind will definitely reach a whole new level and break into the top 50 of the rank of stars in no time. As for Team Blue Bronze, I'm told that they encountered major chaos during their mission to Mystic Glacier. They even wasted a star shuttle, which means a huge reduction of contribution points. Ha! Newbies are newbies anyway. However remarkable they are in the Heaven's Origin Sector, they will reveal what they really are the moment they set foot on an occult orb. They are totally useless garbage that will only drag the entire team down. Just wait for it, Vulture Li Yao. I will challenge you to a duel soon. Yet, Li Yao and his teammates completely ignored Guo Yu's resentment. They left in a hurry after balancing their contribution points in the mainframe crystal processor. Guo Yu was gritting his teeth, but his shoulder was pressed by the captain of Team Lingering Wind. The captain did not seem to be in a good mood. He said in a low voice, "Guo Yu, don't be rash. Members of Team Blue Bronze have beaten you twice in duels, which is a disgrace for Team Lingering Wind. 2. We are definitely going to set everything straight. Just wait until we get a few more train sessions in the occult orbs. Then I will challenge Team Blue Bronze in the name of Team Lingering Wind." "Captain, are you sure?" Guo Yu was overjoyed. Duels between teams were more formal than personal duels. They were more intense, too. "Of course. Team Blue Bronze has wounded you twice. We've wasted months of times because of not being able to explore the occult orbs. Our losses are astronomical. If we don't fight back, we will always be the biggest joke among the children of occult orbs," the captain of Team Lingering Wind said toughly. Then he raised his eyebrow. "Strange. Why are so many people crowding at the mainframe crystal processor? Is something going on?" Members of Team Lingering Wind were confused. They moved closer and noticed that everybody was talking and pointing at the rank of stars. Glancing at it, the countenance of everyone in Team Lingering Wind changed. "What? Team Blue Bronze earned more than 114,000 contribution points for the exploration of Mystic Ice? That is 5 times ours. How can that be? Didn't they wreck a star shuttle? Almost 10,000 contributions are supposed to be deducted. Mystic Ice is just a mining base. There shouldn't have been any treasure that is of significant value in that place. What on earth did they find that is worth so many contribution points? Their rank has soared by more than 20. They are the 46th now." The members of Team Lingering Wind were all dumbfounded. They didn't have the vaguest clue as to how Team Blue Bronze was able to earn more than 100,000 contribution points. Even the super teams ranking in the top 10 were not always capable of getting such a huge amount of contribution points for one mission. It was truly a great fortune. Some of the bystanders had talked with Team Blue Bronze just now. They were whispering to each other. "Did you know that Li Yao was the MVP for the more than 100,000 contribution points? Vulture Liao will be able to get thousands of contribution points after his first official visit to the occult orbs. His own income will be even more than many teams. He's a rich guy now. Team Blue Bronze is indeed unbelievably lucky. A few months ago, Queen of Fire Ding Lingdang joined the team. A few months later, through Ding Lingdang, an even stronger new guy, Liao, was recruited, too. Judging from the trend, it won't be long before Team Blue Bronze returns to its peak state, just like when its former captain In Qingfeng was still alive, and reclaims its title as a super team by breaking into the top 10 of the rank of stars. Members of Team Lingering Wind retreated out of the crowd silently. According to the tradition of the star teams, contribution points would be evenly distributed among the members. But if one of the members played an irreplaceable role for the success of the mission and reversed the situation single-handedly, the member would be credited as MVP and would get additional contribution points. Team Lingering Wind had been collecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures for days and nights in Mysterious Moon, and also picked up a special plant by luck, all of which together only amounted to some 20,000 contribution points. How was it possible that Vulture Liao, an utter green hand, who had never been to an occult orb before, could earn almost 50,000 contributions by himself, which was even more than the revenue of their entire team? How did he accomplish it? Guoyu was scratching his head so hard that he was almost bleeding. Well, Guoyu, the captain of Team Lingering Wind, was dazed for a long time, before he finally opened his mouth hesitantly. About you going to challenge Liao for a duel, and the match between Team Lingering Wind and Team Blue Bronze. What about them, Captain? Guoyu was about to cry. Let's just not rush into anything, shall we? The captain took a long breath and, containing his envy, made the most sensible choice. While Team Lingering Wind was caught in their misery, Team Blue Bronze was rejoicing in their base on the top floor of the luxury hotel. Liao, had you not cracked the magical equipment left by the demons at the critical moment on our trip to Mystic Glacier, I'm afraid we would have all been buried under that planet's snow. You saved all our lives, Hong Tong said cheerfully. The other three members, except Ding Lingdang, had also changed their attitude toward Liao. When they were training together, they had learnt of Liao's capability. However, since he was a newcomer, they had always feared that he might be a burden to the team in the occult orbs. They'd even prepared quite a few contingency plans in case something went wrong with Liao. As it turned out, not only was Liao tough enough to send the demons into chaos with Ding Lingdang, he was also courageous enough to unlock the magical equipment that the demons left in such a short time despite the threat of the devastating icy revenant. After going through life and death together, Team Blue Bronze had truly become united. The mutual trust among teammates was much stronger than before. Liao, you played a decisive role on the trip to Mystic Glacier. Therefore, when I was balancing the contribution points, I listed you as the MVP. According to tradition, you will get 1/3 of the contribution points we earned, and the rest of us will divide the remaining contribution points evenly. You can take a look at your account now. There should be 37,000 contributions already, Captain Hong Tong announced. Their contribution points did not just come from the 9 hold stones and the soul-melting crystals that they collected, but had more to do with the devastating icy revenant, as well as the magical equipment that tamed it. According to the rules of Occult Orbs Fellowship, since the demon clan summoned the devastating icy revenant while they were alive, it was considered to be the property of the demon clan. Then, Team Blue Bronze had taken over the devastating icy revenant from the demons, which meant that it was their trophy and belonged to them without having to be shared with Occult Orbs Fellowship. The target of such a rule was to encourage the star teams to attack the demon squad actively. Otherwise, everyone would only be willing to carry out the collection missions which were easy and safe instead of missions that involved fighting and killing. That would go against the core purpose of Occult Orbs Fellowship. Since it was a trophy, Team Blue Bronze could have kept the devastating icy revenant and the magical equipment for themselves. However, after discussion, they had realized that the devastating icy revenant was too dangerous and out of their control. Once it was released, it would attack everything it met indiscriminately. Besides, no one in Team Blue Bronze was good at controlling spiritual energy of the ice class. It was hardly likely that the power of the devastating icy revenant would be best utilized with them. Therefore, it was decided that it would be a better choice to sell them to a Cult Orbs Fellowship for contribution points which could be used to purchase more practical magical equipment and cultivation arts for the preparation of the big event in several months' time. As a result, the devastating Icy Revenant and the corresponding magical equipment was traded for more than 100,000 contribution points. Together with the reward of the 9 hold stones and the soul-melting crystals, and deducting the loss of a star shuttle, they earned about 110,000 contribution points. It was quite a large fortune for them. Even during the time when their former captain Yin Qingfeng had still been alive, such a large number of contribution points were still a remarkable achievement. Liao scratched his head and said, somewhat embarrassed, "Captain, I think we should divide our revenue evenly. Everybody tried their best to make sure all of us survived the disaster. I wouldn't have been able to take the devastating Icy Revenant down if I had been alone." Liao meant what he said. After the trip of Mystic Glacier, the importance of teamwork was clearer to him than ever before. Scout, sniper, defense, attack, mental interference. Every orb patroller was irreplaceable for the mission to be completed. If he had been there by himself, he would have barely been able to collect any resources, if he survived at all. Hong Tong waved his hand and said frankly, "No need to hesitate. This is the tradition of Team Blue Bronze. We've all agreed to this decision. Besides, we all have our savings, more or less. But you've already run out of contribution points since you are a newcomer. With the 30,000 contribution points, you will be able to purchase things that you need for your cultivation, which will be of great help for the team and our future missions." 2. Pausing for a moment, he rubbed his hands in excitement. "I didn't expect you to be so capable. It appears that we can adjust our plan and apply for missions that are more dangerous but reward more contribution points." Liao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. Whatever remarkable performance he had offered, he was still at the beginning level of the building foundation stage, the lowest in the team after all. It would be for the best if he could improve his strength fast in case he became a burden for the team. Making up his mind, he nodded his head and said unhesitatingly, "All right, I will try to raise my cultivation as soon as I can, so that Team Blue Bronze can be stronger and return to the top 10 of the Star of Ranks sooner." Liao was grinning while he was talking. That was more than 30,000 contribution points. It was a huge fortune for anybody. Many kinds of powerful magical equipment that he had been dreaming about were all affordable to him right now. "Great." Hong Tong continued, "Do you have anything that you want to buy yet? Do you need our advice?" Liao licked his lips and nodded with a smile. "There are indeed a few kinds of magical equipment that I'm interested in. Firstly, 7-star Fire Dragon Grenade, which is a kind of powerful explosive magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium. Once it was triggered, it could fly to almost 1,000 meters away and turn into 7 explosive spots. In each spot, dragon-shaped fire will burst out, which are powerful enough to directly burn the souls of the demons into ashes. Secondly, Frigid Prison Grenade, another kind of explosive magical equipment. Similar to the devastating Icy Revenant that we met, it will freeze almost 100 square meters to below -200 degrees, while releasing a weird wind that can seal the internal organs of the demons directly. Thirdly, Elusive Venomous Grenade, still another kind of explosive magical equipment which can launch attack to the brain of cultivators and demons. After they explode, the enemy will be put in the worst nightmare. However solid the soul of the enemy is, they will lose their consciousness briefly. Fourth, Liao talked about almost 10 different kinds of explosive magical equipment in a row, all of which had been retrieved from the occult orbs and were still too advanced for the Heaven's Origin sector to provide. Everyone was stunned. Dummy Ba Weiqi muttered to himself, well. If we can gather enough of them, our firepower will be multiple times greater than it is right now. We might be even to invade the Blood Demon sector." Liao smiled and said, "I'm not just buying the magical equipment because I want to use them. I'm more interested in dismantling them, study their design and structure, and see if there is any possibility for us to replicate them or mass-produce them. If the magical equipment inherited from the Star Ocean Imperium can be manufactured, the power of the Federal Army will be greatly improved. Everyone's faces turned even more pale, while they were eyeing Liao as if he was a lunatic. Ba Weiqi clicked his tongue and said, "You dare to disassemble and study the explosive magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium? That's crazy enough. But please don't do it in our home here. Our contribution points won't suffice if you blow this building up." Everybody laughed. Hong Tong continued, "Liao, whatever you need to buy, just buy it. I can help you contact the refining workshop that has the most advanced facilities here. But I suggest you spare some contribution points. In a few days, a secret treasure exchange will be held. This time we've got plenty of contribution points in our pockets. We can go there and take a tour." Secret treasure exchange? Liao's curiosity was immediately aroused. As a refiner, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to visit the largest secret treasure exchange in the Federation for the world. 2 days later, in the secret treasure exchange held in the biggest convention center in Imperial Star City. Almost all the orb patrollers who were not out on missions had gathered in this place, partly to choose items that fit their need, and partly to get to know more people, make more friends, and strike more deals with potential partners. It's Team Blue Bronze. I'm told that they've made a fortune. They earned 110,000 contribution points out of a simple exploration and collection mission. I've seen the video clips. The new Team Blue Bronze had complementary personnel and professional tactics. They took down the demon squad made of more than 10 demons without any trouble. Very impressive. Indeed, Inferno Witch Ding Lingdang and Vulture Liao are only in their 20s, but they do not look like newcomers at all. Their attacks are brutal, and they are very confident. True that. Vulture Liao dismantled and cracked a piece of magical equipment from the demon clan in less than 5 minutes. This was the first time that they've ever cooperated, and they've already made such remarkable achievements. It seems that Team Blue Bronze is very likely to return to the top 10 of the rank of stars. As the only team exclusively made of outside world orb patrollers that had been in the top 5 of the rank of stars, Team Blue Bronze had always been paid close attention to by many teams. Liao was not someone who liked to keep a low profile either. No sooner had he entered Imperial Star City than he beat Guiyu up terribly, which was quite shocking news at the time and made him the focus of public attention. Ding Lingdang and he were both under 25. Although they were not the strongest of all the orb patrollers right now, their potentials were definitely among the top. Many well-informed orb patrollers came close and greeted Team Blue Bronze, trying to become acquainted with them. Many missions in the exploration of the occult orbs required several star teams to work together. A powerful and dependable team was definitely worth befriending. Even the star teams made of children of occult orbs were also eyeing them in amazement. In the occult orbs, capability was everything. Children of occult orbs worshipped the strong more than common cultivators did. The accomplishments and capability of Team Blue Bronze had been appreciated by them, if not somewhat with respect. As a refiner, Liao paid great attention to other orb patrollers, too, because helping them maintain or modify magical equipment could earn him a lot of contribution points without any risk. His feat in cracking a piece of magical equipment from the demon race in Mystic Glacier in a very short time had become known by a lot of people. If he behaved friendlily right now, he expected that many people would seek out his service very soon. Many stronger refiners could call on a lot of cultivators when they needed to. Most of the time, their friendship originated from the simple relationship of a refiner and a customer. Hong Tong and his other teammates found a few old acquaintances and started chit-chatting enthusiastically, planning to work with several other star teams for some difficult missions that demanded cooperation. Soon, the lights in the hall dimmed. Many ivory, translucent crystals appeared out of thin air, emitting mild brightness that illuminated the room like a warm spring morning, but was not in the least dazzling. Almost 100 booths rose up from the ground of the hall. As for the plants, minerals, fossils, and remnants of magical equipment which were too large to be showed in a booth, they were displayed in front of everyone via holograms. Anyone interested in them could go to the warehouse below the convention center to study them more closely. Ba Weiqi jabbed Liao with his elbow and said, smiling, "What do you think? A real eye-opener, isn't it?" "It truly is. It really is incredible." Liao's eyes were glowing. like those of a wolf which had been offered with a fat, roasted lamb after having nothing to eat for 3 days. He was so excited that he almost forgot where he was. All the showpieces in the secret treasure exchange of Imperial Star City were treasures that star teams had retrieved from the occult orbs. Not only was the scale of the secret treasure exchange 10 times large than what Liao experienced in Serpent City, the exhibited items were also significantly more elegant. Although Liao failed to recognize the background and attributes of most secret treasures, he was still deeply impressed by the intense spiritual waves that they released which swept over him like surging tides. Any refiner would find it hard to control themselves in such a soul-stirring place. Taking a deep breath, Liao started to study each item with his eyes wide open. 99% of the secret treasures were unknown to him, but the 1% that he had recognized were all invaluable and once-in-a-hundred-years rare treasures in the Heaven's Origin sector. This is the egg of a gold spirit ice boa, infiltrated by a phantom thread venomous bee, which has injected its own eggs into the host. Then the egg of gold spirit ice boa provides nutrition for them. When it breaks out of the shell, it will become a gold thread venomous bee that has attributes of both spiritual beasts. It is the king of insect-type spiritual beasts. Although the egg is lifeless after being buried in the underground for almost 1,000 years, there is still a 1% likelihood that the gold thread venomous bee could be revived after thorough treatment. Even if the endeavor proves to be in vain, I can still retrieve more than 10 constituents from the egg for other magical equipment. Part of the power of gold thread venomous bee can be carried out too. I can even refine a batch of beast puppets in the form of bees with this egg. They will be perfect for scouting and attacking lone soldiers. Liao's heart was pounding. Triggering the vitality of this strange egg was not something that he was good at, but it was his specialty to get the useful constituents out of the egg as ingredients to refine other pieces of magical equipment. On the second floor of the Heavenly Refining Tower, there were almost 20 books on the subject of refining magical equipment with the eggs and bones of spiritual beasts. Looking at the price tag, Liao almost laughed out aloud. Such a precious secret treasure was only selling at 800 contribution points. It was possible that except himself who had seen the gold spirit ice boa egg in the Gallery of the World, on the second floor of the Heavenly Refining Tower, other people might know nothing about the item at all. Even if they knew a thing or two about its usage, they had no idea how to get the useful constituents out. That was why it had been set at such a low price. This was the charm of the secret treasure exchange. In this place, knowledge was money. In the eyes of those who were ignorant, these items were garbage. In the eyes of those who were informed, they were the real treasures. Cultivators usually did not like other people idling around when they were studying heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, every booth was surrounded by several crystal processors whose light beams hid the excavation process and the preliminary conclusion of the experts. If they saw eye to eye with the item, they could place an order on the crystal processors directly. Liao typed on the virtual rune keyboards and searched for relevant information. This strange egg was discovered in an occult orb named Endless Frost. Endless Frost was home to gold spirit ice boas. The purpose of the mission had been to hunt down a gold spirit ice boa king. The team discovered the strange egg accidentally after they finished the hunting. Liao's judgment was further supported. He stopped hesitating and bought it instantly. As the contribution points in his account were deducted, a string of words appeared on the strange egg. Liao, Team Blue Bronze. Then, the booth containing the strange egg gradually sank to the underground. After the secret treasure exchange was over, all the things that he bought would be packed up together. There was no need to take it with him right now. After buying a bargain such as the egg of the gold spirit ice boa, which was far beyond his expectations, Liao was greatly satisfied. He strolled in the hall, only to notice that Ding Lingdang was standing in front of a giant slate, tempted and hesitating. A few other cultivators were also pointing at the slate. Liao stepped close to look at it more carefully. The slate was more than 10 meters both in length and width. It was made up by more than 10 smaller slates, which were full of bumps and hollows. Countless traces were interweaving on them. Liao squinted. From the bottom of the hollows, He saw uneven stripes that looked like two extremely long bones, together with dozens of paw marks. It was a fossil of two dragons. The two dragons tangled each other tightly. After millions of years of time, their flesh and blood had turned into dust. The only things remaining were the scattered bones, which were still releasing an intimidating scent nonetheless. Closing his eyes, Liao seemed to be able to see two dragons fighting each other in a prehistoric world where volcanoes were erupting and land was collapsing. Hiss! While Liao was dwelling in it, one of the dragons suddenly dashed at him and slapped his forehead, which chilled him and forced him to take a step back. Liao didn't come back to himself after he retreated from the hallucination for a long time. What tremendous mental power! What a marvelous fossil! The two dragons were dozens of meters long. This fossil was only part of their bodies. If the fossil of their entire bodies was gathered together, the mental power contained within would be enough to slay a low-level cultivator directly. Do you want to buy the fossil? Liao was somewhat astonished. Ding Lingdang was the purest battle-type cultivator. Since when had she started studying fossils? Yes. Ding Lingdong's passionate eyes were fully focused on the fossil, unable to be moved to anywhere else at all. She mumbled to herself, I don't know what's happening, but the moment I got here, my whole self was attracted to the fossil, and I pictured two fighting dragons which were shaking the sky and the earth. I felt enlightened. You know that I'm practicing Nona-colored fire as my main cultivation art right now, but when my spiritual energy bursts out, it is always in the form of dragons. If I can buy the fossil and feel the spirit and soul of the ancient beasts restrained in it, it will be useful for me when condensing my spiritual energy, which will definitely improve my combat ability. That's why you've been standing here. Liao nodded his head. Feeling the spirit and soul of the deceased beasts through fossils was an advanced art in cultivation. He didn't know that Ding Lingdang had grasped such an incredible skill after only several months of training. Then what are you waiting for? If you can't walk away from the fossil, it means you are connected to it. Just buy it already. Ding Lingdang was somewhat embarrassed. She grimaced and said in a low voice, but it is too expensive. Different from the egg of gold spirit ice boa that Liao picked up just now, the fossil was quite easy to see through. Anybody who was not blind could tell that it was a dragon-type fossil which boasted quite a long history, even if they couldn't feel the calling from it. Therefore, it was much costlier, with a price of 9,000 contribution points. Although Ding Lingdang joined a Cult Orbs fellowship a few months earlier than Liao, it was quite possible that she did not have too many points saved, since she had never been thrifty. After the trip to Mystic Glacier, she only got some 10,000 contribution points. Naturally, she was hesitating to pour all of them into this one fossil. Liao couldn't help but smile. Money is no problem. I'm here for you. Just buy it if you want it. There are quite a lot of dragon bones inside the fossil. After the demeanor of the dragons is fully appreciated by you, I can dig them out as materials for refining. Killing two birds with one stone. It's a good bargain. Shopping was a girl's natural instinct. Hearing Liao's gallant declaration, Ding Lingdang was eyeing Liao in a much gentler way, forgetting briefly that she was a human-shaped tyrannosaur. The moment they bought the dragon fossil, a tall, thin, gloomy middle-aged man reached the booth hurriedly, only to witness the dragon fossil sinking down. He was dazed and smiled bitterly. After chit-chatting for a while, they learnt that the man was an elder from Divine Serpent Hall, a famous combat sect in the southwest of the Federation. Many cultivation arts of Divine Serpent Hall required the trainees to feel the actions of real-life dragons. Therefore, when he was told that there was such a dragon fossil to be exhibited in the secret treasure exchange, he came as fast as possible. Yet, he was still one step late. Ding Lingdang was a maniac in martial arts. Her spiritual energy was always in the form of dragons. She had been longing to make friends with Divine Serpent Hall, yet there had never been an opportunity. After talking with the elder of Divine Serpent Hall, the two parties reached a deal to the satisfaction of both of them. Ding Lingdang would take out the dragon fossil for the disciples of Divine Serpent Hall to appreciate and study for 3 days every month. In exchange, Divine Serpent Hall would provide several of their sect's top cultivation arts for Ding Lingdang. This was a common way for cultivators to make friends and get to know more people. Awed by the dragon fossil, Liao was of a mind to look for an eagle fossil to help with his training, since his spiritual energy had always been in the form of an eagle when it was condensed. However, since eagles were always flying in the sky, there were hardly any fossils that were made of eagles. Besides, Liao had not reached the level where he could gain a lot just by observing a fossil. Taking a gander for a while, he found nothing and had to give up the thought temporarily. Yet, an inconspicuous booth at a corner of the hall attracted his attention, which was displaying the magical equipment scraps retrieved from the occult orbs. Most of them were chainswords, battle sabers, and melee magical equipment that were well damaged. Those melee weapons were on the verge of destruction because of the fierce battles. Now, after thousands of years of time, their basic structure was all crumbling. They were just piles of garbage that had no value whatsoever either in studying or replicating. If possible, no orb patroller would ever bring such rubbish back to the Heaven's Origin sector. However, sometimes they were terribly unlucky and found absolutely nothing useful in the occult orb where they were working, and, unwilling to go home empty-handed, they had to pack up some remnants of magical equipment and bring them back, no matter how discontent they were. The scraps were uninteresting both in Imperial Star City and in the outside world. Few people were willing to purchase them. After a long time of accumulation, they'd been piled up into a hill. What Liao saw was just the tip of the iceberg. There were a lot more in the underground warehouse. Liao thought of something and was fascinated by the idea. The scraps were too ruined to be repaired even by him. However, by the fractures on the scraps, it was possible to infer the causes of the damages, just like autopsies. Back in the Battle of Veteran Tarn City, Liao had comprehended quite a number of mysteries about the saber art by maintaining the broken magical equipment on the battleground. The damage on the scraps was all left thousands of years ago. If he could perceive a hint of the saber art at that time, it would be a great benefit. Looking at the price tag, Liao discovered that the contribution points required for the scraps were few to none. They were almost being sold for free. Seeing this, Liao decided to take the lift down to the underground warehouse. All the scraps of the magical equipment were piled up in a corner of the warehouse. A scent of death, which almost felt like it was coming from a living thing, was being released non-stop, twisting at Liao's internal organs like thousands of sharp, bloody knives. Liao licked his lips and, squatting in front of the hill, started picking. His main cultivation art was the saber art. Therefore, he mainly singled out the scraps that seemed to have been broken by battle sabers. It was not an easy task, but since Liao had always been crazy about magical equipment, he didn't find it too tedious. After more than 2 hours of searching, he dug out 9 scraps that were relatively intact. It was impossible to tell what they had originally been, but there were slight traces of sabers on each of them. Liao vaguely felt that the saber art demonstrated by the traces was as impressive as that on the stone that Long Wenhui had offered him before. By studying the stone that Long Wenhui gave him, he invented his own thunderous tornado saber art. What would he be able to grasp after he fully understood the remaining traces on the 9 scraps? Liao was greatly satisfied and ready to leave, when something glinting in the hill caught his attention. He fumbled and found that it was a piece of weird magical equipment that looked like a watch, only with an exceptionally long watch band. If it were really a watch, its owner must have had an extremely thick wrist which presumably belonged to a giant 3 to 5 meters tall. But its dial was even smaller than that of common watches, which was utterly disproportionate to the watch band. Liao pondered for a long time, before he finally realized that it was not a watch, but some sort of hair clasp that was worn on one's head. The magical equipment was not damaged by weapons, but it had been completely corrupted by acid. There was blue and purple rust from inside to outside, like a layer of weird moss. But looking through the moss, Liao noticed that a large number of delicate components were still intact. Thinking for a moment, Liao took the magical equipment as well. The biggest problem about the magical equipment was the rust on its shell, and in regard to rust removing, he was probably one of the most proficient experts in the Heaven's Origin sector. Even if he failed to repair it, he could still practice his maintenance skills with the delicate components. Considering that it wouldn't cost him much at all, There was nothing to lose. After paying for them, Liao returned to the exhibition hall in delight. At this moment, the secret treasure exchange had almost come to an end. The number of the orb patrollers in the hall had greatly declined. Liao immediately noticed that Hong Tong and Ding Lingdang were talking with 3 other intimidating orb patrollers. The leader of them seemed familiar. Thinking for a moment, he soon recognized that it was Yan Jun, the arrogant young man he saw when he first arrived at the headquarters of Occult Orbs Fellowship. That guy was one of the leading figures for the Children of Occult Orbs. Team Thunder Soul, of which he was the captain, rested at the top in the rank of stars. Liao's eyes twitched. He strode forward and stood behind Ding Lingdang. On Yan Jun's left eye, there was an incurable scar that was deep to the bones, making his face awfully appalling. It was said that the wound was a result of the chaos caused by the sloppy outside world orb patrollers. Yan Jun's blood sister perished in the occult orb because of the accident, too. Therefore, Yan Jun had never liked orb patrollers from the outside world. Glancing at Liao, Yan Jun quickly focused his eyes on Hong Tong again as he said casually, "Hong Tong, your former captain Yin Qingfeng was the only one of the outside world orb patrollers that I've ever admired. It's too bad he passed away in the accident. Despite the 2 newcomers that you recruited recently, I don't think that you are half as close to what you were when Yin Qingfeng was alive. If you really want to fight side by side with me in ultimacy, then just cultivate and kill crazily. However, do bear in mind that you only have 3 months to prove your capability." Finishing his piece, Yan Jun and his companions left, never to look back. Confused, Liao blinked, having no idea what was going on at all. He turned to the side and asked, "What's the meaning of this, Captain?" Hong Tong showed no expression. He scratched his red nose and said calmly, "Occult Orbs Fellowship has released a piece of breaking news just now. In 100 days' time, 5 teams from the top 10 of the rank of stars will be designated to execute a plan that is of paramount importance." Liao's heart was beating fast. He said, "The exploration of ultimacy." Hong Tong nodded and observed, "Correct. The news has been a public topic for a long time. Now it has been officially confirmed. But it is much earlier than we expected. We must break into the top 10 of the rank of stars within the next 100 days in order to be qualified to compete for the mission to ultimacy. Although we earned more than 110,000 contribution points and our position improved a lot, the competition will get more and more intense as we ascend to higher places. None of the first-rate teams ranking in the top 20 are easy to deal with. It will be quite challenging to bypass them." Looking at the captain in the eyes, Liao found that there was no frustration or hesitation at all, but passion that was burning brighter and brighter, even though he was saying, "It will be quite challenging." Liao smirked. "If it's so difficult and coming so soon, then what are we waiting for? Let's head back and start training right now, so that we can return to our best state and get ready for the next mission." In Liao's personal chamber inside Team Blue Bronze's base, in front of Liao was a giant basin which was filled with boiling violet liquid. Bubbles and pungent steam were popping up non-stop. Gritting his teeth, Liao put his hands into it. The bubbles immediately began popping 10 times faster than before, while crackling noises came out. Due to the excruciating pain, veins were bulging on his face, making him more hideous than ever. 2 tears even flowed out of his eyes uncontrollably. This was the secret art recorded in a book on the 2nd floor of the heavenly refining tower named Thousand Fingers Soft Bone. By soaking his hands in the boiling liquid which had been refined out of 21 kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the bones of the hand would be destroyed and reborn. The procedure was extremely dreadful, but once it succeeded, the speed of his hand movement could be improved by 10%. The 21 kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that the procedure required were all rare ingredients even in the ancient cultivation world 40,000 years ago. Liao failed to find any of them in the outside world. It was not until he joined Occult Orbs Fellowship that he finally gathered all the necessary materials at the cost of a great fortune of contribution points and cooked this mysterious purple liquid. Every drop of the liquid was worth 1 billion. Therefore, although Liao was in agony, he didn't dare pass out. He quickly drew several seals in the scorching liquid while he held back the pain. As the seals were completed, all the purple liquid was kept within the basin no matter furiously it was raging inside, as if it was bound by an invisible force. Half an hour later, the previously dirty liquid was as clear as clean water now. Liao's clothes had been soaked in sweat. Exhaling a long breath in relief, he took his hands out of the basin. At this moment, not only were his hands smooth and warm like jade, they were also endowed with a vague layer of purple color. Wonderful! Moving his fingers, Liao quickly drew almost 100 runes in the midair, both naturally and gracefully. Thousand Fingers Softbone has been perfectly performed by me. My hands are much faster than before. Not only will the efficiency of the maintenance work be greatly improved, it will also be of great help when I need to draw runes empty-handed and when I am in a combat. Liao started planning. He had been used to his boiled blood wind slashing saber, which was more than mighty but not delicate enough. Now that his hand movements were much faster than cultivators of the same level, could he make the best use of that and refine a new weapon in order to make up for the shortcomings of his saber? While he was contemplating, his mini crystal processor started buzzing. After reading the message, Liao rose up and smiled, his white teeth gleaming. A new mission had been approved. This time it was a pure hunting mission. Although it was more dangerous, the contribution points that it rewarded were much greater, not to mention the trophies that they might be able to get from the demons. Top 10 of the rank of stars? No. My target is the top of the rank of stars. Waving his hands, the purple color vanished into his flesh and blood. Liao strode out of the room. A secret operation was to begin in 100 days. It equaled to a public declaration that exploration of ultimacy was beginning soon, and that only the most brilliant cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector would set foot in the mysterious place that had never been visited before. Imperial Star City was on fire. All the star teams had gone crazy, busily applying for all kinds of difficult tasks. The star rails of Occult Orbs Fellowship's launch base were working day and night. There were star shuttles rushing out through the sea of stars every hour. The thunder in the sky never died down. The reddish clouds never faded. In the moment when all the star teams were desperate to show themselves, Team Blue Bronze announced its grand return by the dazzling and awe-inspiring achievements that they accomplished. Each team who returned from Occult Orbs full-loaded and balanced their contribution points in satisfaction would hear Team Blue Bronze's much more flabbergasting news, which spread to every corner of Imperial Star City easily. On March 15th, Team Blue Bronze went to Secret Mirage where they picked up a rarely seen plant, Shocking Thunder Flower. It is of great use to cultivators whose spiritual energy is of the lightning class when they are entering the core formation stage. In the meantime, they slew the atrocious spiritual beast guarding the flower, a thunder spirit leopard. On March 21st, Team Blue Bronze went deep into Burning Flame. Not only did they find a vast ancient battleground where a lot of well-preserved weapons were dug out, Vulture Liao also unearthed an armed shuttle that was basically intact. Some of the technology employed in the armed shuttle are at least 30 years more advanced than the existent ones in the Heaven's Origin sector. If they are fully decrypted, they will be a great help for the development of the next-generation armed shuttles of the Federal Army. On March 27th, Team Blue Bronze and another 3 star teams started an expedition to Burning Inferno. A blood pool that the demon clan built up to breed special demon beasts was demolished. More than 50 demon generals were killed. Inferno, which Ding Lingdang slayed 3 high-level demon generals personally and was credited as the MVP. On April 6th, in competition for the right to carry out a mission that was extremely dangerous, Team Blue Bronze challenged Team Eternal Phoenix, which ranked the 29th, to a duel, and finished the battle in only 21 minutes and 37 seconds. Over the past 1 month, Team Blue Bronze has been unstoppable. Its rank has improved by more than 30 places and has reached 27th place. Breaking news regarding the latest progress of Team Blue Bronze was shocking the Orb Patrollers every day. As for the 2 newcomers, Vulture Liao and Inferno, which Ding Lingdang, their personal strength had been continuously soaring after every mission. Their unbelievable mission videos were great eye-openers for a lot of people, making them 2 of the best-known celebrities of Imperial Star City right now. On April 27th, in an advanced refining workshop with the most facilities, as the number of the contribution points in his account increased crazily, Liao could afford better services now. This particular refining workshop was modified based on a maintenance workshop of a starship from the Star Ocean Imperium. It was the top refining workshop even in the entire Heaven's Origin sector. Naturally, the hourly fee to rent it was also astronomical. Liao gritted his teeth and rented the workshop for 3 hours every day. After training for over a month in the occult orbs and going through life and death in frost, flame, and blood pools of the demon clan, Liao's demeanor had greatly changed. Before, although he had been engaged in several big events such as the Battle of Verdant Tart City and the War of Seven Cities, Liao had spent most of his time in the Grand Desolate War Institution. Inevitably, a vibe of immatureness that belonged to the college students who had never experienced real life always lingered around him. But after fighting and killing in the foreign lands far away from the Heaven's Origin sector, he was like a saber whose sharpness was all hidden deep inside the edge because it had been burnished hundreds of times. He was much more peaceful and sophisticated than before. However, a bright blue scar that looked like a tear could be found right below his right eye, which destroyed the overall serenity in his face and made him look somewhat brutal. The scar had been left by the splashing corrosive acid when they were uprooting the blood pool of the demon clan. Although he had smeared medical ointment, it would take at least 2 months before new flesh could grow out. Liao couldn't care less about it. On the contrary, he quite enjoyed his new appearance, which was endowed with an air of cruelness. Liao warmed up his fingers slowly. After 2 months of soaking and regenerating that were as miserable as hell, the 1,000 fingers soft bone technique had been fully carried out. Purple colors were spreading out of his fingers and spinning around them, as if he were holding 2 torches of purple flames in his hands. After a shiver of his fingers, all the purple flames were absorbed by his hands, which now seemed to be carved out of flawless and sparkling purple jade. Ka! In the next second, bones and joints bulged out from his 2 hands, which were as warm and smooth as jade a moment ago. In his flesh, 10 sharp knives of bones seemed to be buried. He opened his hands, and they immediately ejected out with an intense smell of blood. Dozens of electric arcs flickering with blue and purple spluttered among his fingers. In front of Liao, a rock that was extremely hard was placed. This kind of rock was harder than most metals, and it was naturally resistant against spiritual energy. It was almost as good as the rock in Liao's own refining workshop on which he hammered his magical equipment. Sniffing, Liao waved his hands, which were wreathed in blue and purple electric arcs, and scratched the rock. Cracking noises echoed non-stop, as if a giant animal was chewing its prey's skin and bones. The rock crumbled and shrank in size like it was a piece of rotten wood. Half a minute later, it was only half its previous size. Liao was greatly satisfied. He examined the traces of his claws and mumbled to himself, as expected of an ultimate martial art that cost me 32,000 contribution points. This purple electric blue hell claw art is indeed marvelous. After he was done with 1,000 fingers soft bone, he had been thinking to learn a new martial art that could make best use of his fast hand movement and monstrous finger strength. After considering for a long time, he decided to learn a claw art. After all, his spiritual energy was in the form of an eagle when solidified. The most common way for an eagle to attack was snatching the prey with its claws. By learning a claw attack martial art, it would be easier to resonate with his spiritual energy. Therefore, after he had accumulated enough contribution points, he redeemed them for one of the best claw arts in the Heaven's Origin sector without any hesitation. Although he hadn't fully grasped it since he'd only bought it half a month ago, Liao was very satisfied with his progress. In the cultivation world, there is a kind of unusual magical equipment named Flash Claw, which can unleash high-voltage electricity when it tears the enemy apart. I could totally add a Flash Claw to the left hand of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit with additional high-frequency vibration abilities. With the electric shock and the high-frequency vibration, even the demon beasts with the thickest skin wouldn't be able to suffer one of my strikes. Then I will have floating Vulcan machine guns as my long-range weapons, boiled blood wind slashing saber as my melee weapon, vibrating flash claw during a close combat, together with the 40 mini-beast puppets that I refined out of the egg of the gold thread venomous bee. I am already armed to teeth. Who knows? I think I'm ready for ultimacy right now. Licking his sharp teeth, Liao smiled and returned to peace. He washed his hands carefully and walked into the dust-free room on the right side of the refining workshop. The practice of purple electric blue hellclaw art was just meant to warm up his fingers. What he was going to do next was more important. Over the past month, he had been carrying the 9 scraps that he bought from the secret treasure exchange with him all the time and studied the damage on them whenever he was free. He had perceived several of the saber actions from them, which made his thunderous tornado saber art all the more intimidating. However, what brought him the most benefits was the rusted, watch-like magical equipment. This piece of magical equipment looked shabby and not worth repairing at all. But after Liao removed the dust with the secret technique of the 100 Smelting Clan and cleaned all of its components, he discovered that it was far less ruined than he had expected. The delicacy of the magical equipment was beyond his expectation. 2. He estimated that it was even more precise than the most advanced hunter's watch of the Zephyr Guild. Studying in the Grand Desolate War Institution all the time, Liao was not familiar with precise magical equipment. This was a good opportunity for him to practice. Out of pure curiosity, Liao dismantled the magical equipment and got countless components that were smaller than millet and narrower than a hair, before he studied the usage of each component and the purpose of this magical equipment as a whole. At first, he was only doing it for fun, but soon he was deeply attracted to the magical equipment. After spreading out all the components, it would only take up an area of a desk. But for him, it was like a vast ocean that he couldn't see the boundary of. Liao was addicted to it. Except for the days on the occult orbs, he was completely devoted to the polishing and maintenance of this mysterious magical equipment. Today, he finally understood the attributes of all the components and devised a few new tiny components according to the intention of the designer of the magical equipment. Everything was set. The technology employed in the magical equipment is too complicated for me. It's impossible for me to fully repair it at present. However, I can bypass the trickiest part and fix the peripheral components only. By connecting an outlet unit with the peripheral components, I can make it work with the minimum functions. I estimate that 30% of its functions can be triggered. 30% is good enough. To deal with the components that were tinier than millet, Liao had undertaken a new method to assemble them. Refining with spiritual threads. He closed his eyes, while his spiritual energy rippled out and lifted thousands of miniature components which were floating up and down in the air like invisible hands. Then, he extended innumerous spiritual threads out of his spiritual root, each of which tied up one component gently. Muttering spells to himself, Liao quickly waved his hands in the air, drawing not runes, but a translucent, bright gold holograph that appeared to be the internal structure of something. After that, his 10 fingers trembled at a speed that was too high for the human eyes to catch, as he guided his spiritual threads to drag the components to the corresponding location on the holograph. When the thousands of components were all in position, Liao's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. Then he crossed his fingers and bellowed, "Freeze!" The bright gold holograph instantly condensed into a ball, before it exploded and unveiled a brand new artifact inside. The thousands of components that were tinier than millet had been assembled momentarily. Does it work? Liao's forehead was covered in sweat, his cheeks puffing, while he stared at the watch-like magical equipment with a racing heart. He was both nervous and excited. This was the first time he'd ever repaired a piece of magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium. If it succeeded, it meant that he had made a great leap forward in the path of refining. Although it looked perfect and the spiritual energy flowed smoothly, whether or not it was fully functional depended on what would happen after it was triggered. Holding his breath, Liao picked out a red crystal the size of grain. The moment it came close to the watch-like magical equipment, a hexagonal hole was opened in its back where 3 metal threads stuck out and snatched the red crystal, dragging it inside. The red crystal was part of a marrow crystal. Although the watch was not large in size, the spiritual energy that it consumed to function was astronomical. Ordinary crystals and crystal cells were not satisfactory at all. Only marrow crystals could meet its need. After absorbing the marrow crystal, something shivered inside the watch-like magical equipment. All the components were resonating as if they had been brought back to life by Liao again. The dial was also shining like a starry night sky. It works! Liao was fascinated. He put the magical equipment on his head and aimed the dial at his spiritual root. The watchband seemed to be able to automatically adjust its length, which fastened the magical equipment to his head comfortably. There was no feeling of coldness or hindrances at all. It seemed to have melded with his flesh and blood. Calming himself down, Liao extended one of his telepathic thoughts into the magical equipment. Almost 100 streams of information flooded into his head as feedback. They scanned through his brain and, after making sure that he was a human being and that he had never used such a piece of magical equipment before, transmitted detailed instructions and user manuals. This magical equipment was weirdly known as Slaughterhouse of Demons, which had been used by the Imperial Army of the Star Ocean Imperium as a training facility. However, not all the soldiers were qualified to train with the Slaughterhouse of Demons. It had been specially designed for the special forces of the Imperial Army, as well as the elites in the ordinary troops who had enormous physical strength and ultra-solid souls with remarkable accomplishments. Those who were entitled to use the Slaughterhouse of Demons were all the best warriors of the Star Ocean Imperium. The reason was that the Slaughterhouse of Demons was extremely dangerous as a tool for training. Only those with strong mental power and a solid soul would be able to exercise with it at their will. If a random soldier were to use it carelessly, they would possibly be killed by it instantly. Liao read the documents carefully. The Slaughterhouse of Demons was divided into 100 levels, with level 1 being the easiest and level 100 being the most difficult. However, since many of the key components had been broken and Liao failed to repair them, it was only opened until level 37, with a few missing levels in between. There were only 29 levels in total that he could make use of. Is it really as scary as it claims? Let me set it to level 1 and have a try. Slaughterhouse of Demons projected dozens of complicated operation menus inside Liao's brain. The way of using it was different from any kind of magical equipment in the Star Glory Federation. However, Liao had been playing with another piece of magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium named Narration, whose operation system was hundreds of times more complicated than the Slaughterhouse of Demons. Therefore, it didn't take long before he figured out the options of the Slaughterhouse of Demons, set it to the easiest level, and initiated the magical equipment. Shwa! Liao felt an ivory ray of light beam out of his forehead and condense into a transparent hologram not far away from him. A moment later, the hologram became more solid. A dry, thin, greenish-skinned demon who had sharp teeth and protruding cheeks was eyeing him coldly from 3 meters away. An illusion? Before Liao was able to take any action, the demon grinned hideously, displaying its brown tusks, before it suddenly turned into a streak of brightness and passed by Liao. Unimaginable, unpredictable, and unstoppable, Liao was dazed for a moment. He felt that his throat was itching, cold, and uncomfortable. Then he heard large swishing noise. It was not until several seconds later that he realized it was the sound of blood spurting out of the ruptured carotid artery. He scratched his neck, only to find that his hand was covered in blood. Liao was greatly shocked. At this moment, an acute pain finally grabbed him, while a black swirl started revolving in front of his eyes, swallowing his soul. He told himself repetitively that it was just an illusion, but it took him 10 seconds before he finally got himself away from the pressure of death. He touched his neck again, and he did find a drop of blood there. This time it was not an illusion, but the body reaction after the brain cells were seriously stimulated. Many experts of mental attacks could hypnotize and fool other people into thinking that their hand had been cut by a knife. It was often the case that injuries would appear on their hand even though nobody hurt them. This was a world where mental power could change reality after all. No wonder only the most determined experts were allowed to train with the Slaughterhouse of Demons. For the ordinary soldiers who were not resolute enough, their brains might be wrecked when they were killed in the illusion. Taking a deep breath, Liao calmed himself down, yet his eyes caught a hint of greenness again. The mysterious, greenish-skinned demon was not gone yet. It was grinning hideously at him behind him, to the left. Before he knew it, it turned into a streak of brightness and darted at his neck again. Li Yao's eyes were twitching violently. His pupils constricted to the size of 2 needles. There was no time for him to defend himself. He simply ignited the purple flames in his hands and snatched at the chest of the green demon. Swoosh! The artery on Li Yao's neck was cut open again. In the meantime, the guts of the demon were minced into pieces by Li Yao's purple electric blue hellclaw art. After a scream, the green demon burst into thousands of pieces of brightness and vanished. Interesting. Li Yao finally woke up from the illusion. He scratched his neck, which was still aching, and licked his lips excitedly. He was beginning to understand how the slaughterhouse of demons worked. When it was put on his head, it would stimulate his brain cells and generate all kinds of illusions of strong demons in front of him. His nerves would be kept in a highly active state while he was completely devoted to the fierce combat, so that he could break his own limits and improve himself under the menace of death all the time. Shwa! This time, 2 green demons appeared in front of his eyes, both of which carrying coldly shining poisoned daggers in their hands. It seemed that the slaughterhouse of demons would automatically adjust the difficulty of the training according to the approaches undertaken by the trainee. Come on! Every one of Li Yao's brain cells were burning furiously. His eyes were so bright that fire seemed to be popping out. Before the 2 green demons could launch their attack, Li Yao had already charged at them. From the afternoon to the next morning, Li Yao played with his new toy for more than 15 hours without any sleep or rest, dwelling in the new world and forgetting where he was. From level 1 to level 7, he was killed 372 times and killed 631 demons in total. At first, his opponent was the simplest greenish-skinned demons. But after level 5, he was faced with enemies with greater strength than a middle-level demon general, many of whom were new to him but not any less formidable. By his estimation, they must be the strong ancient demons who had gone extinct thousands of years ago. Li Yao's combat skills continued on the rise after each death and each execution. He was planning to practice another 3 days and 3 nights, but Ding Lingdang suddenly appeared and disrupted his nice plan. Ding Lingdang's eyes were wide open, staring at the refining workshop which was in a mess. She exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you doing here? Why is it so messed up here? You didn't have an accident in one of your crazy experiments with explosive magical equipment, did you?" Ding Lingdang strode close and examined Li Yao's body carefully. She was greatly relieved when she noticed that there were no wounds on Li Yao's body. Li Yao smiled. "I'm fine. Why are you here? Aren't we on a 5-day vacation because the captain said we needed a good rest after a month of frequent visits to occult orbs? What? Anything wrong?" Ding Lingdang grimaced. She waved her wrist where her mini crystal processor was worn and said airily, "Good news, or maybe bad news. You made it to the list. You are now the 2998th on the Stars to Destroy list." "What?" Li Yao was dazed. He repeated, "I made it to the 2998th on the Stars to Destroy list?" The Star Glory Federation, to tackle the powerful enemies in the Blood Demon sector, resorted to every method possible to track down the Demon Kings, Demon Emperors, and other influential figures and proposed a deadly demons list, where the names of 3,000 expert demons that were most threatening to the Star Glory Federation, as well as their respective bounties, were written. It was one of the highest honors for a cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector to slay a major demon who was on the deadly demons list. At the same time, some demons of the Blood Demon sector were designated to gather and analyze the intelligence from the Heaven's Origin sector, too, and they offered the names of 3,000 cultivators who were most threatening to the Blood Demon sector, which was known as the Stars to Destroy list. One might say that the 3,000 expert demons on the Deadly Demons list and the 3,000 cultivators on the Stars to Destroy list were the most influential figures in their respective worlds for the war to come. They were the well-deserved celebrities in their worlds. 1 year ago, Li Yao could only look up to the 3,000 cultivators on the Stars to Destroy list in admiration. Never had he anticipated that his name would appear on the list one day. Although he was only the 2998th, it was already a remarkable achievement. Speaking of influence and importance to the Federation, the leaders, as well as many elders, of the top 500 sects in the Federation were all more than qualified to appear on the Stars to Destroy list, not to mention the presidents of the 9 elite universities, renowned professors, generals of the major military regions, senior cultivators who had been fighting against the demons for hundreds of years. There were few places left for beginners. There were even fewer experts who had become a center of hatred for the demons and made it to the Stars to Destroy list before 30. Not quite fully convinced, with her hands resting on her hip, Ding Lingdang exclaimed, "I never expected that you could rise to fame so fast. I've been training day and night dreaming to squeeze into the Stars to Destroy list. And yet you still arrived earlier than me." Liao grinned and was well aware that his appearance in the Stars to Destroy list was not just based on his excellent performance in the occult orbs over the past 2 months. It had more to do with his ability in refining, or more specifically, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Although the Demon Clan didn't launch massive attacks over the past several months, the warfare never ceased in the northernmost of the Grand Desolate Plateau. As more and more troops were equipped with Mystic Skeleton battlesuits, the defense of the Federal Army significantly improved. In dangerous areas which were too risky for crystal warships, legions armed with Mystic Skeleton battlesuits could be deployed to confront the demons in head-on battles. To some extent, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit brought as much trouble to the Demon Clan in the war as a nascent Soul Stage cultivator would. As the youngest participant of Project Mystic Skeleton, Liao also boasted amazing personal combat ability. More importantly, considering his young age, his potential was enormous, which was the primary reason why his name appeared on the Stars to Destroy list. The fact that he was discovered so soon and registered as one of the 3,000 most threatening cultivators for the Blood Demon sector also proved the effectiveness of the Demon Clan's espionage work. It was evident enough that their infiltration into the Heaven's Origin sector was quite productive. "From now on, I'm no longer a Mr. Nobody. I can put myself on the scale of victory now. Even if I only weigh 1 gram, I still have the chance to change the balance of the war." Appearing on the Stars to Destroy list might not be a good thing. It means that you will be a target for everybody. In a battlefield, the demons always attack the cultivators whose names are on the Stars to Destroy list. For those whose ranks are at the top, sometimes the demons even teleport assassins through the void in order to kill them. Ding Lingdang said with a smile, not in the least worried. She was quite proud that her boyfriend had appeared on the Stars to Destroy list, although she was discontent that she hadn't made it to the list. Stars to Destroy list and Deadly Demons list had been established for the purpose of hunting the important figures of the hostile world more easily. Once someone's name was on one of the lists, their enemy would search for their files at any cost and offer a high bounty, also they could be extinguished sooner. Killing an expert on the Stars to Destroy list or the Deadly Demons list would not only undermine the enemy's war potential, but also significantly damage the morale of their army. After Liao entered Imperial Star City, he had heard of many confidential events in the Federation. For example, Su Haoran, the Speaker of Parliaments, who ranked 3rd in the Stars to Destroy list, had been the victim of many attempted assassinations every year. In the meantime, many core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators were also trying to sneak into the Blood Demon sector to hunt down the super demons ranking in the top 100 on the Deadly Demons list. The demise of any expert at that level would be shocking news. Liao sniffed and then smiled. "Assassinate me? Come and try. I feel that my rank in the Stars to Destroy list is too low anyway." Thinking for a moment, he took off the Slaughterhouse of Demons and put it on Ding Lingdong's head. Then he activated it and said, "Try it. This is a piece of magical equipment for training from the Star Ocean Imperium that I just repaired." Ding Lingdang was quite amazed. "You were able to repair the magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imp?" Hiss. She was lost for a moment. Sweat was dropping from her forehead, while her body was trembling. A moment later, she came back to herself in a shiver. Pressing her chest, she exclaimed passionately, "This thing is interesting." Liao smiled and saw that Ding Lingdang was apparently hooked on it. Her eyes were bulging, her teeth clicking, while she was fighting against the invisible enemies in her illusion. Therefore, he took a step back, brought out the 9 scraps, and closing his eyes, touched them with his hypersensitive fingertips, observing the saber art from thousands of years ago. He had multiple methods of training. It was unlikely that he would use the slaughterhouse of demons 24 hours a day. Sharing it with Ding Lingdang was a much better idea so that it wouldn't be left idle. Liao hoped that Ding Lingdang would enter the stars to destroy List, too, and that the two of them could march forward hand in hand. A journey by himself would be too lonely. In the next couple of days, they took turns to undergo the extreme training sessions of the Slaughterhouse of Demons. When the vacation was over and Team Blue Bronze gathered together again, their sharp and unstoppable vibe surprised everyone. In the next month, Team Blue Bronze applied for several missions of unimaginable risks and completed all of them perfectly. Their position in the rank of stars rose to the top 15. Liao and Ding Lingdang distinguished themselves more and more. Their brilliant mission videos were spread to every corner of Imperial Star City and later into the entire cultivation world. Nobody considered them to be newcomers anymore. They'd become the most proficient orb patrollers. On June 2nd, in Ghost Ocean, this was an occult orb covered by a raging ocean. Except for the sharp rocks that popped out from the black ocean once in a while, there was no land that one could set foot on at all. Blowing wind dominated the sky of Ghost Sea. Giant swirls were everywhere in the ocean. The waves raised by the ferocious undercurrent could jump to hundreds of meters high while uttering weird sounds that resembled screams of the unrest souls. Looking from above, it seemed that countless ghosts were wandering under the ocean, hence the name Ghost Ocean. At this moment, among the tusk-like ocean waves each higher than another, a crystal suit was dodging and flying fast with gold exhaust flames behind it. After being strengthened and polished by countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures from Occult Orb's fellowship, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit right now had undergone tremendous changes compared with 3 months ago. With the Swallow Shadow Stones, Heavenly Tiger Core Copper, Red Glow Liquid, and many other rare materials, the color of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had turned from bright gray into deep black, with a streak of blood red outlining the edge of every piece of the plate armor. Against the background of the black ocean, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit seemed to have vanished. What was left in the air was a red, translucent holograph, around which gold brightness was shimmering occasionally. It was full of mysteries and coldness, like the vast starry sky. Boom! Behind the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, which was fleeing at full speed, a tremendous lump about 50 meters in diameter rose up from the surface of the ocean, before it exploded, producing ear-splitting booms. What was unveiled after the explosion was a strong demon beast more than 30 meters in diameter that looked like an enlarged squid. Every tentacle of the kraken was as thick and long as a crystal train. Not only was it covered in suckers which could absorb seawater and air and also interrupt the spiritual waves nearby, there were also many caruncles among the suckers that could spurt seawater, thereby forming many high-pressure water swords. Without the protection of a crystal suit, even a building foundation stage cultivator might be sliced in two by the water sword easily. Lifted by the 8 copious tentacles was a giant head that was almost as large as a floating mountain, which was affixed with countless colorful seaweeds and shells that seemed to be its armor in the form of weird, round stripes. In the middle of the round stripes, a crimson eye, which was more than 2 meters in diameter and naturally blessed with the ability to perform mental attacks, was glaring. One glance from it was enough to rip the souls of low-level cultivators apart. Behind the eye, there were 8 wrinkles surrounding the body through which the prey would be devoured. Every wrinkle was filled with coldly shining bones that were as sharp as teeth, leaving no doubt that if Liao was bitten, both his crystal suit and himself would be chewed into pieces without the slightest traces remaining. Ho! 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 The kraken was more than furious. Liquid as thick as blood flowed out of the crimson eye. Spurting water from the spouts behind its head, it boosted itself forward with the counterforce and stayed close behind Liao. Pooh! 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 While it was chasing, it shot out liquid that was as black as ink from 16 spouts on its head, which exploded near Liao and formed clusters of stinky venomous fog. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit at this moment was no longer the MP crystal suit from half a year ago. After every mission, Liao would spend a fortune of contribution points on heavenly materials and earthly treasures to further modify it. All the way to this day, his crystal suit was no worse than the supercrystal suits worth billions that the core formation stage cultivators wore. Liao's skill at controlling the crystal suit was becoming more and more fluid after countless life and death battles. The venomous fog was about to wreathe the mystic skeleton battlesuit, when the battlesuit suddenly turned into countless blurred shadows and dashed out of the enclosing fog at an unimaginable angle, before it rushed forward under the cover of the rampageous waves. Sometimes, the waves and the water swords of the Kraken were only the width of a hair away from the mystic skeleton battlesuit. But the width of a hair seemed to have been fixed by superglue. However furious the Kraken was, it was not able to cut off any part of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, not even the corner of a piece of plate armor. Suddenly, hundreds of blurred shadows melted into one. The mystic skeleton battlesuit came to a halt abruptly. In front was the place where currents congregated. A giant water wall that was 50 meters tall and almost 1,000 meters long was blocking his way. The Kraken was squeaking in excitement. 8 giant swirls were stirred up by its tentacles, while it charged toward him at full speed. Too bad that as large as its eyeball was, its sight was not good enough, otherwise it would have seen the cruel smile on Liao's face. Ka! 16 noises echoed at the same time, as 16 explosions took place on the surface of the ocean surrounding the Kraken. 16 bright blue blasts swept over, freezing the savaging waves into solid sculptures. Together with the Kraken, the entire ocean in the 100 square meters was consolidated into a giant iceberg. Crack! 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 The Kraken was quite tough. The frigid prison grenades from the Star Ocean Imperium that were supposed to be able to freeze everything within its range only stopped its movement briefly. Soon, the frozen ocean broke. The crimson eye, which had been rigid for a moment, started rolling crazily again, unleashing a vicious, red light. But for Liao, a moment of rigidness was more than enough. Liao stomped in the air, leaving 2 giant holes more than 10 meters in diameter on the wall of seawater that was dozens of meters high. Then he took a weirdly sharp turn and blinked in front of the giant eye of the Kraken. 3 sharp knives unfolded from his left arm, turning his left arm into a metal claw. Each of the talons were carved with complicated rune arrays. An invaluable marrow crystal was embedded in between the talons. Purple electric arcs and blue fire were dancing on the claw, tearing the air apart with cracking sounds. Compared with the mainstream melee weapons such as chainswords and vibrating sabers, flash claws were much less popular. It was because grasping a claw art was often a painful process. Besides, they could only be carried out by keeping close to the enemy during a combat. Therefore, most cultivators who preferred poise and elegancy were not interested in them. Liao was different. His hands had endured the torture of the 1,000 fingers soft bone technique. The miserable training process was like living in hell. Compared to the 1,000 fingers soft bone technique, no claw art was cruel anymore. Besides, the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique had endowed him with extraordinary body sturdiness, making him suited to close combat. A melee weapon such as the flash claw fit his every need. This particular flash claw he was using had been refined by an elder of Falcon Strike sect, which was renowned for its claw arts. It had been marked by his soul seal, distinguishing it as one of the limited editions from the mass-produced ones made for the ordinary disciples. Liao had further burnished it with more than 3 different kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as abundant marrow crystals without considering the cost, through the ancient techniques of the 100 Smelting Clan. It was definitely one of the best flash claws in the world. Therefore, although he had only been training with the purple electric blue hell claw art for only a little more than 1 month, this ultimate flash paw still raised a blue and purple lightning that was almost 1 meter long while it snatched at the crimson soul eye of the Kraken. Ting! The sharp claw enveloped in purple electric arcs and blue fire raised crackling sounds like a piece of metal crashing into a stone. It had failed to pierce through. The eyeball of the Kraken was large and soft, which was its biggest weakness. How could it not prepare for it? The moment before the flash claw fell down, the surface of the eyeball was covered in a layer of transparent membrane that protected the eyeball as if it were tempering glass. The membrane seemed to boast extraordinary resistance against spiritual energy. No matter how furiously powerful the lightning and the fire were, they were not able to breach the defense at all and simply vanished after they reached it. In the meantime, the frozen ocean was cracking under the Kraken's brute force. Jagged, giant gaps appeared on the surface. The Kraken was breaking free in no time. The crimson eye was filled with disdain and abhorrence. Its mental attack stirred chaos within Liao's brain like burning iron needles. Gritting his teeth, Liao turned his claw into thousands of blurred shadows, which were humming and appeared fuzzy. It was vibrating at almost 10,000 times per second. After the high-frequency vibrations, the first crack appeared in the membrane covering the crimson eye. The interconnecting gaps on the frozen ocean were also expanding. In many places, the ice fell down into craters where seawater jumped up dozens of meters like fountains. One of the Kraken's tentacles had been freed from the ice. It was beating the ice crazily, hoping to break up more. Right now, it was just a matter of speed. The eye of the Kraken was filled with contempt, while another two of its tentacles got out of the ice and joined with the first tentacle in ripping open the ice. The frozen ocean was shaking and would crumble in no time. Yet, the confidence in Liao's eyes was not in the least diminished. He roared and poured all his spiritual energy into his left arm. Two gold rings at the front end of his right arm suddenly started revolving in opposite directions. The claw between them started swirling, too. The flash claw immediately turned into a mincing machine that was vibrating rapidly. Purple electric arcs, the blue fire, high-frequency vibration, and rapid revolution. Under the effect of these four abilities, the defensive membrane outside of the crimson eye finally couldn't bear it any longer and broke into pieces after a cracking sound. The flash claw pierced into the eyeball unstoppably. A balloon made of blood exploded over him. The mystic skeleton battlesuit was showered by the strongly corrosive red liquid, which was eroding the mystic skeleton battlesuit. But it had no influence on the highly strengthened shell and the anti-corrosive layer whatsoever. In less than 1 second, the crimson eye had been cut into pieces by the flash claw and collapsed. The electric arcs and the blue fire even penetrated through the bottom of its eye into its brain. The Kraken was squeaking in desperation, while it extended its 3 tentacles to maximum and smashed the ice, spluttering the pieces of ice to everywhere. With a cold smile, Liao pulled back his flash claw and folded it up, revealing his left hand. Simultaneously, his right hand picked up the boiled blood wind slashing saber. Then, his left hand joined with his right hand to draw the saber out and stab into the crimson eye of the Kraken, which had already been shattered. Although the boiled blood wind slashing saber was only 2 meters long, the blood aura from the saber flushed out into the surrounding 10 meters, boosted by Liao's high spirit and fully activated spiritual energy, protruding directly into the depths of the Kraken's soft brain. Liao didn't just stop there. He twisted his saber brutally, as if he was trying to churn the brain of the Kraken into a mess. It was not until the 4th tentacle of the Kraken, which was the closest one to him, was freed from the ice and slashed at him in blowing wind that he pulled his saber out and leaped 3 meters away. Then he immediately summoned 4 floating Vulcan machine guns from his cosmos ring, aimed at the giant blood hole more than 1 meter in diameter, and opened fire. Frost bullets, flames bullets, corrosive bullets, explosive bullets. All kinds of bullets that had been carved with powerful attack rune arrays and cleansed by a blood baptism rained upon the Kraken, which was shaking under the attack non-stop. Translucent, white liquid was flowing out of the holes in its body. This was its real blood. The red liquid inside the crimson eye previously was only a medium to trigger the mental attack. The Kraken finally set itself free from the ice, but its head had already been blown to smithereens by Liao. The soft body of the Kraken turned rigid. The tentacles, which had been waving crazily, lost their momentum. The Kraken was on the brink of death, but a weird flame was burning brighter and brighter in the core part of the giant body. Swoosh! One of the wrinkles on the head of the Kraken suddenly split, from which a gray figure spurted out and floated in the air, while it eyed Liao with utmost odium. This figure was more than 2 meters tall, with 4 limbs and 1 head. The facial features, although warped, was still distinguishable. There was no hair whatsoever around its body, only a layer of scarce scales. Beep! Beep! The crystal processor of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit immediately retrieved information about the demon. Sanghang, the 2722nd on the deadly demons list. He was good at mental attacks and possessed remarkable skills to escape through water. More importantly, he was good at breeding biochemical beasts based on all kinds of strong sea animals. To breed the so-called biochemical beasts, the fetus of strong demons, and sometimes even demon kings, would be chosen and modified through all kinds of secret arts. After the biochemical beasts grew up, they would possess enormous physical strength as well as a powerful brain, but with little self-awareness. The only thing that they were born with were the natural instincts to hunt and survive that were no different than ordinary animals. For the intelligent silverblood demons, they could enter the biochemical beasts and connect their brains together so that the biochemical beasts would become their weapons in a battle, and their capability would be greatly enhanced. Such a method would not only endow them with tremendous physical strength, but it entailed no risk of the backlash when the demon beasts were tamed by mental attacks. Biochemical beasts were to silverblood demons what crystal suits were to cultivators. It was much more difficult to breed a biochemical beast. But once it succeeded, the product was often much more powerful than common crystal suits. Sanghang was an expert in breeding sea biochemical beasts whose name was on the deadly demons list. Naturally, he was wise enough to look for information on his opponent with the two information bugs which were wriggling beside his earholes. Sanghai's 3 round pupils suddenly constricted, as he gasped, "Vulture Liao, the 2833rd on the stars to destroy list." Sanghai turned around and jumped at the ocean without any hesitation. Although both of them were on each other's must-kill list and ranked in similar places, he had remained in the position for quite a long time, since his capability had more or less reached its limit. On the other hand, Vulture Liao was a brutal guy who had just entered the list a few months ago. He had slain quite a few renowned experts of the blood demon sector in the competitions in occult orbs. Besides, most of his capability hinged on his biochemical beast. Right now, his sharpest weapon had been broken off. The battle would not be in his favor if it were to continue. Within a moment, Sanghai was only 10 meters away from the ocean. As long as he entered the ocean, with his brilliant skills of water escaping, he was confident that even a core formation stage cultivator wouldn't be unable to catch him. But right at this moment, he suddenly felt that his body was lighter, and that he was about to lose balance. All kinds of hallucinations were appearing in front of his eyes. He seemed to have become a small octopus which had been pinned to a chopping board and exposed to the scorching sun. The acute pain was beyond the description of any words. Before he was able to get rid of the hallucinations, his body felt 72 dull pains caused by 72 deadly bullets which were rushing close from unpredictable angles. Sanghai deserved his name as a respected demon on the deadly demons list. Explosive sound waves were uttered from his mouth, which set all the bullets away off course momentarily. His eyes suddenly blinked with intimidating brilliance. The illusions were torn to pieces immediately. Dummy Ba Weiqi, who was hiding in the bottom of the ocean, vomited blood because of the intense mental counterforce. In the meantime, his body twisted weirdly as if it was swimming in the sea even though it was in the midair. Then, he turned around and fled out of the area in which gravity had been changed by Hong Tong. In only several seconds, the fatal attacks from 3 enemies had been resolved by him easily. Yet, before he was able to feel proud of himself, he fainted and almost fell off from the sky. "What's going on? I am bleeding." Sanghai was greatly shocked. He had been lurking in the center of the brain of the Kraken. Although Liao's saber was too short to reach him, the blood aura had swept over his body. Sanghai had been complacent about his defenses. He wouldn't be bothered by it even if a real saber cut his body. Therefore, he didn't care about the sweeping blood aura at all. But he didn't know that the blood aura of the boiled blood wind-slashing saber could trigger internal bleeding. Any living creature with a blood circulation system, be they human beings or demons, would be its victim. He didn't feel anything wrong just now. But the dodging movements in order to avoid the 3 formidable enemies' attacks had almost exhausted his physical strength and mental power. The consequences of the previous injury were finally revealed. Zero point 0.1 seconds later, Shanghai held back the bleeding by force and suppressed his dizziness. But what he saw when his eyes were clear again were 3 dragon flames endowed with primitive, barbarian, and aggressive sense as if they'd crossed time and space from billions of years ago. Boom! 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 Running out of his strength, Shanghai was hit by Ding Lingdong's Nona-colored fire precisely. After appreciating the dragon fossil day and night and training in the extreme battles through the demon slaughterhouse, Ding Lingdang had decorated her Nona-colored fire with an intense prehistoric scent that was nothing like how it had been several months ago. After the attack hit its enemy, the spiritual energy raged out unstoppably like a torrent. Swoosh! 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 The 72 bullets that had been affected by Shanghai's sound waves detoured and hit their target under the control of Shell Leng Ziming's telepathic thoughts. These bullets had been refined by Li Yao, whom he had made the request of after buying a large batch of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With his proficient gunfighting skills, the bullets were 10 times powerful more than previously. Gold dissection. Shell Leng Ziming bellowed. Gold electric arcs were spluttering among the bullets, before they were suddenly lengthened and pierced into Shanghai's body like hundreds of sharp swords. Shanghai's struggling body suddenly turned stiff. There was no time for him to take any preventative actions. The mystic skeleton battlesuit had blinked behind his back. Exhaust flames as intimidating as tsunamis were gushing out from the power rune arrays. His speed and strength at maximum, the boiled blood wind slashing saber drew an almost perfect red arc, passing by Shanghai's neck in the blink of an eye. The movement was so fast that the head stayed on the neck even though it had been cut off, which stopped the blood from spurting out. The brutality in the 3 eyes was completely gone. The renowned demon Shanghai on the deadly demons list had been killed by Li Yao and his teammates. Walla! Dummy! Ba Weiqi jumped out of the ocean. 9 antennas covered in rings stood out from the disproportionately large head of his crystal suit, which projected his mental power that had been enhanced by dozens of times to the sky where it formed an impregnable dragnet. A moment later, a translucent shadow appeared in the sky, dancing and dashing, only to be blocked by the vast, invisible net, before returning to Shanghai's head helplessly. Shanghai's soul has been pressed back to his dead body, Ba Weiqi yelled. Yan Yongtian, who had been hiding nearby all the time, leaped forward and slapped Shanghai's head, which was immediately frozen with frost flowers flourishing. Emotionlessly, Yan Yongtian picked the frozen head, put it into a container, and placed it in her cosmos ring. Since Shanghai was one of the 3,000 deadly demons, he must be aware of much confidential information about the blood demon sector. The secret arts that he employed to breed biochemical beasts would also be a great help to the study of life science in the heavens origin sector. He had been executed neatly. His brain cells were all intact. His demon soul failed to run away. After the team returned to the heavens origin sector, many research-type cultivators would be able to make him confess every secret buried inside his brain. Boom! 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 At this moment, more than 10 earth-shaking explosions took place deep down the ocean in the far ahead. The fireball soared to the sky and dyed the gloom into redness. The sea biochemical beast's breeding base that the blood demon sector had established deep under the ocean had been detonated by 4 star teams. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Li Yao watched the Kraken's dead body floating up and down in the dark swirls moving toward the depths of the ocean, knowing that a potential hazard had been removed successfully. Had Occult Orbs Fellowship not discovered the secret base in time, the Demon Clan would have been able to throw the eggs of the biochemical beasts into the sea of the heavens origin sector, where they would have grown up over 10 to 20 years without anybody noticing anything wrong. At the right timing, a demon squad could have snuck into the heavens origin sector and appeared in the seashore of the Star Glory Federation raining those biochemical beasts, locking the ports and cutting off transportation. The consequences would have been calamitous. Swoosh! 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 More than 10 streaks of brightness dashed toward them, which were the other orb patrollers taking part in this collaborative mission. Seeing the twitching dead body in the air which was still surrounded by intense demonic energy even though it had lost its head, all the orb patrollers were dumbfounded, and it was not until 5 seconds later that then finally gasped in disbelief. They might have demolished the breeding base of the demon clan, but Team Blue Bronze had slain a well-known expert on the deadly demons list. It seemed that Team Blue Bronze would receive the most contribution points again. But no one had any complaints. They were 100% sure that they could destroy the breeding base of sea biochemical beasts, but they had no faith whatsoever that they could kill Xianxia and were not even willing to give it a try. Team Blue Bronze had become the best team of the outside world orb patrollers. Chi! For seriously damaged star shuttles stopped at the end of the star rails. Members of Team Blue Bronze walked out of their star shuttle with their heads held high, surrounded by staff that were almost 5 times as many as before. Many research-type cultivators had learnt of the news in advance. They were waiting outside to get the heavenly materials and earthly treasures retrieved from the occult orb and the head of the deadly demon, so that they could begin their study sooner. Right now, Team Blue Bronze had been well acknowledged as a first-tier team. Other than Liao, Ding Lingdang and Captain Hong Tong had appeared on the deadly demons list too, which meant that they were considered by the demon clan to belong to the 3,000 most dangerous people of the Star Glory Federation, which had a population of almost 10 billion. Captain Hong Tong ranked the 2,321st, while Ding Lingdang ranked the 2,904th. 3 members of a team were on the Stars to Destroy list. It indicated that the personnel of the team were neatly organized. There was no significant drawback. Even if the team suffered great damage in a battle, in which 1 or 2 main members perished, the capability of the team wouldn't be entirely lost. After handing in the trophies obtained from the mission in Ghost Ocean and submitting the mission videos, they asked the mainframe crystal processor to reevaluate the capability of the team. According to the accomplishments and the personal strength of the team members, the system soon calculated their rank. 11th on the rank of stars. Seeing their new rank, all the members of Team Blue Bronze had complicated feelings, especially the 4 old members including Captain Hong Tong. After Captaining perished, we never expected that we could return to the top 20 of the rank of stars within a year after the pillar of the team had died. Our comprehensive score is only 1 step away from 10th. Staring at the light beam, Hong Tong's eyes turned reddish while tears were brewing. He remarked, "Liao, Lingdang, thanks to you, Team Blue Bronze has been revived. Captain, we've been through life and death together enough times to drop the civilities." Liao smiled and said, "Ding Lingdang and I always feel lucky that we chose Team Blue Bronze, too, because this is the place where we can bring out the best of what we are. It's needless to say anything else. There are 10 days to go before the candidate teams eligible for the secret operation are to be announced by occult orbs. We must reach the top 10 by then." "Correct." Hong Tong calmed himself down. His eyes regained sharpness while he said in a low voice, "Everything is in vain if we cannot arrive in the top 10 of the rank of stars. We've been pushing ourselves for 3 months. There are only 10 days to go. We must overcome the barrier in front of us, no matter how hard it seems. Only after we enter the top 10 of the rank of stars will we qualify to receive the enlightenment of the nascent soul stage cultivators and accept their spiritual seeds. Of the 6 of us, Liao and Ding Lingdang are still young and full of potentials, while the rest of us are almost fixed, our potential running dry, although we are at the middle level and high level of the building foundation stage. Without undergoing fortuitous events and just by training normally, Liao and Ding Lingdang may need dozens of years in order to break into the core formation stage, if they are unbelievably lucky. As for the 4 of us, we don't stand a chance at all. But spiritual seeds. With the help of the spiritual seeds of the nascent soul stage cultivators, we will be bestowed an opportunity to experience the higher level and form our cores. Liao and Ding Lingdang's training time will be greatly saved. It will take less than 10 years for them to form their cores. Not to mention that exploring the unseen ultimacy is the highest honor for us cultivators. If we set off on the expedition, our names will be left in the history books of the Star Glory Federation. Even if I have to die, I will stab my bones deeply into the earth of ultimacy." Hong Tong's speech triggered countless thoughts in everyone's hearts. From the ancient time to nowadays, millions of cultivators had been seeking the path to immortality, but none of them had ever succeeded. For some of them, not only were their bodies rotten, the innocent also fell victim to their attempts. Even the world had once been on the verge of dilapidation. They and their descendants were doomed and cursed for all eternity. However, although bodies may cease to exist, spirits could live forever. The names of all the cultivators would be indelible in the magnificent history of the Star Glory Federation. As long as the Star Glory Federation lived on, these cultivators would be immortal. When the Star Glory Federation expanded into the universe, their names would be spread to every corner of the Sea of Stars. As modern cultivators, this was the supreme immortality that they were pursuing and willing to die for. I suggest that we take a 3-day rest, and that 80% of the contribution points be allocated to Liao, who then will purchase secret treasures for all of us, so that our magical equipment can be fully upgraded again. After that, we will carry out the most risky and difficult mission in order to reach the top 10 of the rank of stars. Captain Hong Tong waved his hand fervently. Yet, his teammates didn't answer to his declaration as enthusiastically as he'd expected, because they were gazing at the light beam behind him in bewilderment. Hong Tong was surprised and turned back, only to notice that the rank of stars was changing violently, while Team Blue Bronze jumped upward to 10th of the rank of stars. Then, they heard shocking exclamations from the chit-chatting orb patrollers nearby. Soon, the latest news popped up at the bottom of the light beam. Everybody's eyes were stung by the blood red. Team Dragon Slayers, originally 6th in the rank of stars, was ambushed by the Demon Clan during a mission in Forest Sea. There were no survivors. All 6 members, including the captain who ranked 2,441st on the Stars to Destroy list, have perished. 10 days later, in the Temple of Fallen Stars, a building of solemnity and reverence in front of the central square of Imperial Star City. During the 10 days, Team Blue Bronze had poured all the resources available to purchase a large batch of secret treasures. They had also completed another mission, securing 10th place on the rank of stars to this day and leaving no chance for the star teams behind to catch up to them. Explorations of the occult orbs were extremely perilous endeavors. Orb patrollers died every month. In the middle of each month, all the orb patrollers in Imperial Star City would congregate in the Temple of Fallen Stars to pay their respects to the orb patrollers who were gone. Over the past few months, the resource competition between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector had gotten fiercer and fiercer. Many names on the Deadly Demons list had been eradicated. On the other hand, 31 orb patrollers had fallen, including Team Dragon Slayers, which had been eliminated as a team. It was a great loss for Occult Orbs Fellowship. Therefore, the Temple of Fallen Stars was extraordinarily grave today. In the temple, Liao bowed to the 3D portraits of the cultivators who'd passed away over the last month deferentially 3 times, left the line and mourned silently, with mixed feelings rolling over in his heart. Although the accident of Team Dragon Slayers had emptied room for Team Blue Bronze to return to the top 10 of the ranks of stars effortlessly, it was not a result that Liao desired. On one hand, reaching the top 10 in such a way felt like cheating. On the other hand, although Team Dragon Slayers was exclusively made of children of occult orbs, and they'd never seen eye to eye with Team Blue Bronze, they were cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector after all. The conflicts between them seemed trivial when a war concerning the future of the human race was drawing near. Liao couldn't help but feel sad for the demise of so many fellow orb patrollers. Seeing from the 3D portraits the vivid figures, some of whom had been training with him, some of whom had been on the same mission as him, and still some of whom had asked him to modify magical equipment for them, Liao was clenching his fists tighter and tighter. Today is the day when the secret operation will be revealed. The top 10 teams on the rank of stars are all here, Captain Hong Tong said softly. Liao retreated his gaze and glanced around. The super teams ranking in top 10 usually wouldn't stay too long in Imperial Star City. They were either in an occult orb or on their way to one. So, Team Blue Bronze had barely seen them in reality before. However, Liao had watched their mission videos hundreds of times to learn lessons from them. Therefore, he recognized them without any trouble. Team 9 Cauldrons, whose 6 members were all above the middle level of the building foundation stage. Their melee combat ability was the best in Occult Orbs Fellowship. Team Permanent Apparition, for out of its 6 members were adept at mental attacks. They could make their enemy's brain crumble without drawing their weapons. Team White Fang. All 6 of its members were gun experts who were best at gunfighting. Once their fire net took form, even a Demon King might be minced instantly. Of course, there was also Team Thundersoul led by Yen Jun, the first on the rank of stars for an entire year and the unquestionable king of Occult Orbs Fellowship. While Liao was eyeing the other 9 teams, they were also observing him quietly. Team Blue Bronze was once a top 5 team. Its return was not very surprising. The old members such as Hong Tong and Ba Weiqi were all skilled orb patrollers whose capabilities were well acknowledged. On the other hand, the eye-opening performance of the 2 newcomers, namely Vulture Liao and Inferno Witch Ding Lingdang, had attracted the attention of quite a few orb patrollers and cultivation sections. It was going to take a long time before 2 worlds were fully merged. According to the astronomers, the process could be as protracted as 20 or even 30 years. Since the development levels of the 2 worlds were similar to each other, there was a good chance that neither of them would be able to defeat its nemesis before the final war, not without some extremely lucky accidents, which meant that this war could linger on for decades. The young cultivators who were full of potential such as Liao and Ding Lingdang might still be at the beginning level or middle level of the building foundation stage at present. But after 20 to 30 years of training and killing, they would likely become first-rate experts as long as they were lucky enough to not get killed. While the 2 parties were spotting each other, a breeze without any sign started drifting inside the temple. In the blink of an eye, 3 shadows appeared in front of the temple before they consolidated, as if they'd been standing there the whole time. Liao was entirely refreshed. The real experts were here. On the left, it was a bald, athletic man more than 2 meters tall. His bulging muscles left the illusion that his black tuxedo was one size too slim and that it was going to be torn apart at any time. There was an extremely tiny flying sword on his back, which was so small that it looked like a child's toy. For a muscular man of his height and weight, it was only reasonable that he wielded chainswords that were 2 meters or even 3 meters long. Yet, his weapon was a flying sword that had a length of no more than 20 centimeters. Which was like an iron toothpick compared to his appearance. The contrast was somewhat hilarious. The one in the middle was a plain-looking old man who was wearing ordinary clothes. The drowsy countenance and the messy gray hair could be found everywhere in a town on the retired old men who were idling around every day. On the right, it was a graceful, middle-aged lady. Since they were here to pay respect to the sacrificed warriors, she was wearing a white dress, naturally bringing an air that she was an Angle who did not belong to this world. The auras of the 3 experts were locked into their body without any bit being leaked out. But still, one could feel the overwhelming dominance from them. This must be what the poets called traceless suppression. Nascent soul. 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. Liao's eyes were full of passion. He was thinking of holding up his eyelids with his fingers, so that he wouldn't miss anything that the nascent soul stage cultivators said or did. In the entire Heaven's Origin sector, there were only a few dozen nascent soul stage cultivators, and less than 1,000 core formation stage cultivators. Among the nascent soul stage cultivators, there were fewer than 10 battle-type cultivators. Most of the nascent soul stage cultivators were admin-type and research-type cultivators. After all, the advancement of battle-type cultivators often required fierce combat. Their death rate was far higher than the death rate of cultivators of other types. The 3 nascent soul stage cultivators were all counselors of Occult Orbs Fellowship. Liao had paid a great many contribution points for their tutorial videos before. Therefore, he recognized them instantly. They were all battle-type cultivators. A third of the best warriors of the Heaven's Origin sector were standing right in front of him. In veneration and deference, Liao held his breath and recalled the stories about the 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. The inconspicuous messy old man in the middle was Iron God Yen Ba, known as the best body practitioner in the Heaven's Origin sector, who was the former leader of Marvelous Fist sect and also a body fundamentalist that despised all sorts of magical equipment and resorted to nothing but his own fists during combat. Liao had studied one of his combat videos before, in which he beat a demon king to death barehanded in less than 5 seconds. Liao had to admit that his fists were the most formidable weapons in the world, sharper than any magical equipment could ever be. The middle-aged lady on the right was Sevenfold Dreams Meng Weiyang. a hybrid-type cultivator both talented in combat and culture. She was a grand illusionist, one of the most mysterious professions in the world of cultivators. She was best at creating an illusionary wonderland with her pen in which her enemy would be trapped in endless scenes dominated by the rules written by her. The bald, muscular man on the left, who was using a weapon that was the very opposite of his size, had a nickname that was equally in discordance to his stature. Sand. Sand Xianxia, 192 years old, founder of School of Sand. School of Sand was also known as Quicksand. It was not a real sect but a regularly held seminar where cultivators of different sects with similar beliefs gathered together and exchanged their ideas and thoughts. Cultivators participating in the School of Sand maintained that speed was the decisive factor for strength. As long as the speed was high enough, a grain of sand was enough to kill a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Therefore, magical equipment, mystic rays, and all other trivial technologies were all unnecessary. There was one and only one thing that School of Sand studied, which was how to accelerate an ordinary item to a super-high speed beyond limits. As a result, School of Sand was also known as School of Acceleration. Some of the believers even held that, when its momentum broke the ultimate limit, a grain of sand could blow a planet into pieces effortlessly, let alone nascent soul-stage cultivators. Of course, it was a different matter entirely to keep the sand intact at such high speeds. Although countless cultivators had openly declared that the principles of School of Sand were nothing but a joke, none of them ever dared to look down upon Xianxia himself. In quarrels as to what the right path of cultivation was, Xianxia had proved his theories time and time again with the extraordinary speed of the ordinary-looking flying sword on his back. The appearance of the three nascent soul-stage cultivators cast the entire temple into an odd silence. Everyone was staring at them with passion and admiration like Liao. The three nascent soul-stage cultivators paid respect to the sacrificed orb patrollers solemnly first. After mourning in silence for 1 minute, they turned around and glanced over the crowd with sharp eyes. Meng Weiyang said seriously, 3 months ago, a Cult Orbs Fellowship proclaimed a secret operation which required 10 candidate teams. The teams we choose will receive the unreserved enlightenment of the 9 counselors of Occult Orbs Fellowship as well as nascent soul-stage cultivators in the Heaven's Origin sector. I believe most of you have heard of a thing or two about the secret operation. We're about to commence the exploration of ultimacy. According to our latest intelligence, the Blood Demon sector is also pouring all the resources they have into the construction of an unprecedented super teleportation array named Eye of Blood Demon. In the meantime, they have been winnowing out the promising princes and nobles from all the demon kingdoms, building up the candidates' bodies with the cruelest, bloodiest methods, and preparing to send them to ultimacy. What I'm saying is that the orb patrollers taking part in the mission to ultimacy will most likely be engaged with the most formidable enemies in history. The opportunities and dangers have been stated clearly to you. If any of you wishes to withdraw, please step back so that the subsequent teams can fill up your place. If you've made up your mind, the mission to ultimacy will officially begin now. 1 day later, in a rocky valley 300 kilometers away from Imperial Star City, 6 military bases were in the periphery, with countless flying sword positions and surface-to-air defense rune arrays. There were even more than 100 crystal warships stationed in this area. Inside the valley, there was a giant crater almost 500 meters in diameter. The inner wall of the crater was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been made of glass. The entire pit seemed to be a result of a gargantuan meteorite. Passing multiple checkpoints, a few crystal airships flew toward the crater. With his nose pressed firmly against the cabin window, Liao observed the crater carefully. The closer he got, the more he was impressed by the splendor of the crater. It gave the feeling that he was an ant crawling in an enormous pan. When he was 500 meters from it, he noticed that the wall of the crater was covered in runes the size of a palm. To cover such a giant crater with such small runes, what a marvelous project it was. In the middle of the crater was a hole more than 10 meters in diameter leading to the deep underground, which made the crater look somewhat like a funnel. Liao could vaguely feel the furious spiritual waves of the fire class being emitted from the depths of the funnel. This is the super teleportation array that can send cultivators to ultimacy nearly 10,000 light-years away, our heaven's artillery. Standing at the front of the cabin, Meng Weiyang said proudly, "Since the scale of the teleportation array was too large and the star rails demanded are too long, it is impossible to fix the problem regarding the hardness of star rails and the spiritual energy supply on the ground. Therefore, the heaven's artillery has been established under the ground. The pit you can see right now is the silo of the heaven's artillery. We chose this valley because there is a very active magma belt underground. It is filled with intense spiritual energy and is desperate to rush to the surface. Transformed by tens of thousands of rune arrays, the furious fiery spiritual energy has become pure and stable, which will be used to activate the heaven's artillery. When the time comes, the Star Shuttle will be launched by a volcanic eruption. However, the underground magma belt does not explode every day. According to the specialists, it goes into its medium eruptive state every half-month and its super eruptive state every half a year. The next super eruptive state is coming in 1.5 months from now. Only with the energy released from the big magma explosion can the heaven's artillery be full activated to fire 5 star shuttles to ultimacy." Meng Weiyang went into even greater detail. The federal government was planning to select 5 out of the top 10 star teams as the first batch of explorers. They would cruise through the Sea of Stars in 1.5 months' time, traveling a distance of almost 10,000 light-years for the first time ever in history. But since ultimacy was too far away from the heaven's origin sector, the spiritual connection between the star shuttles and their homeland would be quite feeble after they were launched. In no more than 24 hours, the connection would be lost. Therefore, the 5 star shuttles setting off on the journey were not recoverable. The 30 orb patrollers would have to persist by themselves for 1 month in ultimacy. 1 month later, with the energy of a medium magma explosion, the heaven's artillery could be activated to 50%, which was not enough to launch manned star shuttles, but more than capable of sending 5 empty star shuttles over. The 30 orb patrollers would have to locate the 5 empty star shuttles within the next day and return to the heaven's origin sector through them. As for the 5 eliminated star teams, they would be second-tier candidates to explore ultimacy again half a year later when the magma belt entered the super-eruptive state again. Listening to the briefing from Meng Weiyang, everyone in the cabin put on impatient, aggressive expressions. Orb patrollers from different star teams were eyeing each other with unmistakable hostility. 5 out of 10. It's going to be a fierce competition. Ding Lingdang spoke to Li Yao in a low voice, full of eagerness. Li Yao was not as light-hearted as her. None of the top 10 teams would be easy to cope with. Everybody was fighting for the supreme honor with all they had. They were currently at the 10th place. It was almost their limit. Any step upward would be extremely difficult. An orb patroller from Team White Fang raised his hand and asked, "Counselor Meng, I would like to ask, what kind of training will we receive in the coming month? And how will the final examination be conducted?" Meng Weiyang answered emotionlessly, "In order to give you the abilities needed to survive at least 1 month in ultimacy against the best elites of the Blood Demon sector, nascent soul stage cultivators will teach you in person for the coming month. However, the capability of nascent soul stage cultivators is often unfathomable. Even their true disciples may not be able to learn much from them in a year, not to mention that you only have 1 month of time. If possible, we would like very much to give you another half year and keep you studying until then. But times waits for no one. Eye of Blood Demon, the super teleportation array of the Blood Demon sector, is almost completed. It is estimated that the first teleportation will be performed very soon. If we wait until the next year, the Demon Clan will have stolen all the treasures in ultimacy by then. Therefore, we have to make do with whatever we have. To improve your strength as much as possible and as shortly as possible for you to become the strongest building foundation stage cultivators in the history of the Star Glory Federation, Occult Orbs Fellowship has specially initiated a special training facility from the Star Ocean Imperium. This training facility can retrieve the most impressive memory pieces from the brains of the nascent soul stage cultivators, transform them into oceans of information, and inject them into your brains, while keeping all the telepathic thoughts inside intact. As long as you are able to digest and absorb the knowledge, you will be blessed with a short memory fragment of a nascent soul stage cultivator. You will be able to feel what they felt and experience what they have experienced. But I need to remind you that memory fragments of nascent soul stage cultivators are made of extremely fierce mental power, which is too dangerous for building foundation stage cultivators such as yourselves, even with the protection of the training facility. It is almost like feeding a 3-year-old with roasted beef. The child is very likely to be killed by the tasteful food. Of course, the most proficient doctors of the Star Glory Federation have been summoned here. All kinds of strengthening drugs cooked by heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be at your disposal. But the odds are still high that you will be seriously damaged by the foreign intrusion. In better-case scenarios, your brain might be injured and your cultivation will drop a lot. In worst-case scenarios, your brain cells could be entirely destroyed and you will fall into a vegetative state. So, I'm going to repeat my words. It's still not too late to go back right now. If you are not determined to make it to the end, you'd better not waste the resources of Occult Orb's fellowship as well as your own life. This is both a training session and a match. In 1 month, the first batch of star teams to go on the expedition to ultimacy will be nominated according to the progress of your memory absorption and your comprehensive capability. Meng Weiyang's words immediately raised whispers inside the cabin. Grasping the combat experience and teachings of a higher-level cultivator by transmitting memories between brains and reading the memories of the nascent soul stage cultivators directly. This unbelievable method of training was indeed risky, but the potential gains were enormous, too. Everyone was half worried and half delighted, worried that their brains might be damaged to the point of loss of consciousness, and delighted at Meng Weiyang's declaration about them becoming the strong building foundation stage cultivators in the history of the Star Glory Federation. Li Yao was the only exception. His face was so outlandish that he seemed to have stuffed an egg into his mouth. He was not sure about what to feel. Training by absorbing memories? Are you serious? Just my cup of tea. The rest of Team Blue Bronze, on the other hand, were quite grave. Hong Tong frowned and said, "Memory transmission? It seems that the giants of the Heaven's Origin sector are indeed trying to do their best for the trip to ultimacy." It was not hard to understand that the memories of the nascent soul stage cultivators, which were their most precious property, might only be available for their blood descendants. Even their true disciples might not have the privilege of enjoying them. If it were in a different scenario, the nascent soul stage cultivators wouldn't bother to think about it even if someone offered tens of billions for them. Captain Hong Tong had heard a thing or two about the memory transmission facility from the Star Ocean Imperium before. It was said that the facility was one of Occult Orb's fellowship's greatest treasures ever retrieved, and it took 10 years to transport the facility from an Occult Orb back to the Heaven's Origin sector. Every time it was to be used, it would require a huge amount of precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures and an astronomical number of crystals. It was not an exaggeration to say that, every minute it was functioning, the cost was equivalent to a crystal tank being burnt to the ground. The cultivators and the federal government were indeed generous this time. It is said that the process of memory transmission through the facility can be so excruciating that even cultivators find it hard to resist. Many of them withdraw halfway through it. Not to mention that the procedure can be quite dangerous anyway. Li Yao, the top 10 star teams are mostly middle-level and high-level building foundation stage cultivators. Very few of their members are at the beginning level of the building foundation stage. Your cultivation is the lowest of all. Although your battle experience is quite abundant, and you are an excellent exo, which allows you to stand up to opponents at the middle level or even high level of the building foundation stage, memory transmission depends more on the solidness of your soul and the hardness and broadness of your brain. It is a hardcore battle devoid of any tricks. Don't be too greedy. Over the next month, you should try your best to digest and absorb one memory piece of the nascent soul stage cultivator. If you have extra time and vigor, you may consider absorbing a second piece. But don't go any further than that. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be too much for your brain, and you might lose your mind because of that. Hong Tong spoke solemnly. Li Yao was the most irreplaceable member in the team right now. Many tactics wouldn't work without him. If he went crazy, Team Blue Bronze would lose all hope. Li Yao's lips moved, as he was planning to defend himself. But on second thought, he realized that cheap talk wouldn't mean anything, and that it would be best if he could try this memory transmission facility first before making any empty promises. Liao smiled and replied sincerely, "I will do what I can. No more and no less, Captain. I will eat until my stomach is full and stop there. I won't be greedy." 3 hours later, 61 orb patrollers, including Liao, arrived at the depths of the facility after thorough physical examinations. What they saw was a vast training base that could almost be called an underground palace. It had been constructed for the mission to ultimacy. Other than fully equipped training rooms, a few nascent soul stage cultivators had also set up their villas nearby, where they had been living for a long time in preparation for the likely assaults that the demon clan would launch against the heavens artillery. Liao walked into a training room which was decorated in pure white. The door closed quietly behind him, leaving no trace on the wall at all. The room seemed to be an enclosed eggshell right now. For the next month, he would be training in this place. In the middle of the training room was a capsule that looked like a giant cocoon. It was filled with bright green liquid with a vague, cheesy aroma. Taking off his clothes, Liao stepped into the capsule in his mustard suit that was as thin as the wings of a cicada. He slowly lowered himself into the strengthening drug. It flowed through his nasal cavity into his body, but his breathing was not blocked at all. If anything, it was more permeable and comfortable than before. Thousands of silver threads crowded around him from various directions and covered him gently. Over his head, the silver threads formed complicated patterns. On Liao's retina, almost 100 pictures appeared weirdly, each with a large introductory paragraph beside it. There were almost 100 memory fragments from nascent soul stage cultivators. The trainees were allowed to pick them according to their specialties, interests, and personal strength. For the memory pieces of daily training, they contained relatively less information, and their shock to the brain would be less. But for the memory pieces which included fierce combats, the information contained inside could be as rampageous as raging flood. They would cause severe shock to the brain. Holding his breath, Liao glanced over all the pictures and selected the first memory piece shortly after. It was a memory piece that recorded a dangerous combat that Iron God Yanba was engaged in when he'd just broken into the nascent soul stage. The data contained inside was tremendous. It was extremely difficult and risky to absorb. Something hummed inside Liao's brain, while a line of white words popped up on his retina. Orb Patroller Liao, you are now at the beginning level of the building foundation stage. Absorbing a combat memory piece with vast information streams such as the one you are picking can pose a serious threat to your brain and may even lead to mental derangement. Are you sure you want to take this memory piece? I am. In the center of the underground training base, there was a gigantic control center where almost 10,000 blinking light beams were floating in the air. Meng Weiyang, Sha Tianqing, and Yen Ba, 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, were observing the constantly changing pictures solemnly. In some of the light beams, the 61 orb patrollers were soaking in the strengthening drugs, holding their breath and meditating. The light beams around those ones displayed the status of their muscles, nerves, veins, and bones layer by layer, as if the scenes had been shot using a fluoroscope. Complicated data was pouring on still other light beams, which displayed the vital signs of the orb patrollers. They even included the change of hardness of the orb patrollers' cells. If anyone went senseless, they would be treated within the next half-second. After all, transmitting memory pieces of nascent soul stage cultivators into the brains of building foundation stage cultivators could be really unsafe. The process almost equaled to inputting the bloody battle memories of a seasoned special forces soldier into the brain of an infant. The most likely outcome was not that the infant would be given abundant experiences, but that the infant would go insane on the spot. Therefore, behind the 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, dozens of core formation stage cultivators were working busily. Quite a few research-type core formation stage cultivators were paying close attention to the body status and the brain cell activities of the orb patrollers. A large batch of doctors, nutritionists, and training planners were also standing by. Standing behind them was the higher-ups of the military and dozens of members of parliament, who were all experienced experts too. Almost 1/5 of all the troops of the Star Glory Federation had been deployed in this place. The mission to ultimacy concerned the destiny of the Federation as well as the entire sector. If the Blood Demon sector retrieved any planetary magical equipment, or even stellar magical equipment, everyone here would be screwed. The dire consequences had prompted the federal government to invest all the resources available into the edification of the strongest building foundation stage cultivators in history. Dangerous. It's too dangerous. After 1 month of training, I'm afraid many of them will go crazy. The souls of some of them may be broken and get them killed instantly. Iron God Yen Ba said in a low voice, not expressing his emotions, but stating a fact. Sha Tianqing, the bald, muscular man, replied calmly. But the real elites will have an opportunity to truly distinguish themselves. 2. There's no second way other than this that can improve the capability of a building foundation stage cultivator up to a peak that is unreachable in history. The exploration of ultimacy is a risky mission in itself that will probably have an unimaginably high death rate. If they go crazy here, they can be given the best treatment quickly, but if they are incapable when they are engaged with the elite demons in ultimacy, they will possibly be killed without leaving any traces. Old Shah is correct. As long as half of them can pass the test and devour 3 to 5 of our memory pieces, the odds of success of the mission will be increased by at least 17%. Meng Weiyang said factually. As for the top experts at the building foundation stage such as Yen Jun, they may even be able to absorb more than 10 memory pieces. If so, they will be the key to victory in ultimacy. Yen Ba nodded. The building foundation stage cultivators in the high level or at the peak, including Yen Jun, were their priority targets. At this moment, 61 orb patrollers started selecting the memory piece that they wanted to read. Beep! Beep! Dozens of light beams were suddenly in red. A cultivator in the beginning level of the building foundation stage was applying for a level 2 battle-related memory fragment. In order to produce the best building foundation stage cultivators for the mission to ultimacy, the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector spared no effort. 24 nascent soul stage cultivators provided more than 200 memory fragments in total. Some of them were their daily training or research, while some others were battles that they had been engaged in. But the memory fragments that involved battles were of different danger levels. Some of them were just scenes of them slaughtering low-level demon beasts like a lion hunting rabbits, which were relatively easier to take in. But some of them were the memories of them struggling on the verge of death after being besieged by formidable enemies. According to the amount of information and the potential danger, the memory pieces were classified into 10 levels. Level 2 memory pieces were already hazardous enough. The 3 nascent soul stage cultivator looked at each other, but they didn't stop the cultivator's reckless choice. They simply asked the doctors and the research-type core formation stage cultivators to focus more attention on the guy. The mission of ultimacy was the largest strategic gamble in the history of the Star Glory Federation. It was filled with uncertainties by itself. If the building foundation stage cultivator wished to make a bold attempt, of course, they would fully support it. The choice was indeed a dangerous one, but if everyone retreated when they were faced with danger, how could they ever sail through the sea of stars and fight their way forward 10,000 light-years away? Breathing, normal. Heartbeat, normal. Intensity of brain waves, normal. Functioning of spiritual energy, normal. Loading the memory piece. Progress, 33%, 46%, 77%. Not good. The intensity of brain waves is growing way too fast. It's soaring out of the normal range. His spiritual energy is too violent. It's a sign of loss of control over the body. Breathing in disorder. Cardiac arrest. Nerve reactions partly lost. The brain has been damaged. We're losing him. Hurry up. Stop the memory transmission of Orb Patroller number 33 and implement the number 9 treatment plan. Prepare first aid. Everyone saw from the light beam that water was splashing from the capsule inside the number 33 training room. Someone was cramping inside. 2 arms whose veins were bulging waved crazily in the air for a moment, before they fell into the liquid helplessly. The 100 light beams monitoring the status of this orb patroller all turned red, while a blood-red line popped up in the main light beam. Memory transmission failed. Weak sighs could be heard all around the control center. The special training had started for less than 10 minutes, and an orb patroller had gone crazy. It was certainly not a good omen. Yet, the three nascent soul stage cultivators were entirely emotionless. Even their eyelashes did not move at all. They stared at other light beams without any expression. Beep! Beep! Another 100 light beams were glittering in dangerous redness, in a frequency that was twice than previously. Another building foundation stage cultivator had selected a memory piece that was supposed to be unbearable for him. What he selected was a level 1 battle-related memory piece, which was the riskiest of all. Everyone in the control center gasped. All the doctors and research-type cultivators started taking reactions according to the rehearsal. Focus on the number 59 training room. Attention, everyone. A memory transmission with an estimated failure rate of 95% is about to commence. Be prepared for possible brain injuries. Memory transmission begins. Progress: 25%, 59%, 74%. Heartbeat rate: 338% of normal. Brain cell activity: 453% of normal. Both are still on the rise. Major fluctuations of spiritual energy. He is about to lost consciousness. Brain cell activity: 588%, 689%. Growing, still growing. Dear Lord, what? Check the monitoring equipment right now and see if there's anything wrong with it. The data does not fit his vital signs at all. According to the figures, orb patroller number 59 should have gone into the vegetative state long ago. His brain should have been burnt to ash already. His brain cell activity has been upgraded to 758%. Even many core formation stage cultivators would not be able to do that. But he is only a cultivator in the beginning level of the building foundation stage. Judging from the twitching of his nerve endings, he is in excruciating pain right now. But his breath and heartbeat are both stabilized at the 500% level and working in a normal state. Memory transmission progress: 84%, 95%. The velocity is steady. Memory transmission completed. How could that be? Every piece of data about the cultivator indicates that he should be in a state of insanity. But he didn't go crazy. He entered the level 1 battle-related memory piece and is absorbing it rapidly. The unimaginable figures changed the color on everyone's face. The doctors and specialists, who seemed to have everything under their control a moment ago, were in a flurry now. The three nascent soul stage cultivators stared at the light beam with their full attention. The series of data was hopping and glistening in the depths of their pupils. What's the name of orb patroller number 59? Which sect is he from? Who are his parents? Soon, all the files on orb patroller number 59 were filtered and projected to a new light beam, which was then enlarged by 10 times so that everyone could see it clearly. Parents of orb patroller number 59 are not cultivators. He is an orphan, and he comes from the Grand Desolate War Institution. His name is Liao. Liao was not aware that many people had been greatly shocked by his insane brain cell activity and his monster-like nervous system, and that even a few nascent soul stage cultivators were interested in him, because he had entered the memory piece of Iron God Yen Ba's fiercest battle. He had selected Yen Ba after thorough consideration. Yen Ba had never used any kind of magical equipment. As the most obstinate body fundamentalist, he was the very opposite of Liao, who was a skilled refiner and utilized magical equipment to secure victories. Many of the memory fragments available for Liao included experts wielding their powerful magical equipment in battles. Several of them were even the scenes of the best refiners at the nascent soul stage refining marvelous magical equipment. However, Liao had been walking on the path of combining ancient methodologies with modern ones. A huge bunch of memory pieces from Oyezi had already been stored inside his brain. He did not intend to introduce memory pieces from someone else in case there were conflicts. As a refiner who had crafted many kinds of powerful magical equipment before, he knew best the feeling when his magical equipment that he relied on turned unusable. Ultimacy was an occult orb that no one had ever stepped on before. No one could foresee what kind of danger was lurking there. In those extreme conditions, he might lose all the magical equipment that he deemed necessary. He did not intend to just wait to be killed in such a scenario. Therefore, he might as well swallow some memory pieces from the body fundamentalists based on his amazing body toughness and learn how to fight his battles without the help of any magical equipment. The environment was blurred, all the details gone. He lost his body, while part of his soul was attached to Iron God Yenba. He could feel clearly Yenba's thoughts, tactical plans, and even his anxiety. Torrents of information were on a rampage inside his brain. Liao's brain had been expanded by the ocean of memory fragments from Oyezi. Absorbing memory pieces had become a daily routine for him, like eating and drinking. The memory of the nascent soul stage cultivator pricked his brain. But he got used to it very quickly. In front of him, or rather, in front of Iron God Yenba, was a hideous behemoth hundreds of meters long that looked like a huge mountain. The appearance of the mountain-like beast was between that of a living creature and that of an enormous rock. Rugged stones were everywhere on its black body. The shell between the rocks was scattered with crossing ravines, from which scorching venom was flowing. At first look, they seemed like magma from the underground. What was more terrible was the 10 or so black lumps growing on the two sides of the spine of the beast. They were fluctuating and spurting red venom with a temperature of thousands of degrees, as if dozens of volcanoes were erupting at the same time. The hundreds of square meters nearby were a burning hell enshrouded in black smoke and pungent smell of sulfur. This mountainous beast was a volcano beast. It was impossible for such an appalling demon beast to be born naturally. It was actually a biochemical beast that the demon scientists procreated based on dozens of strong demon beasts after thousands of years of evolution, mutation, and metamorphosis. Since the metabolism of their body was too fast and their life was burning too fast, a volcano beast could only live 2 to 3 years. Their brains shrank in size, too, resulting to their low intelligence. It was impossible for them to ever evolve into intelligent beings. They were nothing but destructive killing machines. Destructive killing machines were the purpose of the human beings when they created demon beasts. But what was ironic was that the almost perfect biochemical weapons were never successfully made until the demon race restarted the project. Who? The volcano beast roared astoundingly. The dozens of venomous lumps on its back sprayed poison magma. For a moment the sky rained fire. Furious flames were burning everywhere on the ground while crackling, adding liveliness to the dead silent battleground. Iron God Yenba, bare-handed, was confronting an opponent hundreds of times larger than himself. Part of Liao's soul tangled Yenba and seemed to merge with him into one. Not only could he smell the stinky, hot air, feel the skin being burnt, and sense the spiritual energy careening unstoppably inside every nerve and every vein, he also knew Yenba's mental state, thoughts, and his undying fighting will. Liao discovered that, faced with such a gargantuan beast, Yenba was actually absent-minded. The thoughts of Yenba penetrated through the depths of the brain and traced back to the primeval point of life and even beyond, where he triggered the power of the bloodline that his parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and all earlier ancestors had passed on generation after generation to all the human beings, including himself. Mankind did not appear out of thin air, nor was it a creature of any supernatural existences. From monads at the beginning, to trilobites and nautilai, to draconic sharks and sarcosuchus, to smilodon, mammoths, and oriental apes, on the path of evolution, human beings had broken limits time and time again, struggled against the ever-changing environment, and survived the apocalypse of thousands of falling stars which was supposed to wipe out all the living creatures. Only by doing so was the greatest species in the sea of stars crowned. Draconic sharks, sarcosuchus, hydras, tyrannosaurs, the once unparalleled kings in the history of evolution were all the ancestors of the human race. Just because human beings embarked on a new path of evolution by developing their brains, burning their spiritual energy, and creating all kinds of magical equipment and stopped resorting to brute force in a fight due to diminishing body size and physical strength, didn't mean their bloodline, which could be dated back to the prehistoric era, was gone. The terrible force that once split the sky and earth against natural disasters was hidden in the deepest part of every cell inside the human body. It had been bequeathed to every human being and was never lost. The so-called body fundamentalists would trigger the deepest memories inside the cells and thus place themselves into the atavistic state. Then, they could blow out the primitive force that once belonged to draconic sharks, sarcosuchus, hydras, and tyrannosaurs. Who? Liao couldn't tell whether it was himself or Yen Ba, but the guy roared more wildly and violently than the volcano beast did with the seemingly delicate throat. The world was collapsing before Liao. He seemed to have traveled back in time to millions, no, billions of years ago. The desolate battleground was no more. He was placed in a hot, muggy antediluvian continent. Unfolding in front of his eyes was a giant ape more than 10 meters tall whose hair was sticking up. The ape was roaring to the dim moon and waving to the sky savagely. After every punch, a cluster of gold brightness would be blown into the sky, stirring the air and shattering the clouds. Wind and thunder were echoing non-stop. The entire world was seething. The land around it was all frozen, with dead bodies and ruins everywhere. This was the ancestor of human beings challenging nature after surviving an apocalypse. Then, Liao went further back to history. The gold-haired ape turned into a colossal tyrannosaur which had bloody horns on its head like a crown of thorns. The tyrannosaur, together with its thousands of brethren, was gazing at the sky with their tiny eyes wide open inside a valley. Thousands of meteorites poured down from the sky, riddling the sky with burning holes. It was a level 2 apocalypse, and also one of the most disastrous catastrophes during the evolution of life. Once the meteorites hit the Earth, the surface of the planet would be flattened, all forms of life gone. Who? The tyrannosaur wearing the thorny crown opened its bloody mouth and spurted out clusters of colorful, shining balls which collided with the meteorites and crushed them into pieces. Most of the pieces of the meteorites dissipated in the atmosphere. Few of them were able to land on the earth and the ocean. Outside of this valley, in and on thousands of other valleys, plateaus and oceans, countless dinosaurs were aiming at the meteorites in the sky and resisting the apocalypse with all they could. Even if the apocalypse was supposed to destroy the planet, they would fight until their last breaths. In the end, the level 2 apocalypse which could have disrupted the evolution of life was undermined by the dinosaurs, the dominators of the planet at the time, to a level 5-1. The natural environment was entirely reshaped, the climate got warmer, and all plants started mutating crazily. The expert dinosaurs mostly perished in the disaster. The entire species gradually disappeared over the following millions of years. But there were other creatures who survived the apocalypse and lived on. The memory of the immense strength of the dinosaur race, however, was buried deep inside the cells and passed on to this day. The picture changed again. Memories of the ancient times broke out continuously. Shadows of draconic sharks, sarcosuchus, hydra serpents, and so on appeared in front of Liao's eyes one after another. All the shadows were glittering with a gold brightness, unleashing incomparable supremacy from the long-gone past. The dozens of intimidating shadows stood behind Yen Ba silently. After a moment, they turned into streaks of gold brightness and were absorbed by the pores all over his body. Then, brilliance that eclipsed the sun beamed out from Yen Ba's eyes. The brute force kept in the depths of each cell was fully activated. His body suddenly expanded from an old man 1.5 meters tall into a muscular giant more than 3 meters tall. The dark skin, which was full of wrinkles, seemed to be made of steel, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that it was actually the tensile skin resembling that on dinosaurs and sarcosuchus. The roots of human beings were in all extinct creatures. As primeval kings, the dinosaur race could be considered to be one of the earliest ancestors of the human race. Right now, the power of the ancient bloodline took its full form inside the body of Yen Ba, an extraordinary body fundamentalist. He crouched and jumped, leaving a giant pit more than 30 meters in diameter on the solid ground. The stones were compressed to such an extent that the bottom of the pit was as smooth as glass. Swoosh! Yen Ba charged at the volcano beast at 7 times the speed of sound. Despite the appalling size, the volcano beast was not in the least sluggish. It waved its giant paw brutally downwards. Boom! Inside the capsule in the training room, Liao's body convulsed violently. After a crack in his chest, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, while his eyeballs were flickering crazily. In the control center, another 200 light beams were manifesting Li Yao's body status. The anomaly was immediately discovered by someone, who exclaimed in shock, "Orb Patroller number 59 is successfully docked with the memory piece. He has entered the deep dock state. The brain cells are affecting the body construction. He seems to have experienced a heavy blow in the memory. His ribs are broken. His internal organs are bleeding, too. The injuries are too severe for a cultivator at the beginning level of the building foundation stage. Hurry up, medical team. Prepare to inject liquefied Great Revelation pill, liquefied dragon scale grass, liquefied 9-turn soul reviving pills. Watch his body status and prepare to forcefully wake him up. And brace for his insanity. Vivid imagination could alter reality." Vivid imagination was reality. This was a world where mental power could change and decide real beings. Expert cultivators in the ancient times, after finding a secret book of martial arts, often looked for a perfect residence in a natural paradise, where they would seclude themselves for as long as 20 years, doing nothing but sitting cross-legged on the ground and meditating every day. When they appeared in public again, their capability would be greatly improved beyond everyone's expectations. It seemed pretty unreasonable. If an ordinary person were to keep the same posture for several hours, their body would be paralyzed. They could barely stand up again, not to mention building up their strength. Why on earth could cultivators sit for 20 years and be entirely renewed during the process? This was an instance where mental power altered reality. When meditating, cultivators might seem still, but their brain cell activity was 500%, 1000%, and even more higher than normal. They cleansed their body with their mental power and excited their every cell into a superactive state that was even more intense than when they were doing vigorous exercise. Vigorous exercise required rest. But stimulating the cells with mental power could be done for decades without pause. Together with the spiritual energy in the natural paradises, it was no wonder that their capability could be significantly improved. It was exactly so for Li Yao's current state. Although he was lying inside the capsule quietly, his brain cells were more active than those of many core formation stage cultivators when they were engaged in fierce battles. Yan Ba's memory piece that he read had been treated as a real-life experience by his body. His body was far less sturdy than that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Therefore, he suffered tremendous injury from the impact. However, Li Yao's body was still robust enough. With the art of the swallowing whale, a basic cultivation art of the 100 smelting clan from 40,000 years ago, it devoured all the food and spiritual energy particulates near him mercilessly like a black hole. The concentration of the recovery drugs is dropping fast. 68% of the liquefied Great Revelation pill has been used up. Most of the ingredients have been absorbed by him. The guy's breath and heartbeat are still stable despite the serious injuries. Even his brain waves show no fluctuations at all, as if the injury is nothing unusual. His body seems quite hungry. Hurry up. Inject elixirs in double dosage. Hiss. The broken bones and veins have started recovering. What kind of monster is this guy? Astonishing brilliance burst out from the eyes of the 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. Being wounded was not a bad thing. On the contrary, it was a good omen that Li Yao had been immersed in the memory piece and that his mental power had started affecting his flesh and blood. Memory transmission was a very advanced training method. His body was bound to be stronger when it recovered. However, the speed of his recovery was indeed amazing. Vulture Li Yao? Interesting. I've heard of the name before, but I didn't pay much heed to it. It appears that a son of no one who awakened his spiritual root and marched into the building foundation stage on his own has indeed got something to him. Old Yen, congratulations. Another super genius from the Grand Desolate Plateau has emerged, Sha Tianqing said with a smile. Iron God Yen Ba only nodded his head slightly, but there was delight in his eyes. As a cultivator from the Marvelous Fist sect, he was a native of the Grand Desolate Plateau. The Marvelous Fist sect was also one of the largest sponsors of the Grand Desolate War Institution. The two parties were closely in touch. Many hall leaders and elders of Marvelous Fist sect were graduates of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Some of them were even its visiting professors. Since Liao came from the Grand Desolate War Institution, he could be considered a native of the Grand Desolate Plateau too. Now that he had picked Yen Ba's memory piece as his first choice and become immersed in it perfectly, Yen Ba was quite pleased. Although cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector had always stuck together under the tremendous pressure from the Blood Demon sector, there was always competition among them. Born and raised in the Grand Desolate Plateau, Yen Ba naturally hoped that cultivators from his hometown could be as strong as possible. That way, the voice of the Marvelous Fist sect would be louder in the world of cultivators. Yen Ba spoke to an assistant in a low voice. "Call President Xiong Bailey of the Grand Desolate War Institution for me. I want to know more about this vulture Liao." Look, Yen Jun and a few other high-level building foundation stage cultivators have entered a deep dock state. Injuries are appearing on their bodies. Everyone was refreshed and resumed their work. Speak of geniuses, all the 61 orb patrollers here were 1 in 10,000 super geniuses. Whether or not Liao could distinguish himself depended on the 30 days of training's outcome. In the memory piece, the 3-minute fierce battle had come to an end. The volcano beast had collapsed to the ground, like a water container which had leaked everything inside because it had been stabbed hundreds of times. Red venom was flowing everywhere on the ground. Since the body of the beast had lost the enhancement of demonic energy, its venom started eroding its own body. But the volcano beast had lost the strength to scream. It was not until quite a while later that it moaned feebly. From a gap on its head, a silver blood demon with red hair was spat out. It was the master of this volcano beast. There was a hole the size of a bowl on his abdomen, through which one could see that his internal organs had been minced. His eyes were wide open, but there was no light in them whatsoever. Iron God Yen Ba was standing on the horn of the volcano beast. Bloody wounds were everywhere on his body. His flesh and blood were being corroded by the venom, causing excruciating pain. Liao felt everything. Despite his tough body and sturdy nerves, it was so agonizing that Liao almost wanted to kill himself. But he knew that this was the most critical moment. If he couldn't bear it and withdrew from the memory piece, all his previous effort would have been in vain. He carefully recalled the changes of Yen Ba's every muscle, every vein, and every nerve. He analyzed Yen Ba's every tactical choice. He studied how Yen Ba exerted the most force in each punch and how he dissolved the heavy blows he suffered by the coordination of spiritual energy and body movement. Although the battle only lasted 3 minutes, it was like an encyclopedia with information as vast as an ocean. Liao was fascinated by it and started reading it crazily. After he didn't know how long, Liao felt that he was in a trance. Knowing that his mental power was running dry, he had to exit the memory piece unwillingly. His consciousness returned to his own brain. Oyezi's memory tree was still flourishing. All the memory pieces were glittering like golden leaves. Something weird happened. Many streaks of light crowded toward the tree from various directions and condensed into a whole new leaf on one of the branches. It was the memory piece of Iron God Yen Ba versus the volcano beast. Liao immediately thought of something. According to the staff of Occult Orbs Fellowship, only with the training facility from the Star Ocean Imperium at the cost of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures could the orb patrollers read the memory pieces of the nascent soul stage cultivators deeply in a 100% real simulated world. Otherwise, a memory would be just a memory. A common cultivator wouldn't be able to re-enter their own memory years ago without the help of magical equipment. For most people, they would forget most of the details of what had happened yesterday after a night's sleep. But it was apparently different for Liao. Before Oyezi's soul perished, his immense soul power had planted this memory tree in the depths of Liao's brain. It was his biggest secret as well as his greatest treasure. Was it possible that the memory tree could absorb new memory pieces even though they didn't belong to Oyezi? Does that mean I can train with the nascent soul stage cultivator's memory pieces whenever and wherever? Liao was greatly amazed. For other orb patrollers, this special 1 month of seclusion might be the most precious days in their cultivation life, because in 1 month, they wouldn't be able to make use of the memories of the nascent soul stage cultivators without the support of the training facility from the Star Ocean Imperium. But for Liao, he could utilize them repetitively in the future as long as he read them once now. It's officially decided then. I will try to absorb as many memory pieces as possible in the coming month. Liao opened his eyes and regained control over his body. He noticed his injuries but was not in the least bothered. When fighting against Ding Lingdang, he had suffered much more serious injuries every few days. Sometimes, when he was reading Yezi's memory pieces, the mental power would feed the experience back to the body, too, leading to severe wounds even though nothing touched him. He had gotten used to everything. Liao jumped out of the capsule, wiped his body casually, and walked to the back of the training room. Reading nascent soul stage cultivators' memory pieces would consume a lot of mental power for building foundation stage cultivators. They wouldn't be able to do it 24 hours a day. Therefore, behind every training room, there were fully equipped rehabilitation rooms, gravity rooms, meditation rooms, and gym rooms. The orb patrollers could take a rest and regain their mental power however they wanted. Liao strode into the gravity room. Orb patroller No. 59 had activated 5 times. No, 7, 8 times gravity even though his body had not fully recovered. Hiss, does the guy not know what pain is? Other beginning-level building foundation stage cultivators would hardly be able to stand up with such serious injuries, and it would take them quite a few hours in the med bay before they could walk again. His breathing and heartbeat are still stable. The broken ribs seem to have no effect on him at all. After exercising for 2 hours in the gravity room, Liao felt that he was mostly refreshed. He gobbled up a huge amount of high-nutrition food and drowned himself in the capsule again. This time, he selected a new memory piece. It still belonged to Iron God Yanba. But it was not a battle. It was reflection and meditation. Shua! The world twisted in front of Liao's eyes again. Lights were changing rapidly while his consciousness sank to the deepest part of his brain through an immeasurable black hole into a brave new world. He found himself in an extremely spacious underground cave. Almost 100 giant fossils were scattering in the place, which were all primeval beasts of the antediluvian era. Draconic sharks, sarcosuchus, hydras, tyrannosaurs, the intimidating fossils hundreds of meters tall dwarfed the insignificant human being nearby. Iron God Yanba sat cross-legged in the center of all the fossils, extending his telepathic thoughts like light smoke to the bones, claws, and teeth, while he sensed the primeval force of the ancient times. Holding his breath, Liao started reflecting and meditating, too. Days passed. Liao devoured the nascent soul stage cultivators' memory pieces gruesomely like a hungry tiger chasing lambs. Sometimes, he entered the memory of Iron God Yanba and fought fearsome enemies barehanded with nothing but the primeval force buried inside his cells. Sometimes, he entered San Sha Ziming's memory, where he learnt that a grass or a branch could kill everything when its speed broke all limits. Sometimes, he visited Meng Weiyang's memory. The battles between mental attack experts that seemed tranquil but not any less dangerous were demonstrated to him. There were still more memory pieces. Liao spared none of them, especially when they belonged to nascent soul stage cultivators who were best at swords or sabers. Half a month later, most orb patrollers absorbed no higher than 5 memory pieces, of which only 1 or 2 were battle-related. After all, the information inside the battle-related memory pieces was too enormous for them to digest easily. Strong as Yan Jun may be, he had just absorbed 21 memory pieces. In the meantime, Liao had already absorbed 49. Even though he couldn't comprehend them all at once, he could store them on Yezi's memory tree and study them later on. 1 month later, it was the final day of the memory training. Liao seized the last few minutes to work out in the gravity room. Compared with 1 month ago, he was much thinner. His skin was pale and his muscles were flattened. All his strength had been buried deep inside the cells. Judging from his appearance, he looked somewhat like a scholarly, professional refiner. But the number on the control menu gave his toughness away. Current setting: 20 times standard gravity. Shua! Shua shua! Liao seemed to be standing still in the middle of the gravity room, but there were ear-splitting sounds of air being torn apart. Only the most advanced crystal cameras could capture his super-fast movements. He was fighting against invisible demon beasts with the demon slaughterhouse. After a short month, he had arrived at level 33. He was no longer faced with several demon beasts, but a boundless, ever-raging ocean of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Despite the 20 times gravity, the sounds of air being torn apart grew more and more intense, as if an invisible storm was raging inside the small room. Liao's chest was fluctuating fast. Arrow-like breaths were rushing out of his nose. The misty air inside the room twisted and blurred his figure. It was his sweat which had been vibrated and atomized by his muscles. Suddenly, the mustard suit on Liao's body, which was supposed to be elastic enough to be stretched to 10 times its origin length, exploded into shreds the size of a fingernail and spluttered in the room. More than 10 deep footprints appeared on the superalloy floor. Every toe was distinguishable. A moment later, the stomping noise echoed from the ground like thunder. A mild synthesized voice came from the walls. Beep, beep, your time is up. Phew. Taking a long breath, Liao walked out of the gravity room. One of the walls had glided open to 2 sides. 3 pairs of artificial arms picked up a brand new mustard suit and put it on him. Black as the background, with red lines on the edges which gathered into jumping fire on his chest. The mustard suit highlighted his muscles and made him look sharper than ever. He stretched his arms, and staring at the capsule for the last time, Liao strode out of the training room, never to look back. A small teleportation array was waiting for him outside. The last test was going to be held. Of the 10-star teams, only 5 could enter Ultimacy as the first echelon. Everybody knew that the first echelon would be very likely to experience unexpected adventures. As for the second echelon setting off half a year later, there might not even be leftovers for them. Nobody would give up such a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Then, just let your capability do the talk. Liao smiled confidently and stepped into the small teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a world fragment. This was a world of rocks. Clouds the color of lead were floating in the sky, as if they'd all been stuck together. The environment gave a feeling of gloom and mugginess. Hills dozens of meters tall standing in the middle of nowhere like giant maze-like city walls. Between some of the hills, there were pits and cracks dozens of meters deep where steams were popping up non-stop. From the underground came suspicious noises that did not resemble the screams of demon beasts but sounded more like the roars of the earth itself. Beside the teleportation array was a solid mini crystal processor, as well as a vest refined from gold threads as thin as a cicada's wings and embedded with countless crystals. Liao put both of them on. With a telepathic thought, the vest uttered a bow sound and enveloped him in a bright gold spiritual shield. Beep! The mini crystal processor was activated automatically, from which a fervent voice came out. Elites of the Orb Patrollers, your 1 month of special training has ended today. Over the past month, you've all experienced perilous tests and passed by the shadow of death more times than anyone could count. But you are also blessed with incomparable cultivation knowledge. First of all, I'm sorry to tell you that, during the last month, 5 orb patrollers went deranged during their training and their brains were seriously damaged. Their lives were saved miraculously with attentive care. But their spiritual roots have been destroyed, and they will never be able to cultivate again. There are another 2 orb patrollers who suffered even more injuries than them. They perished on the spot before any treatment could be applied. They've all sacrificed for the Star Glory Federation and for all cultivators in the Heaven's Origin sector. Let's have a 1-minute silence in honor of the heroes. Liao was startled. For him, absorbing memories were as simple as eating and drinking. He'd never realized that the process was so dangerous for other cultivators. Supported by the training facility from the Star Ocean Imperium, monitored and protected by so many nascent soul stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators, many of them still failed to make it. The result was beyond his expectation. There were 61 orb patrollers in total. 7 of them had accidents. The casualty rate was approximately 1/9. It was a stunningly high failure rate, and the consequences of failure were too dreadful. Did Ding Lingdang and the other members of Team Blue Bronze completed the training successfully? All of them had been secluded for the past month. Everybody was too busy minding their own business to communicate with other people. To this moment, Liao had never learnt of Ding Lingdong's progress. He became somewhat anxious. After a minute of silence, the passionate voice was heard again. But for those who have succeeded, your gains are tremendous. Some of you have absorbed dozens of memory pieces and retrieved valuable combat experiences. Some of you have taken in the spiritual energy contained in the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Your capability has soared and even led to your breakthroughs. In fact, 4 high-level building foundation stage cultivators have climbed to the peak of the building foundation stage. In the meantime, there are almost 20 cultivators who broke into the high level from middle level or broke into the middle level from the low level. It is not an exaggeration to say that you've already become the best building foundation stage cultivators ever in the history of the Star Glory Federation. You've all done your best. So, it will be decided by yourselves as to who is eligible to go to ultimacy and who is not in this final test. Rules are simple. All the 54 orb patrollers have been randomly placed in this world fragment named Thousand Mountains Domain. The mini crystal processor that you carry has communication and positioning functions. It can help you find your teammates. The spiritual shield covering you will be broken every time you encounter a fatal attack and absorb 90% of the damage for you. Every time it is shattered, you will be given 10 seconds for rest and adjustment, during which time you cannot attack or be attacked. You can try to escape during the 10 seconds or shift to a different tactic. After your spiritual shield is broken 10 times, you will be forced to leave the fragment. Your task will be to destroy the spiritual shield of other orb patrollers that are not your teammates as many times as possible. You will get 1 score after you break a spiritual shield once. The scores of the orb patrollers that belong to the same team will be summed. In 1 hour, the 5 teams with the highest scores will be acknowledged as candidates for the mission to ultimacy. Please note that one of the star teams has lost too many members to maintain the original tactical system. Therefore, according to the study and analysis of the experts of Occult Orbs Fellowship, the remaining members of the team have been regrouped into other star teams that have vacancies. I'll end with 3 reminders for you all. Firstly, it is suggested that you find your teammates as soon you can and work as a team. Secondly, you are all on the border of Thousand Mountains Domain. You have no equipment except for your mustard suit. But in the center of Thousand Mountains Domain, a lot of magical equipment has been randomly strewn. Thirdly, the tectonic structure of Thousand Mountains Domain is extremely unstable. Earthquakes might take place any time. Now begins the final test. Hardly had the announcer finished his talk when the shrieks in the underground turned into roars. The earth was shaking. The rocks were rolling. The hills that were dozens of meters high suddenly sank into the underground, while a lot of other hills that were as sharp as tusks rose up and pierced the sky abruptly. The land had been shattered and turned into an ocean of rocks in which stones were surging and splashing. Liao turned into a streak of black light, dodging the raging stones swiftly, and picked up 2 of the stones. After cracking sounds, one of the 2 stones was crushed into dozens of sharp stone blades which he hid all over his suit, whereas the other was crumbled into stone powder by his spiritual energy. It was not until he had finished doing everything that he turned on the communication and positioning system. The 6 light spots on the map and the names beside made him greatly relieved. All the members of Team Blue Bronze were safe and sound. Dummy? Ba Weiqi's cheerful laughter immediately echoed in the communication channel. Excellent. We are all here. Over the past month, I've been being tormented in the deepest level of hell. Thankfully, everybody has made it. I've absorbed 9 memory fragments. Most of them belonged to the grand illusionist Meng Weiyang. I tried all her methods of mental power training. They are indeed mysterious and marvelous. Right now, I'm almost twice as strong as 1 month ago. Don't be overjoyed yet. There are 54 orb patrollers, which equals to 9 star teams. 4 of them will be eliminated. Let's pass this test first. Yes. I survived the hell-like training and absorbed 12 memory pieces not to be substitutes. Yan Yangtian shrieked. We should group up as soon as possible. It is tricky for me now that I don't have any guns in hand. Other orb patrollers are appearing nearby already. Shell Langziming said, somewhat anxiously. All right, Captain Hong Tong commanded. Let's scan the territory around and make clear where we are and what the environment is. Then join everyone's map and congregate to Shell immediately. Lingdang, Vulture, Yanzi, your personal strengths are relatively better. Try to collect some magical equipment from the center of the map. If you are engaged with a formidable enemy, don't be held up by them for too long. It's our top priority to gather together. Understood. Let's move out. Among the rocks that were rising and collapsing, the 6 members of Team Blue Bronze acted quickly. Liao and his other 2 teammates rushed to the center of the map, in case other people took away all the magical equipment and they had to fight barehanded. Look, it's Vulture Liao of Team Blue Bronze. He is just at the beginning level of the building foundation stage. As a refiner, he is best at fighting with magical equipment and in crystal suits. Right now, he has nothing at his disposal. This is his weakest moment. The 2 orb patrollers had been confronting each other fiercely. Now that Liao appeared out of nowhere, the 2 of them immediately thought that this was a good opportunity to secure 1 score from a pushover. They glanced at each other and, crushing the stones below their feet into pieces, charged at Liao simultaneously with 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Liao grinned hideously. Instead of running away in a flurry as they had expected, he rushed toward them, crushing rocks to dust with every step he took. After each step, his momentum and dominance rose a lot. The 2 orb patrollers felt that a quickly accelerating tyrannosaur was charging at their face. Although the earthquake was continuing, Liao's blowing stones to pieces with his feet apparently gave them more shock. He has no weapon in his hands. Why is he so confident? Does he have any other trump cards? Over the past month, whose memory fragments has he been absorbing? And what kind of new skill has he learnt? If there were only of them here, they would certainly grit their teeth and attack Liao anyway. But since the 2 orb patrollers belonged to different teams, they were in competition themselves. Subconsciously, they hoped that the other one would test Liao's capability first. As a result, they both slowed down and spared most of their computational ability calculating hundreds of defense plans against the potential opponent. Liao's speed remained on the rise. The rocks that he stepped on exploded into pieces, leaving a trail of smoke behind him, as if a crystal train made of sandstorm were sweeping over. Seeing that the 2 of them were intending to back off, Liao sneered, "Get out of the way if you don't want to die." Swoosh! Liao penetrated through between the 2 orb patrollers in a streak of black light. When he passed by them, he sprayed the rock powder and the scattered stones all over the 2 orb patrollers' faces. They were not expecting this, and there was no time to distinguish what he was spraying. Therefore, they chose the safest plan simultaneously by leaping backwards. The dragon of smoke passed them and, after a few turns, continued marching toward the central zone of Thousand Mountains domain. Liao's evil laughter could be heard from the front of the smoke. "Thank you for clearing the way." The 2 orb patrollers were dazed for a moment. Then they realized that they'd been fooled by Liao, who was just bluffing and trying to run away without any intention of fighting at all. Asshole! They blushed in embarrassment and fury, before they sped up again and followed Liao's tracks. Yet, the trail of smoke was moving at an amazingly fast speed. The 2 orb patrollers only managed to catch up to it by fully activating their swiftness skills. The anger of being conned had made them lose their minds. One of them knocked off a cone-shaped rock and kicked it away, which darted to the path in front of Liao where he was rushing. Regardless of whether Liao decided to bypass it or to crush it, he would be hindered briefly. Delighted, the orb patroller charged into the smoke like a hungry tiger seeking a lamb. Yet, there was nothing in front of his eyes. Their prey had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a sharp coldness pricked his back. Liao no longer seemed to be as big-headed and dominating as just now. He was enveloped in an air of bleakness and darkness, while he dashed out quietly like a shark in the undersea. Bam! The spiritual shield protecting the orb patroller was broken into smithereens immediately. Then, it was quickly regenerated and put on a mild green color. He entered in the short protective period, during which time he could not attack or be attacked. But his mind was in chaos. When did Liao run to my back? He was apparently barehanded. Yet, he blew up my spiritual shield in one punch and killed me once? Isn't he a refiner who is best at explosive magical equipment and battle saber techniques? Why? The other orb patroller was much more prudent. He had sensed that something was wrong inside the smoke that Liao created, and therefore he didn't enter it at all. As it turned out, half a second later, it was Liao who walked out of the smoke slowly. He was as thin as before, but every muscle on his arms were bulging, like clusters of rebar tangled together. His hands were emitting gold brightness. Purple electric arcs and blue fire were jumping and dancing on his fingertips in brilliant balls of light as if they were spirits brought back to life. The orb patroller gasped. Finding it hard to believe his eyes, he screamed, "You are just at the beginning level of the building foundation stage, and you can bring purple electric blue fire claw art out to such an extent?" Liao smiled, squatted, and sprinted. Not the beginning level, the middle level. After a month of crazy training, with the absorption of abundant memory fragments from nascent soul stage cultivators, Liao finally broke his limits and reached the middle level of the building foundation stage. Arriving at the middle level of the building foundation stage from the beginning level in half a year, Liao had performed a miracle that no one had ever achieved in the history of the Star Glory Federation. Shua! A moment later, Liao's kills reached 2. The total kills of Team Blue Bronze had reached 8, ranking the second of all teams. Hong Tong and Yan Yongtian each had killed a competitor, while Ding Lingdang had blown up the spiritual shields of 4 opponents by herself. Since she was a body practitioner, the unarmed combat couldn't be more in her favor. It was the best to kill as many people as she could right now. After most people had found some useful magical equipment, it would be much more difficult for her to perform. The only exception was Shell Leng Ziming. As a gun expert, he was not good at close combat. Therefore, his main task was to run away. But he had been killed once during his escape. Liao, you've already reached the middle level of the building foundation stage? Does that mean you are on par with me right now? You've got to be kidding me. Ding Lingdong's loud voice came through the communication channel, mingled with the screams of other orb patrollers. While she continued her slaughter, Ding Lingdang shouted in disbelief, "It took you only half a year to reach the middle level of the building foundation stage from the beginning level. You are 3 times faster than I was. Other people say that I'm a monster. In my opinion, you are the real monster. But thankfully, I didn't waste my time over the past month, either. I've absorbed 19 memory pieces of the nascent soul stage cultivators, and most of them are battle-related. Ha 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 ha. My capability has soared, too. When the final competition is over, let's have another practice spar and I'll show you what I've become right now." Right, how many memory pieces have you absorbed? 5? 8? Before, none of the team had much hopes in Liao. After all, he had been at the very beginning level of the building foundation stage. It would be quite a fruitful training session if he could absorb 2 or 3 memory pieces smoothly. However, now that they learnt that he had experienced a breakthrough, naturally their expectations of him grew higher. Liao rushed into the central zone of Thousand Mountains domain so fast that his feet barely touched the ground. Looking at the front, he found that countless bright gold balls were floating in the air, enshrouded in glittering octagonal runes. There was a piece of magical equipment in each of the balls. Swoosh! Liao kicked a giant rock to the sky, hitting one of the balls precisely. A crimson saber whose edge was full of tusks fell from the sky, which was fetched by him easily. Liao was greatly relieved now that he had a saber in his hand. Although he had absorbed much of Iron God Yen Ba's memory pieces regarding barehanded combat, the knowledge and experience could not be translated into his own skills in such a short period of time. To fully understand the insights and embed them with his own flesh, blood, bones, and veins, he needed the wetting of countless of real-life battles. At this moment, a battle saber was still Liao's favorite weapon. Licking his lips, Liao rushed toward the next bright gold ball, and at the same time, he dismantled the saber into the tiniest components and reassembled them by spinning them fast around his arms. But there were a few remaining components in his hands. The components were used to stabilize the frequency of vibration and ensure the steady, continuous output of spiritual energy. If these components were removed, the vibration frequency of the saber would be extremely unstable. The maximum spiritual energy output would be increased by 30%, allowing the damage of the saber to be improved by more than 15%. As a result, the longevity of the saber would be greatly undermined. It would most likely become a total loss after one battle. Even during the battle, odds of it malfunctioning or even exploding were not low. While he was modifying the saber, Liao spoke in the communication channel briefly. 68. The communication channel went silent for a long time. After a while, Ding Lingdang asked in confusion, 68 what? Liao furrowed his brows. He slashed at the sky. A crimson saber aura was triggered off the edge, rushing toward the second bright gold ball, which ripped it in half with blood-red ripples. A double-edged chainsword dropped from the sky. Weren't you asking me how many memory pieces I've absorbed? 68. I absorbed 68 memory pieces. There was nothing but silence in the communication channel. The only thing that could be heard was everyone's heavy breath. It was not until 10 seconds later that Ding Lingdang shouted, "Damn! I was distracted and got killed once." Very soon, all the magical equipment within hundreds of square meters nearby was looted by Liao. He started marching closer to the center of the world fragment. More orb patrollers were appearing nearby, but they were rational enough to not start a fight at this moment. Everyone was collecting every piece of magical equipment available in a rush without wasting any time. Sometimes, 2 orb patrollers got their eyes on the same magical equipment, but there was still no fight. The 2 parties would run calculations fast. The orb patroller who found that the likelihood of their success was relatively lower would simply retreat and look for other magical equipment. 5 minutes later, every piece of magical equipment had been claimed. Everyone's faces turned excessively hostile at this moment. Each of them had at least 4 to 5 pieces of magical equipment in their hands. If they could kill an opponent, not only would they get points, they would also be able to snatch the loser's magical equipment. Almost 10 pairs of eyes were fixed on Liao immediately. Thanks to his sharp eyes and fast movement, he had picked up 9 pieces of magical equipment. Right now, he was carrying a saber in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, with a battle axe on his back and a pair of power knuckles bound to his waist. He was no doubt a rich man at this point. Boom! Crack! The earth trembled violently again. The uneven ground was shattered. Many people rose high above together on the rock that they were standing on, while some others fell into pits dozens of meters deep. The battlefield turned from an uneven plain to a fractured mess. Liao was standing on a giant rock more than 40 meters high, which was the peak of this 3-dimensional battlefield. The raging smoke took the form of fuzzy, blurred giant beasts behind him. 5 orb patrollers were impatient and leapt forward at him. Liao squinted, and a dangerous smile crept onto his face. The saber in his left hand was vibrating violently like a roaring, hungry tiger, while the tusk-like sawtooth of the chainsword in his right hand started revolving crazily. Inside the control center, thousands of light beams were radiating at the same time, capturing every corner of Thousand Mountains domain. The light beams displaying intense battles would be enlarged so that the details could be demonstrated more clearly. The light beams that were showing combat Liao was engaged in were among the largest ones. 6 light beams were displaying his every movement from all possible directions. On the summary light beam nearby, Liao's personal kills were soaring. 3, 4, 6, 7. In half a minute, Liao had secured 7 kills. The spiritual shields of many other middle-level building foundation stage cultivators were shattered to pieces after a single blow. Even many high-level building foundation stage cultivators failed to resist against his rampageous attacks for longer than 5 seconds. Vulture Liao has absorbed 68 memory pieces of nascent soul stage cultivators. It appears that he has understood them all. His combat ability has improved a lot. Knowing is totally different from doing. Pouring the battle-related memories of a soldier from the special forces into the brain of a 3-year-old does not mean that the 3-year-old is qualified as a special agent. The nascent soul stage cultivators had been worrying that Liao's crazy absorption was because of a mutation in his brain and that he would not be able to comprehend the essence of the memories. But as it turned out, Li Yao's growth was beyond their wildest imagination. Beaming with a smile, Meng Weiyang continued to say, "Old Sha, Li Yao's straight, piercing attack is clearly blended with the distinctive features of quicksand. It is both brutal and savaging. All the spiritual energy is used to bring up the speed. There are no fancy tricks at all. Yet, the saber in his right hand brings me the same feeling as Moon Fiend Xiao Xinghe once did. Senseless and bloodthirsty. He is trading his life for the enemy's life. It appears that he has analyzed and fully digested the memory pieces from both of you." Sand Sha Ziming nodded his head. Glancing at the data to the side, he smiled too. Indeed, his combat efficiency is quite amazing, which even exceeds many high-level building foundation stage cultivators. His combat consciousness and tactical plans are very clear. The young man is quite smart. A high combat efficiency meant that one could slay the most enemies in the shortest amount of time with the least movements at the cost of minimum spiritual energy. Cultivators often had to pay a high price by burning their spiritual energy. The longer they stayed at their peak state, the severer the consequences would be. Therefore, the middle-level and high-level cultivators always attached great importance to combat efficiency. If a battle could be finished in 1 second, they would never spend 1.1 seconds on it. When a cultivator reached the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage, if their combat efficiency was 1% higher than their opponents, they might be able to stay in the best state for 0.1 seconds longer, and the 0.1 seconds would be enough to determine their life and death. Therefore, if a cultivator was relatively weak, he was not entirely unpromising as long as he boasted acute combat consciousness and high combat efficiency. With the support of enough resources and the enlightenment of mentors, it was always possible for them to advance to a higher level. However, if the combat efficiency of someone was really low, who simply squandered his spiritual energy and physical strength, their prospects were quite dim, regardless of how intimidating they seemed to be right now. It was very unlikely that they would become a real super expert. Nascent soul stage cultivators wouldn't waste their time and effort on such people. Currently, Li Yao was just in the middle level of the building foundation stage, but his combat consciousness was the most distinctive among the 54 orb patrollers. His combat efficiency was just a bit lower than that of Yan Jun, who was well acknowledged as one of the strongest orb patrollers at the peak of the building foundation stage. While the two nascent soul stage cultivators were talking, Li Yao's kills reached 19. But there were more and more orb patrollers charging at him. It was not because everyone hated him or was targeting him, but because the orb patrollers killed by him would often drop a lot of magical equipment. The orb patrollers came after the magical equipment like sharks which had smelled the stink of blood. When they noticed that Li Yao was bathing in the brilliant exhaust flames of various kinds of magical equipment, they naturally considered him to be a fat, delicious prey. It was not until Li Yao slashed their spiritual shields to pieces that they realized that the prey was not fat, but fatal. 21, 23, 27. Li Yao's kills continued to rise, whereas his combat efficiency was as stable as ever. However, the number of the times he got killed was growing too. In less than 10 seconds, he had been killed 6 times. When other orb patrollers were killed and entered the protective state, most of them would flee from the place of chaos. But Li Yao simply roamed around the edge of the battlefield. The moment the protective state was over, he would rejoin the battle with a roar. Frowning, San Sha Ziming watched it for a while and shook his head disapprovingly. Li Yao's attacks are absolutely amazing. In comparison, his defense is not very satisfactory. There were several deadly attacks that he could have avoided, but they hit him precisely. Besides, instead of escaping the battlefield as quickly as possible while he was in the protective state, he returned to battles again, which seems a little reckless to me. It is also inconsistent with his fighting style according to his files. Iron God Yen Ba, on the other hand, was eyeing the light beams in appreciation. He smiled and said slowly, "He's doing it on purpose." On purpose. As a nascent soul stage cultivator, Sha Tianqing immediately drew a lot of conclusions after being reminded by Yen Ba. His eyes were gleaming, too, as he asked, "Do you mean he has been perishing together with his opponents after accurate calculations just in order to increase his kills by as many as possible?" The rules we set up dictate that the 5 teams with the most kills after an hour will win. One's death count does not matter as long as it does not surpass 10. It means that being killed once and being killed 9 times are exactly the same. Right now, so many orb patrollers have gathered in the center of the world fragment. Even a random slash might hit several people. Liao has thought that through, and even at the cost of his own lives, he will slaughter as many people as he can. He must be aware that, after everyone retreats to the edge of the world fragment and reunites with their respective teams, it will be extremely difficult for him to continue butchering as smoothly as right now. Therefore, it is quite a bargain to trade his own lives for kills. The most favorable outcome will be that all the 6 members of a team are killed 9 times in exchange for triple or even quadruple scores. Iron God Yen Ba nodded his head. That should be it. Liao has understood the most critical part of the competition precisely, which is how to barter one's deaths for more valuable things at the highest efficiency. Remarkable. He is indeed remarkable. If Yen Jun was the biggest hope for the mission to ultimacy in our plan, this vulture Liao is the biggest surprise that we didn't anticipate. Although he is just in the middle level of the building foundation stage, a meticulous mind can be as useful as powerful personal strength in ultimacy. Sha Ziming interrupted him. Old Yen, look, your biggest hope and your biggest surprise are confronting each other. Yen Ba raised his eyebrow. Ha! On 2 bizarre-shaped rocks in the center of Thousand Mountains domain, where hot steam was still billowing up, Liao and Yen Jun, the best of all orb patrollers, were gazing at each other with a long distance in between. After he killed 2 members of Team Thunder Soul momentarily, his on-fire performance finally attracted Yen Jun's attention. Different from Liao, who was armed to the teeth with a saber in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, there was nothing but a dagger in Yen Jun's hand, which was orbited by 8 black, octagonal, iron blades with coldly shining sharpness. Vulture Liao! I didn't know. The scar on Yen Jun's face resulted in the constant jerking of his facial muscles, making him look cruel and hideous. His voice was like a frozen iron block, both cold and tough. There are too many things that you don't know. Let's just get down to it. Time is precious. He had been informed that Yen Jun had advanced into the peak of the building foundation stage. In the junior year of his high school, he had witnessed Fiend Blade Peng Hai, his senior brother, burning his soul and marching to the peak of the building foundation stage. The dreadful scene where spiritual energy was raging like a tsunami had been etched into the depths of his brain. At that time, cultivators had been gods in his eyes. God of war, god of killing, god of destruction. Peak of the building foundation stage had been an unimaginable level for him. Fiend Blade Peng Hai could have turned him into minced meat with nothing but his hair easily. But today, he had captured the attention of another cultivator at the peak of the building foundation stage, and he was even capable enough to fight him with his best. It was indeed intriguing and intoxicating. Boom! Liao rushed forward like a black shooting star, only to fly backwards half a second later, barging into multiple rocks. Yen Jun sniffed, not even bothering to look at him. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, while a narrow, long, red line appeared below his cheek. A drop of blood had zigzagged to the corner of his mouth like an earthworm. Liao jumped out of the broken stones. Spitting out a mouthful of black blood uncaringly, he grinned. Yen Jun licked the blood stain on the corner of his mouth slowly. His expression suddenly turned livid. The blue scar through his left eye was glittering, as if a dragon was dancing on the right side of his face. Shwa! Yen Jun suddenly vanished into thin air, and in the next second, he had appeared behind Liao. The brightness of his dagger cut Liao into pieces. But it was just Liao's gradually dispersing blurred shadow. The real Liao had moved 20 meters away. Before Liao was able to take a breath, the back of his head was prickling. He waved his saber and sword into a white, shining ball. Cracking noises echoed non-stop, while sparks danced to everywhere, as if his weapons were on fire. Yen Jun's first appearance was a blurred shadow, too, just to make him relax. In the meantime, the real Yen Jun had moved below him and locked onto him precisely. The two of them collided heavily. A large cloud of dust immediately wreathed them. It was not due to the crash, but from both of them breaking the sonic barrier multiple times within 0.1 seconds. After a moment, dozens of shadows flew out of the dust clouds, which were the blurred shadows of the two parties due to their astonishingly fast speed. All the blurred shadows were fighting savagely in midair, but Liao's real body was fleeing out of the battlefield as quickly as possible. It was not until he was engaged with Yan Jun that he truly felt the dominance of the peak of building foundation stage in person. Although his speed broke its limits time and time again, Yan Jun had blocked his every route of escape like an impregnable dragnet. Liao had to do his best to breach through it. Boom! Boom 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 boom! Explosions rang out ahead of him all the time, as if multiple volcanoes were erupting, or the crystal bombs deployed previously had been detonated. They were nothing but the sword auras created by Yan Jun's dagger, yet they were already so formidable. The 8 octagonal iron blades circling Yan Jun, on the other hand, were even more dreadful. Manipulated by his telepathic thoughts, they reached Liao's next position from unimaginable curves at more than twice the speed of sound, even faster than bullets. Faced with such a frightening enemy, Liao realized that the memory pieces which he'd absorbed over the past month were taking effect. He was like a veteran that had endured hundreds of bloody wars without getting killed. Dangers were all foreseen by him before they were able to deal any damage. Just now, when everyone was fighting for the magical equipment, he was fighting aggressively and even trading his own life for others. But at this moment, he couldn't be more cowardly. Now, he was running away with his hands covering his head. The next moment, he was crawling forward on all fours like a lizard. He narrowly escaped all the deadly attacks, as if he were an undying cockroach. Yan Jun's sword aura had left scratches on his body which was all covered in blood now. The mustard suit had been dyed in red. However, the spiritual shield would only break when suffering a fatal attack. Liao's injuries were mostly superficial and did not affect his speed. In fact, he even looked for several opportunities to counterattack. Ting! 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 Brilliant sparks burst out around Yan Jun. 3 of his octagonal iron blades had been slashed into pieces by Liao. Even his chest had been kicked heavily by Liao once. Yan Jun sneered in derision. The broken blades did not fall to the ground. Instead, they sped up and passed by Liao quickly. With a shiver, Liao managed to block Yan Jun's dagger attack with the chains word in his right hand. But there was no way he could stop Yan Jun's fist from cutting in. His stomach was punched so brutally that he felt that he had been hit by a falling star. Agony and paralysis grabbed him like an octopus, making him unable to control himself at all. He was blown hundreds of meters away and crushed into piles of rocks. The blood that he spat out dyed the surrounding smoke red. Shwa! 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 Almost 10 streams of blood spurted out from Liao's body, which were the result of the sharp iron blades. Crack! Crack! The skin on Liao's hands was almost entirely torn to shreds. The flesh and blood were barely distinguishable. Yet, he was still gripping his chains word and battle saber, unwilling to let them go. But the constant, massive spiritual input and the intensity of the combat were apparently too much for the 2 pieces of mass-produced magical equipment. The chains word broke in the middle. The sawtooth dangled down like a dead snake. In the meantime, the battle saber had cracked into pieces, its components flying everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Liao tried to draw the battle axe from his back, only to find that he could hardly move his finger because of the excruciating pain. Staring at him coldly, Yan Jun folded his dagger in his palm and walked toward him one step after another. Liao smiled miserably. His left hand moved toward the battle axe on his back inch by inch, while he unsheathed a dagger from his waist awkwardly with an ever-trembling wrist. They were only 50 meters apart. The number of the black iron blades spinning around Yan Jun had increased to almost 20. They were amazingly fast and enveloped in streaks of blackness, as if they were satellites orbiting a planet. Yan Jun took another step forward, but then his pupils constricted violently. He immediately backed off like a ghost in the same posture. It was not until he was more than 100 meters away from Liao that he stared at Liao deeply and left, never to look back. Who? Watching Yan Jun disappear behind the majestic rocks, Liao was greatly relieved, albeit not without dissatisfaction. He was so close to victory. Yan Jun was indeed a super elite raised up in the occult orbs. His instincts for noticing incoming dangers were really keen. Shua! 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 Ding Lingdang, Hong Tong, Yan Yangtian, Ba Weiqi, and Lung Ziming crawled out from the crevices nearby. Liao jumped out of the rocks. He breathed on his palms, rubbed his hands, and started repairing the seriously damaged chainsword and battle saber. The wounded, wretched appearance was entirely gone. The spurting blood was also stopped as he wriggled his muscles. The terrible body conditions where he could barely hold his dagger tight turned out to be just an act. This place was Team Blue Bronze's rendezvous point as well as the location where they planned to ambush Yan Jun. If Yan Jun had taken a few steps forward, within 47 meters of Liao, the rest of the team except Lung Ziming would have launched attacks immediately. Even though he was at the peak of the building foundation stage, there was no way that he could escape. It was a pity that he somehow saw through it and simply left in advance. Ding Lingdang, these are your power knuckles. Shell, these 2 guns are for you. Sorry that there's no sniper rifle. There was only one of them in total. The competition was too fierce, so I didn't participate. But other than the 2 assault rifles, I snatched a 3rd gun and dismantled it. After modification, the 2 guns should be able to achieve 60% of the precision and power of a sniper rifle. Dummy, this is your brainwave enhancer. Your mental power will be increased by at least 10% if you put it on your head. Captain, your physical strength is excellent. This battle axe is perfect for you. This dagger is for Yan Zi. While he was maintaining the 2 broken weapons, Liao distributed all his belongings. Everyone was dazed to see that his hands were rolling up and down swiftly despite the injuries all over his body. A moment later, dummy Ba Weiqi mumbled. Just now in the communication channel, you said that you absorbed 68 memory fragments of the nascent soul stage cultivators, but I didn't quite believe it. Well, I do now. You are only in the middle level of the building foundation stage. However, not only did you persist for so long under the bombardment of Yan Jun, a cultivator at the peak of the building foundation stage, you were even close to lure him into our trap. You are an undeniable monster. 5 kilometers away, Yan Jun seemed to be roaming. Now and then, he would tread on the rocks lightly. Yet, his speed was astonishingly high. Vulture Liao, you've improved so much in only a few months. Even I failed to finish you quickly while trying my best. Interesting. It seems that there are indeed experts among the orb patrollers from the outside world. If I had walked forward another 3 steps, your teammates hiding in the crevices would have launched deadly attacks. Wouldn't they? But although you'd been preparing to ambush me, you were all barehanded, while I still had my dagger. You wouldn't have been able to take down me easily even if I fell into your trap. It was just that I didn't want to be delayed by you for too long. Don't ever presume that I was scared of you. At this very moment, Yan Jun heard a feeble cracking noise. Stunned, Yan Jun lifted his dagger in disbelief, while his face suddenly turned extremely awful. On his dagger, a crack that was even tinier than hair was spreading out like devaricating fungus. Crack! After a gentle swing, the dagger exploded into pieces. The only thing left in his hands was the hilt. The scar on Yan Jun's back twisted like a snake that had been shocked. A drop of cold sweat dripped off from his forehead, while he murmured, "What? When was my weapon damaged?" Vulture Liao is best known as a refiner. Could it be that his knowledge regarding weapons is profound enough to let him wreck my weapon without me knowing it, even at the cost of his own weapons being broken? If so, other than the black iron blades surrounding him, he would have been barehanded, too. Under the attacks of 4 orb patrollers, including Ding Lingdang, who was best at close combat as a body practitioner, chances were slim that he could run away. Yan Jun squinted. The scar on his face trembled for a long time before it finally stopped. Taking a long breath, he put on a mysterious smile. Thankfully, this Vulture Liao is on our side. If there were such a formidable figure in the demon race, the trip to ultimacy would be really perilous. In relief, Yen Jun threw away the shattered dagger casually. He slapped his hands, and sensing the spiritual waves nearby, he marched toward the spiritual waves which were the most intense with his hands behind his back. Very soon, cries and screams echoed behind the rocks over there. After Team Blue Bronze assembled and acquired abundant magical equipment, they didn't make any mistakes. They were one of the fastest regrouping star teams. The 6 of them swept across the margin of Thousand Mountains domain anti-clockwise. None of the lone orb patrollers could withstand one blow from them. When all the star teams had regrouped, their kills were already high in the rankings. Later, they had a few fights with several other star teams, with more victories than failures. When the 1-hour final competition was over, the total kills of Team Blue Bronze surprisingly ranked the second among the 9 teams, only below Team Thundersoul led by Yen Jun. In the meantime, Liao and Ding Lingdang, with 71 kills and 67 kills respectively, ranked the 4th and the 6th among all the orb patrollers, which made them the 2 most distinctive dark horses after the 1-month special training. Therefore, Team Blue Bronze had successfully distinguished itself from the top 10 star teams and won the qualification to be one of the 5 teams setting off to ultimacy in the first echelon. It was midnight, and the sky of the desert were extremely clear. The giant stars dangled down from the blue-black sky like countless glittering diamonds, giving the feeling that one could pluck them out of the sky if they stood up on their tiptoes. Liao and Ding Lingdang walked to the depths of the desert, hand in hand. Their palms were somewhat wet, indicating the anxiety on their mind. It was because they were paying a visit to Iron God Yenba, a nascent soul stage cultivator as well as one of the strongest men in the Heaven's Origin sector. The previous morning, after they successfully won the final competition, they went through thorough physical examinations and treatment to further consolidate the fruits of their training. Then, they refreshed themselves in the deep sleep capsule and took in a lot of high nutrition drugs. After that, the time had come to select the spiritual seeds of nascent soul stage cultivators, the most alluring benefit of the trip to ultimacy. Threatened by the blood demon sector, the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector were more united than ever. Almost every nascent soul stage cultivator had provided a spiritual seed. Many battle-type cultivators even condensed more than one, trying to bring the building foundation stage cultivators to the best state, even at the risk of injuring themselves. The spiritual seeds of the nascent soul stage cultivators had different abilities and triggering conditions. Not only did they depend on the level of the user, the ideology of the user would also need to befit the providers. At least, their understandings about the path of cultivation couldn't be contradictory. Otherwise, the success rate of spiritual seed explosion would be greatly undermined, and the odds of derangement would soar. Therefore, one had to think very carefully about which spiritual seeds to select, because their choice concerned their own life. The selection of spiritual seeds would proceed according to the rank of kills in the final competition. Liao and Ding Lingdang were both in the top 10. Their range of choices were fairly large. Yet, they studied them for a long time, only to be notified by a worker that Iron God Yenba, the king of body fundamentalists, would like to meet them. Naturally, they dared not to hesitate now that a nascent soul stage cultivator wanted to see them. Guided by their mini crystal processors, they returned to the ground and reached the desert outside of the valley. On the sandhill in front of them, a man was sitting there alone. Brilliant stars were shining around him, casting a gentle halo above him. There was not the tiniest spiritual energy leaking out of Iron God Yenba. He had become one with the stars over his head and sand beneath his feet, as if he were part of the splendid nature. Exchanging a look, Liao and Ding Lingdang strode forward with their heads held high. For the trip to ultimacy, I spent a lot of time and efforts over the past year condensing 2 spiritual seeds. Iron God Yenba didn't act mysteriously. Hearing their breaths, he turned around slowly and smiled at them like a friendly next-door neighbor. Liao, Ding Lingdang, are you interested in my spiritual seeds? Although knowing that the purpose of Yenba's invitation would probably be about spiritual seeds, Liao was still somewhat surprised to hear it with his own ears. He raised his eyebrow and hesitated. Senior Yuan, it is reasonable for Ding Lingdang to accept your spiritual seed since she is a body practitioner. But I'm a refiner who's strongest using magical equipment. May I ask why you turn to me even though you are a body fundamentalist? He had been considering Yenba's spiritual seed for a long time, but he didn't understand why Yenba would talk to him in person. Yenba smiled, seeming somewhat lonely. Body fundamentalists are the living fossils among the cultivators. Not just body fundamentalists, even the total number of body practitioners has plunged in recent years. Except for the combat department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, which has been raising body practitioners, they are rarely seen elsewhere. Of the 30 eligible orb patrollers that are chosen through all the trouble, there are only 2 body practitioners. As for a pure body fundamentalist who doesn't resort to any magical equipment, there is not one. Although the 2 of you are not disciples of the Marvelous Fist sect, the Grand Desolate War Institution has always been a close friend to the Marvelous Fist sect, as they are both natives of the Grand Desolate Plateau. If I have to make a choice, naturally, I want to bequeath my spiritual seeds to cultivators from the Grand Desolate Plateau. We all know Ding Lingdang. She is the best body practitioner among the 30 orb patrollers. But you, Vulture Liao, have an equally sturdy body despite the fact that you are a refiner, which is even more impressive than the bodies of many common body practitioners. I do wonder how you built up your body like this. Triggering my spiritual seed is an agonizing, dangerous process. Only those with strong bodies, such as Ding Lingdang and yourself, have a chance at handling the pain. Liao was dazed for a moment. He didn't anticipate that the reason Yenba picked him was because of his endurance of pain. His face turned quite odd. Thinking for a moment, he replied frankly, Senior Yen, I considered taking your spiritual seeds before, but I am a refiner, and magical equipment always comes at the top in my path of cultivation. I've absorbed quite a few of your memory pieces and admired the enormous primordial strength that you activated. But I cannot acknowledge the idea that barehanded is better than fully armed. This might be what we call a disagreement about the right path of cultivation. I don't know if it is suitable or not for me to accept your spiritual seeds because of our different beliefs. It is the same for Ding Lingdang. Although she is a body practitioner, she does not reject magical equipment. If she has the chance to fight in a crystal suit, she won't do it barehanded. Please be aware of that, Senior Yen. Correct, agreed Ding Lingdang, who then continued solemnly. Senior Yen, you are the king of body fundamentalists, and you've been my idol since I was a kid. I hesitated a long time when I was deciding which spiritual seed I was going to take, because I doubted that I could accept the principle of zero reliance on magical equipment. So, I don't know whether or not I'm qualified to accept your spiritual seed. Iron God Yenba smiled and said, So, you think magical equipment is better than empty hands? Everybody knows that. What? Liao and Ding Lingdang were both dumbfounded. Yen Ban eyed them as if they were 2 idiots, before he opened his mouth again. Even a 3-year-old knows that magical equipment is better than empty hands. The transition between apes to human beings cannot be completed without the usage of tools. Can it? There is no reason why we should abandon tools which have changed from the simple stoneware to delicate magical equipment and just resort to 2 empty hands. But Liao and Ding Lingdang failed to understand what was going on. Yen Ba's words would have been more than convincing if they were from someone else's mouth. But Yen Ba was a body practitioner monk who discarded all kinds of magical equipment and weapons. As a body fundamentalist, he would fight against an overwhelming beast tide with absolutely nothing but his bare hands. Are you curious as to why I would say that even though I'm a body practitioner, and why I never resorted to any magical equipment if I felt that it was better than empty hands? The truth is, the principle of the body fundamentalists is not what you've considered it to be. Body fundamentalist is the most ancient profession in the modern cultivation world. Not one of. During the Great Dark Age 40,000 years ago, the demon race dominated the Sea of Stars and established a giant, hierarchical demon-beast empire. They slew the cultivators and suppressed the ordinary humans in tyranny, eliminating any possibility of the usage of magical equipment. During the 30,000 years of darkness, We had no jade chips to store cultivation arts, no flying swords to fight against the oppressors, and no heavenly materials and earthly treasures to build up our bodies. If someone was discovered to have been secretly hiding a piece of magical equipment, their family and friends would all be murdered mercilessly by the demon race. But even faced with such tremendous pressure, we never gave up our hopes of cultivating. Without jade chips, flying swords, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the only thing that we could count on was this. Yen Ban lifted his thumb and pointed at his somewhat dry chest. Then he continued speaking calmly. The only thing that mankind could count on was our own flesh and blood, our veins, nerves, muscles, heart, cells, as well as the power hidden deep inside us that had been passed on by our ancestors and predecessors during times of great trouble after countless apocalypses. The power was sealed in the deepest part of our cells. Once we tore off the seals and released the power, it was the start of the rebellion against the reign of the demon race. Hence the oldest profession in the modern cultivation world, the body fundamentalists. Body fundamentalists are never too obstinate to learn the advantages of magical equipment and weapons. We never used them because none of the human beings had any access to magical equipment when the profession was created. But even without magical equipment, we would fight against the demon race until the last breath with our fists, fingernails, and teeth. Liao and Ding Lingdang were greatly touched. Liao couldn't help but ask, but it was 30,000 years ago. Right now, the human race has regained control over the sea of stars. Magical equipment is more useful than ever. Why? Yen Ba smiled. Although the human race is divided and scattered in different worlds, there is no doubt that we are the dominators of our respective worlds, and it's quite convenient to get a piece of magical equipment. But what if the demon race comes back again? What if demonic cultivators, or even foreign species that are stronger than all others, or an unprecedented apocalypse, come knocking at our door? If the threats wipe out the mankind's ability to refine and use magical equipment and we are forced to fight barehanded again, body fundamentalists will have to step up and lead the rebellion. They will show everyone how to fight a battle with nothing but their hands, feet, and teeth. Yes, everybody knows that it is very unlikely that such events will ever occur. But the sea of stars is boundless. Who knows what kinds of dangers are lurking in the darkness? Therefore, body fundamentalists are never insignificant. We are like a tiny fuse. If one day humanity falls into darkness again and loses all the magical equipment, we, the body fundamentalists, will be the last defense line of our civilization. This is the reason why I chose to become a body fundamentalist. Maybe my spiritual seeds are not as impressive as others will be when they explode. But no one can say for sure what will happen in ultimacy. In the worst-case scenario where your magical equipment is all damaged and your weapons lost, my spiritual seeds might be able to save your lives, and also rekindle the fire of hope for the Federation and the Heaven's origin sector. Under the brilliant night sky, in the middle of the quiet desert, Iron God's every word struck Liao and Ding Lingdang like a falling star, raising countless thoughts in their minds. Liao and Ding Lingdang, exchanging a quick glance, said honestly, "We're sorry, Senior Yuan. We never truly understood the beliefs of the body fundamentalists until this moment." Beliefs? Yen Ba sighed. Then he said slowly, "I'm 264 years old right now. Most of the nascent souls are around the same age as me. Even Sha Tianqing, the youngest nascent soul stage cultivator in the Federation, is almost 200 years old. That's why people call us old monsters. Monsters we might be not, but old we really are. 200 years ago, I was born in a small village in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau. The villagers made a living by exploiting a mother lode nearby. My parents were the guardians that the marvelous Fist sect sent to protect the village. At that time, the demon race in the Heaven's origin sector hadn't been cleared up yet. The Grand Desolate Plateau was riddled with great demons' dens and even demon kingdoms. Fierce battles would break out every day. Since the human race wasn't able to control the entire Grand Desolate Plateau, the invasion of beast tides from the blood demon sector was much more convenient than right now. They could congregate in unhabituated areas unhurriedly until their army was unfathomably large, before they paved a way of destruction and swallowed everything in their way. Before I was 10, I'd experienced dozens of beast-tide outbreaks, more times than many cultivators at present have seen in their entire lives. When I was 11, I witnessed a beast tide devouring the blue sky, the vast earth, and also my hometown. My parents were not very talented, but they were both passionate about training. After they were stationed to the village, they trained hard every day. They were already in the high level of the building foundation stage at that time. But so what? To cover the villagers' retreat, they charged into the beast tide unhesitatingly, only to be drowned in less than 10 minutes. Because of their sacrifice, 12 children, including myself, were rescued by the reinforcements of the Marvelous Fist sect in time. But the rest of the villagers, the homes, and the livestock were all consumed. After the beast tide ebbed and we returned to where the village used to be, there was no sign whatsoever that a village had been in this place. There were not even bloodstains. Everything had been eaten up without leaving the slightest trace. For cultivators who have been born in the recent 100 years, including your generation, you happen to be living in an era when the Star Glory Federation is thriving. In your eyes, a peaceful environment is a matter of course. But we the nascent souls were mostly born in the wartime. We've seen more tragedies than one can count. When we were young, none of us were certain before we went to sleep at night that the Federation would still be there when we opened eyes again the next morning. Therefore, it goes without saying for us that if we do not stick together and try our best, the Star Glory Federation and the human civilization in the Heaven's Origin sector are very likely to be wiped out. We know that after we are wiped out, there won't be monuments left in memory of us, but manure of the demon beasts. Beliefs? Conflicts about the right path of cultivation. Is a saber better than a sword? Or is it the other way around? Is spiritual energy particles or waves? In the eyes of the nascent soul stage cultivators who have experienced true darkness in person, these conflicts are not conflicts at all. In my opinion, there is one and only one conflict that is worthy of noting: the conflict of the living space between mankind and foreign species in the sea of stars. In our case, the conflict is the life and death war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. To build the Star Glory Federation into a stronger nation, to illuminate the universe with the torch of humanity. This is my beliefs and my path of cultivation. If a saber can protect our nation and our civilization, I will use a saber. If a fist can do everything, I will use a fist. If guns are required, I don't mind blowing up the heads of the demon kings and demon emperors with roaring bullets. Most nascent soul stage cultivators share the same beliefs as me. That's why we were willing to burn our life and soul to condense precious spiritual seeds for building foundation stage cultivators such as you two. How about it? Do you still feel that there are contradictions in the beliefs you and I hold? Liao and Ding Lingdang were silent for a long time. Nothing could be heard in the dark desert except their heavy breathing. Looking at each other, they replied at the same time, "Senior Yuan, we are willing to accept your spiritual seeds." At 5 o'clock in the morning, in the bottom level of the underground training base, Liao was lying on a metal bed, his arms and legs stretched out, tied up by countless spiritual wires, with 6 artificial arms moving rapidly nearby. The silver wall glided open silently. The artificial arms picked out a cold crystal cylinder in which a dazzling light spot was jumping and struggling like a transparent hedgehog. It was a spiritual seed of a nascent soul stage cultivator. An artificial arm placed the crystal cylinder on Liao's forehead, while others took out quite a few metal rings and bound them together. In the end, a piece of magical equipment which could release high-pressure air current was placed behind the cylinder. "Liao, are you ready? There might be a little pain," a gentle voice said. Taking a long breath, Liao made an okay gesture. Acknowledged. Spiritual seed injection engaged in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Activate. Chi. After a feeble sound, the spiritual seed inside the crystal cylinder was gone. Liao screamed desperately. Veins all over his body were bulging out. His bloodshot eyes were wide open. His 2 hands left 10 deep scratches on the metal bed below him. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in a gravity room of the underground training base, The gravity was adjusted to 1/10 of the standard gravity. A mild breeze was blowing. Liao and Ding Lingdang were almost naked, except for the simple cloth covering their private parts. Their hands open, they were floating in midair. Countless colorful jade spiders were crawling over their bodies. While the spiders were crawling, they were also pricking Liao's and Ding Lingdang's skin, resulting in many miniature flecks. The miniature flecks were gradually connected and constituted two arcane patterns. Sitting in front of them in the air was a plump, beautiful, middle-aged lady whose skin was covered in brilliant tattoos with barely any blank space. With a close look, even her pupils were filled with complicated spiritual tattoos, which were dancing in her eyes like countless spirits. The middle-aged lady was drawing seals rapidly with her hands while casting spells with her mouth. Innumerable octagonal, shining runes were circling her. Her hands seemed to be attached to thousands of spiritual threads, each linked to one jade spider which was painting on their bodies like pens. Liao's and Ding Lingdang's eyelids were trembling violently. Biting their lips hard, they were not even able to grunt. The spiritual seed injection just now was painful enough. They'd never expected that the pain of tattooing would be no less excruciating. However, they were not in the least discontented. In fact, they were quite excited because the middle-aged lady in front of them was actually miraculous marker Xialing, widely regarded as the best spiritual tattooist in the Star Glory Federation, who was more than 250 years old. After watching the files and combat videos of all the orb patrollers, Xialing decided to draw spiritual tattoos on 5 of them, including Liao and Ding Lingdang. The powerful spiritual tattoos created by spiritual tattooists were not bearable for every cultivator. It was especially so in the case of the spiritual tattoos produced by a nascent soul stage cultivator such as Xialing. Common cultivators would find it impossible to withstand her work at all. It was also one of the most important reasons why body practitioners continued to exist. Many incredible spiritual tattoos were only useful for and could only be utilized by body practitioners. Liao's astonishing defense ability and unparalleled body toughness had earned him a spiritual tattoo to be crafted by Xialing herself. As for other orb patrollers who were not qualified to get the spiritual tattoos, they were allowed to pick 1 or 2 invaluable treasures at their will from Occult Orbs Fellowship's treasury. As Xialing's hands moved faster and faster, the jade spider's movement speed increased. 2 ultimate spiritual tattoos whose ink was refined out of thousands of heavenly materials and earthly treasures gradually took shape. Ding Lingdang's body was covered in a 9-headed dragon condensed in flames from her chest to her back. As she breathed, the dragon seemed to be rushing and roaring in clouds. On Liao's body, it was a vintage crimson phoenix which was extending its wings, ready to chase wind and lightning. Its extremely long tails spread to his 4 limbs like 9 chains of blood. Cha! Xialing bellowed. All the jade spiders jumped off their bodies and returned to her cosmos ring. The grand spiritual tattoos, after glittering momentarily, vanished and sank into their flesh and blood. At first look, their skin was as smooth and clean as before. There were no traces of the tattoos at all. This was due to the ink-burying skill. The spiritual tattoos would be hidden inside the flesh and blood normally, which would neither affect their daily training nor be seen through by the enemy easily. Only during fierce combat, when the spiritual energy was bursting out, would the spiritual tattoos reveal themselves. The 2 tattoos were tailor-made by Xialing after studying their files and combat videos repetitively according to their respective specialties. There wouldn't be a second tattoo like them in the entire world. Ding Lingdang's spiritual tattoo was called Blazing Hydra. It would be triggered based on her rage. The angrier she became, the more it would bring up the efficiency of her fiery spiritual energy. In her most furious state, the spiritual tattoo could improve her combat ability by more than 30%. Liao's spiritual tattoo was named Immortal Phoenix, which would be triggered by his blood. The more he bled, the better his spiritual tattoo would work, and the higher his combat ability would become. In other words, with this spiritual tattoo, he would be the strongest when he was the most seriously wounded. Of course, both Blazing Hydra and Immortal Phoenix boiled down to the stimulation of central nerves and brain cells in order to activate the body's hidden potential. It equaled to burning their own life. But as cultivators, was their purpose not to ignite themselves and illuminate the entire universe? It was 1:32 p.m. At this moment, there were 5 days until the first launch of Heaven's artillery. The following morning, at a special waste treatment plant near Lake Rusty in Floating Spear City, known as the Magical Equipment Graveyard, Liao had grown up in this place. During the 3 years that he was away, countless scavengers were still making their living by recycling the abandoned magical equipment. Although it was merely dawn, countless scavengers were already searching every piece of magical equipment that was still usable on the shaking garbage hill while holding back the pungent smells. On the east side of the magical equipment graveyard, 2 gangs were confronting each other. Each gang had around 50 people. Some of them were clenching iron tubes wreathed in steel thorns, while some others were waving coldly shining, sharp blades. The leader of one of the gangs was thin and somewhat hunched with a brown skin. Cunningness and cruelness beamed out from his triangular eyes, making him look like a hungry hellion. The other leader, in comparison, was tall and brawny. His muscles were tearing his clothes apart. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked a furious bear. The triangular-eyed man said coldly, a dagger folded in his hand, "Fatty Liang, we all make our living in the magical equipment graveyard. Conflict is inevitable, but you didn't have to be so brutal. Just for a wrecked shuttle, you beat up 2 of my brothers terribly. Do you think that my temper has died down now that I'm older?" Fatty Liang was brawny, but it did not mean that he lacked brains. He rebutted unervingly as he laughed peculiarly. "Wild Wolf, don't presume that I do not know what you did. Last week, when 3 of my brothers were doing their job, the garbage hill collapsed suddenly, for broken legs. That was all you're doing." Wild Wolf and Fatty Liang were representatives of the 2 largest scavenger gangs in the magical equipment graveyard. As their gangs flourished more and more, unrest continued to grow. A fight seemed to be unavoidable. The vibe grew more and more intense. A tiny spark could set the scene ablaze. Somebody was tying their wrists with cloth quietly in case their hands slipped during the upcoming fight because of sticky blood. Somebody was preparing exhilarant drugs to stimulate them. Suddenly, an ear-splitting shriek burst out in the sky, as if a falling star was coming, or a giant bird was diving down. Shocked by the shriek, everyone flinched. An earthquake seemed to be taking place. Many scraps of magical equipment were rolling down from the garbage hills nearby. The color of Fatty Liang's and Yi Long's faces changed. They were unable to command their subordinates anymore, because their shouts were dwarfed by the overwhelming noise. Every scavenger gazed at the sky, stunned, as if they had been frozen by some spell. A round, jade-like shuttle, which one could tell was as lavish as any shuttle could be, flew past the sky of the magical equipment graveyard while glittering brightly. It appeared that the extravagant shuttle was arriving at its destination, because it was slowing down and preparing to land. Spiritual waves rippled in the air, spreading out and diminishing, until they broke into thousands of butterfly-like light spots and vanished in the air. This is, as scavengers, Fatty Liang and Wild Wolf had never taken real extravagant shuttles in person. But they'd both seen them a lot in magazines and on the Nexus. They could tell whether a piece of magical equipment was valuable or not when they saw it. Although Wild Wolf always considered himself to be a knowledgeable man, he had never seen a shuttle as beautiful before. It was so shockingly splendid that it did not even seem to belong to the Heaven's origin sector. There is nothing but scum and low-rent residential areas around the Lake Rusty except for the magical equipment graveyard. Why would such an advanced shuttle land here? Is this really happening? I've seen the vehicles of the mayor of Floating Spear City and the leaders of the major sects in the city. Even their shuttles are not as good as this one. Who's on the shuttle? What is it doing in this place? An unimaginable big shot appearing unexpectedly could not mean anything good. These scavengers that had been working in the gray area of the law were the most sensitive to danger. Exchanging a look, Fatty Liang and Wild Wolf both put the upcoming fight aside. Look, the shuttle is landing in Morning Sun Village. Morning Sun Village? Does that mean the guy on the shuttle is Vulture Liao? Everyone was greatly shocked. Morning Sun Village was the cheapest and the least frequented low-rent residential community. Even scavengers such as themselves wouldn't live there as long as they had a few coins in their pockets. Nothing interesting had happened in that place since it was built dozens of years ago. Until 3 years ago, a celebrity from that place rose to fame, Vulture Liao. As an orphan growing up in the magical equipment graveyard, he had become a cultivator at the building foundation stage before he was 25. Even in the 500 years the Star Glory Federation's history, he was also one of the few legends who achieved that. Fiend Blade Peng Hai, who had been quite a superstar in Floating Spear City a few years ago, was eclipsed by Vulture Liao's brilliance. Cultivation in the Heaven's Origin sector was never easy. A cultivator at the building foundation stage was qualified to be a professor in a university, an elder in a sect, or a commander of a military legion. In the eyes of the insignificant scavengers, he was one of the super big shots living in a different world. Vulture Liao has his days now. He could buy the magical equipment graveyard with part of the shell of such an extravagant shuttle. In the old days I even fought him before. It's really scaring to think that I used to fight against a building foundation stage cultivator. I was even kicked by him once. Well. My life is fulfilled now, knowing that I had such an encounter with a building foundation stage cultivator. Scavengers such as Fatty Liang and Wild Wolf were not in much of a friendly relationship with Liao, who might not even bother to sort everything out with them now that he was a high and mighty cultivator. But if they continued on fighting and caused a riot, who could say for sure that it would not trigger some bad memories for Liao? Fatty Liang and Wild Wolf looked at each other and retreated with their respective gangs silently, thinking jealousy and complicated thoughts. Seeing Vulture Liao, who used to be searching for abandoned magical equipment in garbage hills like themselves, turning into an influential cultivator and owning such an expensive shuttle, they somehow lost all drive to fight anymore. Fate was such an erratic thing. In Morning Sun Village, Liao could have parked the shuttle that he borrowed from a Cult Orbs fellowship in midair beside the window, so that he would be able to enter his room directly. Yet, he still chose to land the shuttle on the ground and walk slowly into his room through the dark and muggy stairs. There were 4 days left before the trip to ultimacy. An expedition to 10,000 light-years away was hundreds of times more dangerous than adventures in common occult orbs. Many of the 30 orb patrollers of the first echelon were core disciples of major families and sects, or descendants of renowned cultivators. They had to take care of their personal affairs first. Therefore, for the last few days, Occult Orbs Fellowship didn't arrange further training missions for them but gave them some time to reunite with their family and friends and bid farewell to them properly. Liao had no family now, but Floating Spear City was the place where he grew up after all. He felt he was somewhat rooted in this place. He didn't feel that his hometown was anything unusual before, but when he realized that he was going 10,000 light-years away through the sea of stars, he suddenly had the impetus to take a tour around Floating Spear City. Just now, he lowered the altitude of the shuttle and slowed it down on purpose, just in order to see the place he grew up in one more time. Although that part of his life was filled with difficulty, suffering, and street fights, he found that what he remembered most were the warmth and wonders. The spotted walls of Morning Sun Village, as well as the colorful graffiti, suddenly pulled himself back to years ago. It's been 3 years since I last came to this place. Last time I returned to Floating Spear City, I left in a hurry after meeting Senior Brother Peng Hai, and there was no time for me to come back. Now that I'm finally here, everything is exactly the same as when I left. The only thing that has changed is myself. From a little scavenger struggling in the ditch and garbage hills of the magical equipment graveyard, to a middle-level building foundation stage cultivator who is about to fight for my nation and for myself 10,000 light-years away, Liao stopped in front of the door of his home. The blemished iron door was covered entirely in spider nets. The lock was rusted over, too. Taking a deep breath, Liao pressed his hands on the lock and knocked it off with his spiritual energy. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. Most of the precious files that his adoptive father left for him had been packed up and sent to the Grand Desolate War Institution a long time ago. But many magical equipment scraps were still in the corners of the room. There were also many antique crystal processors dangling from the ceiling, which were shaken by the breeze and pealed like wind chimes. This place was very close to the magical equipment graveyard, and therefore had an extremely low rent. But few people still resided here. After Liao went to college, he kept renewing the lease on the house which he considered to be his home. On his way to the grand desolate war institution, his spiritual root was awakened, allowing him to become a cultivator. When the news reached Floating Spear City, everybody was greatly shocked. The magical equipment graveyard was never short of thieves, but none of them dared to trespass on his household when they learned that it belonged to a cultivator. Therefore, 3 years later, except for a thick layer of dust on everything, there was barely anything different about his home. Liao glanced over every corner of the room and was somewhat surprised that his home was much smaller than he remembered it to be. It was like 2 pigeon cages. But in his memories, this room had been his entire world where so many beautiful things happened. Old scenes flooded back one by one. It was in these very rooms that his adoptive father taught him the skills of magical equipment maintenance as well as all kinds of eccentric knowledge. From the repulse at the beginning to the ecstasy of reading a maintenance manual of a crystal warship in the end. Too many traces of his growth had been left in these 2 rooms. Liao sighed slightly. He was planning to pack everything away with his Cosmos ring, but on second thought he decided to keep them where they were. In the end, he merely picked up a Ghost Fire 4, a crystal processor refined by Blue Flame Sect 124 years ago, from the Antique Crystal Processor Collection. The performance of the crystal processor was mediocre, yet it was weirdly designed into the form of a skeleton head, which added to its value as a collectible. Liao stored it inside his Cosmos ring as a memento of his past. Closing the door gently, he jumped out of the window. The extravagant shuttle was already waiting for him outside. Liao set off to Floating Spear City's downtown area. Early in the morning, in Floating Spear City's mining clan high school, the spacious playground was packed with people. Floating Spear City's mining clan high school was quite different from 3 years ago. After making a fortune through the Demon Beast detector, he had invested a large sum of money into his hometown school. Dormitories were refurbished, the playground was enlarged, a new lab building was built, and a lot of new training facilities were added. Right now, Floating Spear City's mining clan high school not only accepted the miners' children from the Limestone District, but also admitted students of no significant background citywide. The school was twice as large right now. At this moment, thousands of students had assembled on the playground. Everybody was talking and laughing, making the place livelier than ever. Tang Xiao, you're not awake yet? Cheer up. A big shot is coming. In a corner of the crowd, a yellow-haired student tapped a drowsy, chubby classmate nearby with his elbow. The chubby boy named Tang Xiao yawned and said with disdain, "What's so special about this big shot that they have to summon all the students here? Can't be the mayor, can it? I was practicing 13 Forces of War Beast until 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't have time for those douchebags." The yellow-haired boy, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. He was so thrilled that even his voice had changed. "What are you talking about? It's Liao. Vulture Liao." Tang Zhao's sleepy eyes had been as narrow as a line, only to be widened open by the shocking news. He almost jumped to the sky in astonishment. "What? You mean the super genius, Vulture Liao?" Liao was the biggest idol for the thousands of students in the Floating Spear City's mining clan high school. All the children from slums considered him as their role model. Besides, many of the buildings and training facilities inside their school were sponsored by Liao. They were very proud of him. Almost every child had watched Liao's videos hundreds of times over. They even formed an association named Vulture Squad, which collected news about Liao. Tang Xiao and the yellow-haired boy were no exceptions. They were hardcore members of Vulture Squad. At that moment, they both shivered, feeling that their backs were cold as if someone had soaked their spine in cold water. Looking up to the sky, an extravagant shuttle enshrouded in silver brightness had stopped overhead quietly without them noticing. From the perfect shell spread out a dominating aura which enveloped all the students on the spot like an invisible giant net. "Wow! What is this shuttle? I've never seen one like it before." Judging from the appearance, It is even more advanced than the Mystic Bird armed shuttle that is worth hundreds of millions. Vulture Li Yao is so intimidating. I can barely breathe right now. Is he really only 5 years older than us? Cultivators are really rich and awesome. I'm going to try my best to cultivate too. And one day I will be a cultivator as strong as Li Yao. Students were all dazzled. They gazed at the sky in a trance with their mouths wide open. The silver brightness in the sky blinked, unveiling a tall, thin man who was wearing a white robe. The belts of the robe moved without being affected by the wind, while its owner flew to the platform in the air slowly and elegantly. It was Li Yao. President Mao, Grandpa Wang. Li Yao hugged the two old men on the platform warmly. Although he'd only stayed for a few months in Floating Spear City's mining clan high school, he'd never forgotten that President Mao accepted him against pressure when he was at the lowest point of his life. Grandpa Wang helped him even more. When he was in high school, he wouldn't have been able to pay the tuition fees without the support of Grandpa Wang. If he dropped out of school back then, his life would have been very different. Therefore, Li Yao had always considered Floating Spear City's mining clan high school as his mother school and the two old men as his own family. The main purpose of my return this time is to see whether or not we can build another training stadium in our school. I am planning to get it done according to the highest standard. It will be as good as any training stadium in the Federation. Of course, as the intensity of training increases, the trainees' bodies are more prone to injuries. Therefore, we will also need to build a brand new school hospital. It will be completed according to the standard of the field hospitals in the military frontline, which should be enough to fix all the injuries resulting from training, Li Yao said unhurriedly. Over the past few months in Occult Orb's fellowship, he had gained a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and secret reserves. The invaluable items were all sellable. Even contribution points could be exchanged for money, too, as a reward for each mission. This time, he had accepted the extremely dangerous mission to ultimacy. As a result, he had been prepaid with a large sum. Since he had no home to settle in, and neither himself nor Ding Lingdang lacked money, he decided to invest the money into his school. Li Yao's ambition was not just his own success. He was hoping to build Floating Spear City's mining clan high school into a first-rate super school of the Federation where all the underprivileged students with talent for cultivating could be raised to be cultivators. Li Yao, you've offered tremendous help to our school over the past 2 years. Now you are spending a huge fortune again in constructing 2 advanced facilities. I really don't know how I can thank you. President Mao felt a plethora of emotions welling up in his chest. Years ago, I was just doing old Wang a favor. I did nothing but lift my finger. I never expected that you would make it this far to be one of the youngest building foundation stage cultivators in the Federation. Li Yao smiled. President, it was just a lift of your finger for you years ago, and it is a lift of my finger for me right now. The money on the training stadium and the school hospital is no big deal. I have talked with Chairman Zhao, the leader of the Disabled Servicemen Association. Later, the Disabled Servicemen Association will send a batch of skilled veterans to work as tutors in our school, who will teach students martial arts and arts of war. All the relevant fees will be paid by me. You know that the Federation has entered the first-degree state of war. A soldier is the most respected profession. It will do no harm to the students if they can learn some battle skills. Li Yao had figured everything out. If he could return from ultimacy safe and sound, naturally, money was not going to be a problem. Not just a few retired veterans, he would have enough capital to hire a special force troop. If he failed to come back, the insurance companies endorsed by the top 10 sects of the Federation would pay a large sum of compensation, which should be enough to support the construction and operation of the Floating Spear City's mining clan high school. President Mao nodded his head quickly. Li Yao, for the students here, I won't be polite. I'll accept gratefully. It will be marvelous if tutors with military background could teach in our school. You know that students in our school are mostly from miner families born and raised in slums. Their talents are limited. Their education in the early years is not decent either. It is quite difficult for them to awaken their spiritual roots and become cultivators like you. In fact, it will be a miracle if even one of them makes it. However, Since you started sponsoring our school, every student has been training crazily, setting you as their example. Their bodies are much stronger than before. Last year, 174 students passed the test of the military and became soldiers of the Federal Army. Liao was amazed. 174 of them? That's impressive. The Star Glory Federation honored valiance more than anything else. The social status of the Federal Army was very high and almost stood equal to that of cultivators. It was quite challenging to be enlisted by the Army. For underprivileged kids, joining the Army was a very sensible choice. They could learn many skills in the Army for free, receive abundant nutrition drugs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures for free, and get a job easily when they retired from the Army. They would be respected by other citizens, too. Once they ran into any trouble, the Retired Servicemen Association and Disabled Servicemen Association would stand up for them. For ordinary people, becoming a cultivator might be an unreachable dream. But becoming soldiers was an achievable goal with hard work. In the old days, only a few graduates of the Floating Spear City's Mining Clan High School would be successfully enrolled by the Federal Army every year. This time, the number had increased manifold, all thanks to Liao's previous investment. Say something to the students. You are the hero of everyone here. They've been jumping up and down like restless monkeys since they heard that you were coming. President Mao grinned. Liao glanced around. The crowds below the platform fell quiet, while thousands of eyes were fixed on him hungrily. He couldn't help but smile. He suddenly recalled that, in the playground of the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School 3 years ago, his old friend Meng Jiang and he used to gaze at Fiend Blade Peng Hai in jealousy and admiration from the far edges of the crowds. The scene was so familiar. Yet 3 years had passed. How time flies! While he was pondering, Liao took a step forward. There was nothing in front of him, except the ground which was 2 meters below him. But he was stepping on invisible stairs ascending to the sky slowly. Cultivators at the building foundation stage were already able to fly slowly in the air by manipulating the air with the fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was not very useful in a combat. The cultivator would become a conspicuous target for the enemy if they just swaggered to the sky. But right now, all the students were deeply impressed by Liao's performance. Liao remembered the grandeur scene where Fiend Blade Peng Hai showed his strength at the peak of building foundation stage. Taking a deep breath, he spread his spiritual energy out slowly. His hair was dancing crazily. Violet-purple electric arcs and bright blue fire were circling him, flying and colliding while making cracking noises. Spiritual waves rippled out to every corner of the playground in silver rings. Liao bellowed. A hurricane out of nowhere seemed to be blowing. None of the students was able to keep their eyes open. Their school uniforms were fluttering in the wind. Is this the dominance of cultivators? So formidable. So terrifying. I'm going to be a cultivator like this. I'm going to fly freely in the sky, too. We are all from slums. If Vulture Liao can do this, so can I. Shouts and screams from the students were caught clearly by Liao. He smiled and roared. You want to be like me? Then just try your best to train yourself.